सहोदरियरे, अब तक आप कर्नाटका के सभी दलों का घोषणा पत्र मैनिफेस्टो देख चुके हैं, उसकी विवेचना भी कर चुके हैं। बीजेपी का मैनिफेस्टो उसके लिए वचन पत्र है, संकल्प पत्र है, जिसमें कर्नाटका को देश का नंबर 1 राज्य बनाने का रोड मैप है। आप बताओ मेरे भाइयों बहनों, कर्नाटका को नंबर 1 बनाना है? कर्नाटका को नंबर 1 बनाना है। और दूसरी तरफ कांग्रेस के घोषणा पत्र में क्या है? कांग्रेस के घोषणा पत्र में ढेर सारे झूठे वायदे। कांग्रेस का घोषणा पत्र मतलब तालाबंदी और तुष्टीकरण का बंडल है। कांग्रेस के पूरे घोषणा पत्र में क्या लिखा है? ये वापस ले लेंगे, ये हटा देंगे, वो निरस्त कर देंगे, उसे रोक देंगे, इस पर प्रतिबंध लगा देंगे। ये कर्नाटका की जनता को ये देने वाले हैं, यही इनका फोकस है। और अब तो कांग्रेस की हालत इतनी बुरी है, इतनी बुरी है, उनके पैर कांप रहे हैं। और इसलिए कांग्रेस को मेरे जय बजरंग बली बोलने पर भी आपत्ति होने लगी है। तुष्टीकरण के लिए कांग्रेस किस हद तक जा रही है, ये देश और कर्नाटका के लोग देख रहे हैं।
ಸಹೋದರ ಸಹೋದರಿಯರೇ, ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನೀವು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪಕ್ಷಗಳ ಚುನಾವಣಾ ಪ್ರಣಾಳಿಕೆ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಅದರ ವಿಮರ್ಶೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಬಿಜೆಪಿಗೆ ಚುನಾವಣಾ ಪ್ರಣಾಳಿಕೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕವನ್ನ ದೇಶದ ನಂಬರ್ 1 ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮಾಡುವ ಮಾರ್ಗಸೂಚಿಯ ಸಂಕಲ್ಪ ಪತ್ರವಾಗಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿನ ಘೋಷಣಾ ಪತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿದೆ? ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿನ ಘೋಷಣಾ ಪತ್ರ ಸುಳ್ಳು ಆಶ್ವಾಸನೆಗಳಿಂದ ತುಂಬಿದೆ. ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿನ ಘೋಷಣಾ ಪತ್ರ ನಿಷೇಧ ಮತ್ತು ತುಷ್ಟೀಕರಣಗಳ ಕಂತೆಯಾಗಿದೆ. ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿನ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಪ್ರಣಾಳಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದನ್ನು ವಾಪಸ್ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೇವೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಬಿಡುತ್ತೇವೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಷೇಧ ಹಾಕ್ತೇವೆ, ಇದನ್ನು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿನ ಬುಡವೇ ಅಲ್ಲಾಡುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಬಜರಂಗ ಬಲಿ ಹೇಳುವುದರಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಆಪತ್ತು ಕಾಣುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ತುಷ್ಟೀಕರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಯಾವ ಹಂತಕ್ಕೂ ಇಳಿಯಬಲ್ಲದು ಅನ್ನುವುದನ್ನ ದೇಶದ ಮತ್ತು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಜನತೆ ನೋಡುತ್ತಿದೆ.
बंधु भगिनियरे, कर्नाटका को देश का नंबर 1 राज्य बनाने के लिए सुरक्षा व्यवस्था, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सबसे प्रमुख आवश्यकता है। कर्नाटका का आतंकवाद से मुक्त रहना भी उतना ही जरूरी है। बीजेपी हमेशा से आतंकवाद के खिलाफ कठोर रही है, लेकिन जब भी आतंकवाद पर कार्रवाई होती है, कांग्रेस के पेट में दर्द होने लगता है।
बंधु भगिनियरे, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕವನ್ನ ದೇಶದ ನಂಬರ್ 1 ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದರೆ ಸುರಕ್ಷೆಯ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ, ಕಾನೂನಿನ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗೆ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಆದ್ಯತೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಆತಂಕವಾದದಿಂದ ಮುಕ್ತವಾಗಿರುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ರಮಗಳ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇದೆ. ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಕೂಡ ಭಯೋತ್ಪಾದನೆಯ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಕಠೋರ ನಿರ್ಧಾರಗಳನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಯಾವಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕಠಿಣವಾದಂತಹ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನ ಭಯೋತ್ಪಾದನೆಯ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋವು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭವಾಗ್ತದೆ.
बंधु भगिनीरे, आज पूरा विश्व आतंकवाद के खतरे से चिंतित है. भारत में भी हम कई बार आतंकियों के दुष्कर्मों को झेल चुके हैं. इन हमलों में कितने ही निर्दोष नागरिक मारे गए हैं. आतंकवाद मानवता विरोधी है. आतंकवाद जीवन मूल्य विरोधी है और आतंकवाद विकास विरोधी भी है. मैं ये देखकर हैरान हूं कि अपनी वोट बैंक की खातिर कांग्रेस ने आतंकवाद के सामने घुटने टेक दिए हैं. ऐसी पार्टी क्या कभी भी कर्नाटका की रक्षा कर सकती है? कर्नाटका की रक्षा कांग्रेस कर सकती है? कर्नाटका के नागरिकों की रक्षा कर सकती है? भाइयों बहनों, आतंक के माहौल में यहां के उद्योग, यहां की आईटी इंडस्ट्री, यहां की खेती किसानी, यहां की गौरवमयी संस्कृति, सब कुछ तबाह हो जाएगी. वोट बैंक के डर की वजह से आज कांग्रेस आतंकवाद के खिलाफ एक शब्द बोलने की भी हिम्मत खो चुकी है. वोट बैंक की इसी राजनीति की वजह से कांग्रेस ने आतंकवाद को पाला पोसा और उसे पनाह दी. बदलते हुए इस समय में आज आतंकवाद का स्वरूप भी बदल रहा है. स्मगलिंग हो, ड्रग्स का कारोबार हो, सांप्रदायिक उन्माद हो, अब सबके तार कहीं न कहीं आतंकवाद से जुड़ते हैं. बीते कुछ वर्षों में आतंक का एक और स्वरूप, भयानक स्वरूप पैदा हो गया है. स्नेहतिरे, बम, बंदूक और पिस्तौल की आवाज तो सुनाई देती है, लेकिन समाज को भीतर से खोखला करने की आतंकी साजिश की कोई आवाज नहीं होती. कोर्ट तक ने आतंक के इस स्वरूप पर चिंता जताई है. ऐसी ही आतंकी साजिश पर बनी फिल्म केरला स्टोरी, ये केरला स्टोरी की इन दिनों काफी चर्चा है. कहते हैं केरला स्टोरी सिर्फ एक राज्य में हुई आतंकवादियों की छद्म नीतियों की साजिशों पर आधारित है. देश का इतना खूबसूरत राज्य, जहां के लोग इतने परिश्रमी और प्रतिभाशाली होते हैं, उस केरला के में चल रही आतंकी साजिश का खुलासा ये केरला स्टोरी फिल्म में, केरला फाइल्स फिल्म में उसे किया गया है। और देश का दुर्भाग्य देखिए कि कांग्रेस आज समाज को तहस नहस करने वाली इस आतंकी प्रवृत्ति के साथ खड़ी हुई नजर आ रही है। इतना ही नहीं, ऐसी आतंकी प्रवृत्ति वालों से कांग्रेस पिछले दरवाजे से राजनीतिक सौदेबाजी तक कर रही है। कर्नाटका के लोगों को इसलिए कांग्रेस से बहुत ही सावधान रहने की जरूरत है।
ಬಂಧು ಭಗಿನಿಯರೇ, ಇವತ್ತು ಇಡೀ ವಿಶ್ವ ಆತಂಕದ ಭಯದಿಂದ ಚಿಂತಿತವಾಗಿದೆ. ಭಾರತ ಇಂತಹ ಆತಂಕದ ದುಷ್ಕರ್ಮಗಳನ್ನು ಅನುಭವಿಸಿದೆ. ಈ ಆಕ್ರಮಣದಿಂದಾಗಿ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ನಿರ್ದೋಷಿ ನಾಗರಿಕರು ತಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಾಣವನ್ನ ಕಳಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆತಂಕವಾದ ಮಾನವತೆಯ ವಿರೋಧಿ, ಜೀವನ ಮೌಲ್ಯಗಳ ವಿರೋಧಿ, ಆತಂಕವಾದ ವಿಕಾಸದ ವಿರೋಧಿಯೂ ಕೂಡ. ನಾನು ಇದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯ ಪಡ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ವೋಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ರಾಜಕೀಯಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಆತಂಕವಾದದ ಮುಂದೆ ಮಂಡಿಯೂರಿ ಕುಳಿತಿದೆ. ಈ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಿದೆಯಾ? ಆತಂಕದ ವಾತಾವರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ, ಐಟಿ, ಬಿಟಿ, ಕೃಷಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿಯವರೆಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಗೌರವಮಯವಾದಂತಹ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಇದು ಕೂಡ ನಷ್ಟವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ವೋಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕಿನ ಭಯದಿಂದಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಆತಂಕವಾದದ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಒಂದು ಶಬ್ದವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಮಾತನಾಡುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ತಯಾರಿಲ್ಲ. ವೋಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕಿನ ಈ ರಾಜನೀತಿಯ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿನ ಆತಂಕವಾದವನ್ನ ಪಾಲನೆ ಪೋಷಣೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಬದಲಾಗುತ್ತಿರುವ ಈ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಆತಂಕವಾದದ ಸ್ವರೂಪವೂ ಕೂಡ ಬದಲಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಸ್ಮಗ್ಲಿಂಗ್, ಡ್ರಗ್ನ ವ್ಯವಹಾರಗಳು, ಸಾಂಪ್ರದಾಯಿಕ ಉನ್ಮಾದ ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ವಿಷಯಗಳ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧವನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿದೆ. ಕಳೆದ ಕೆಲವು ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಆತಂಕದ ಹೊಸ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವರೂಪ ಜನ್ಮ ತಾಳಿದೆ. ಬಾಂಬ್, ಬಂದೂಕು, ಪಿಸ್ತೂಲ್ನ ಶಬ್ದಗಳು ಕೇಳುತ್ತವೆ. ಆದರೆ ಸಮಾಜದ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಇದ್ದು ಷಡ್ಯಂತ್ರವನ್ನ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ ಇಂತಹ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯ ಸ್ವರ ಕೇಳುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಆತಂಕದ ಈ ಸ್ವರೂಪ ಚಿಂತೆಯನ್ನ ಉಂಟು ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಇಂತಹದೇ ಆತಂಕದ ಷಡ್ಯಂತ್ರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಕೇರಳ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥದ್ದು ಬಹಳ ಚರ್ಚೆಯಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಕೇರಳ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಕೇವಲ ಒಂದು ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಆತಂಕದ ಷಡ್ಯಂತ್ರಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಧಾರಿತವಾಗಿದೆ. ದೇಶದ ಇಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರ ರಾಜ್ಯ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಯ ಜನರು ಪರಿಶ್ರಮಿಗಳು, ಪ್ರತಿಭಾಶಾಲಿಗಳು. ಆದರೆ ಇಂತಹ ಕೇರಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಆತಂಕದ ಷಡ್ಯಂತ್ರದ ಬೆಳಕು ತರುತ್ತಿರುವ ಈ ಸಿನಿಮಾದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಒಂದು ಶಬ್ದವನ್ನು ಮಾತನಾಡುತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಬದಲಾಗಿ ಇಂತಹ ಆತಂಕ ಪ್ರವೃತ್ತಿಯ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಿಂತಿದೆ. ಇಷ್ಟು ಮಾತ್ರವಲ್ಲ, ಈ ದೇಶದ ಆತಂಕದ ಷಡ್ಯಂತ್ರವನ್ನ ಮಾಡುವವರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಹಿಂಬಾಗಿಲಿನಿಂದ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಒಪ್ಪಂದವನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಜನತೆ ಈ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಎಚ್ಚರ ವಹಿಸಬೇಕಾದಂತಹ ಅಗತ್ಯವಿದೆ.
सहोदर सहोदरियरे, येदियुरप्पा जी और बोम्मई जी के नेतृत्व में डबल इंजन सरकार को सिर्फ 3.5 साल सेवा का अवसर मिला है। जब यहां कांग्रेस की सरकार थी तो उसने कर्नाटका के विकास के बजाय भ्रष्टाचार को ही प्राथमिकता दी। इसका कारण क्या था? इसका कारण कांग्रेस के पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान राजीव गांधी ने खुद ये बताया था। श्रीमान राजीव गांधी ने कहा था कि अगर उनकी सरकार दिल्ली से 100 पैसे बेचती है तो 15 पैसा ही गरीब तक पहुंचता है। ये उन्होंने खुद ने कहा था। यानी एक तरह से उन्होंने खुद ही मान लिया था कि कांग्रेस 85% कमीशन वाली पार्टी है। आज भी कांग्रेस की पहचान 85% कमीशन खाने वाली पार्टी की है। कांग्रेस की इसी संस्कृति ने कर्नाटका का बहुत नुकसान किया है।
ಸಹೋದರ ಸಹೋದರಿಯರೇ, ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪರವರು ಮತ್ತು ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿಯವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವದ ಡಬಲ್ ಇಂಜಿನ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಕೇವಲ 3.5 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡುವ ಅವಕಾಶ ಲಭಿಸಿತು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇತ್ತು. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ವಿಕಾಸದ ಬದಲಾಗಿ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಾಥಮಿಕತೆ ನೀಡಿತು. ಇದರ ಕಾರಣ ಏನು? ಇದರ ಕಾರಣ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿನ ಪೂರ್ವ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ರಾಜೀವ್ ಗಾಂಧಿಯವರೇ ಸ್ವತಃ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ದಿಲ್ಲಿಯಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಸರ್ಕಾರ 100 ಪೈಸೆಯನ್ನ ಕಳಿಸಿದರೆ ಅದು ಬಡವನಿಗೆ ತಲುಪುವಾಗ ಕೇವಲ 15 ಪೈಸೆ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತದೆ. ಅದರ ಅರ್ಥ ಅವರು ಸ್ವತಃ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ 85% ಕಮಿಷನ್ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುವ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಒಪ್ಪಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದರು. ಇವತ್ತು ಕೂಡ 85% ಕಮಿಷನ್ ತಿನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿನ ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಬಹಳ ನಷ್ಟವನ್ನು ಅನುಭವಿಸಿದೆ.
बंधु भगिनियरे, यहां बहुत बड़ी संख्या में बंजारा, लंबानी समाज, वाल्मीकि समाज और दूसरे एससी, एसटी, ओबीसी वर्ग के साथी भी मौजूद हैं। कांग्रेस ने तो आपको अभाव और अपमान के सिवाय कुछ नहीं दिया। टॉयलेट का अभाव, पक्के घर का अभाव, पानी का अभाव, अस्पताल में इलाज का अभाव, शिक्षा का अभाव। बीते 9 वर्षों से आपका ये बेटा जो दिल्ली में बैठा है, आपका ये सेवक इस अभाव को दूर करने के लिए निरंतर प्रयास कर रहा है। आज इन परिवारों को पक्के घर में टॉयलेट, घर में बिजली, घर में पानी, मुफ्त राशन, मुफ्त इलाज, ऐसी हर सुविधा मिल रही है। सिर्फ 3.5 साल में ही डबल इंजन सरकार ने बल्लारी के करीब 1.5 लाख, सिर्फ बल्लारी की बात कर रहा हूं, सिर्फ बल्लारी के करीब 1.5 लाख ग्रामीण परिवारों को नल से जल दिया है। हमारी सरकार ने पहली बार बंजारा, गुमंतु, अर्धघुमंतु हमारे साथियों के लिए अलग वेलफेयर बोर्ड बनाया है। मैं तो येदियुरप्पा जी और बोम्मई जी की भी प्रशंसा करूंगा कि उन्होंने सिर्फ 3.5 वर्षों में हजारों बंजारा लंबानी साथियों को हक्कू पत्र दिया, तांडा बस्तियों को गांव का दर्जा दिया। कांग्रेस ने तो इनको भी भुला दिया था।
ಬಂಧು ಭಗಿನಿಯರೇ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂಜಾರ, ಲಂಬಾಣಿ ಸಮಾಜದ, ವಾಲ್ಮೀಕಿ ಸಮಾಜದ ಮತ್ತು ಇತರ ಎಸ್ಸಿ, ಎಸ್ಟಿ, ಒಬಿಸಿ ವರ್ಗದ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರು ಹಾಜರಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿನವರು ನಿಮಗೆ ಕೊರತೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅಪಮಾನವನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಏನನ್ನೂ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಶೌಚಾಲಯದ ಅಭಾವ, ಮನೆಗಳ ಅಭಾವ, ನೀರಿನ ಅಭಾವ, ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಯ ಅಭಾವ, ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಅಭಾವ. ಕಳೆದ 9 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ದೆಹಲಿಯಲ್ಲಿರುವ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯ ಮಗ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸೇವಕ ಈ ಕೊರತೆಗಳನ್ನು ದೂರ ಮಾಡುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿರಂತರ ಪ್ರಯಾಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಈಗ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಕುಟುಂಬಕ್ಕೆ ಸುದೃಢವಾದ ಮನೆ, ಶೌಚಾಲಯ, ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ತು, ನೀರು, ಉಚಿತ ರೇಷನ್, ಉಚಿತ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ.
So that's the Prime Minister's campaign currently in Ballari, and just a few moments ago in that speech he also made a mention of the film The Kerala Story. And joining us here on India Today is the producer of the film, Mr. Vipul Shah. Mr. Vipul Shah, we spoke a couple of days earlier, and today your film is now out, has been released. The Prime Minister has now made a reference to your film, saying that this is a message for everyone to be careful of what could perhaps happen in their state, in their land.
I am so humbled and I am so honored that our film has been noticed by none other than the Prime Minister of this nation, and he has raised the issue which the film talks about. He's mentioned about it, and he's very clearly said that this is a national issue. This is not Kerala. This issue is not limited to Kerala. We feel extremely vindicated with two things. One, of course, Honorable PM speaking about the film, and the Kerala High Court giving a landmark judgment today. The day could not have been better for us. Now, the whole country just needs to go and see the film and save our daughters.
Was this your intention also? You know, the Prime Minister saying that while speaking in Karnataka, he says the people of Karnataka should be warned that this could happen in your state too. So was that the intention of actually making this film as well, Vipul, to send out a message of what could go wrong if this is not addressed?
That exactly is my point, and the intention of the film being recognized by the Honorable Prime Minister is a huge honor. We all are absolutely over the moon. My director Sudipto Sen, all my artists, we are feeling that all the hard work and all the hardship that we went through in the last few days, everything for 3 years, the effort that we put into making this film, all has come to a great culmination. And the fact that our film has been noticed by the Honorable Prime Minister is an unbelievable honor for us.
I'm sure you've been seeing all the reactions that have been coming into your film the last few days, and I'm talking about the controversy as well. When the Prime Minister says that there were some elements, particularly the opposition, when he refers to the Congress, who tried to question your film, who tried to question the motive and the message that your film has been putting out, would you agree with that comment, that there has been some negative, there's been criticism of your film from the Congress?
Well, we have not discussed about any politician. We have stayed away from speaking on the politics, or politicians' comments. But when Prime Minister himself has made that a point. After that, there is no question or no doubt left in anything. I mean, he's just spoken the truth out. And I just want that more than anything else, we need to make sure that we bring this issue to the fore. We make sure that our daughters are safe and everybody takes notice of this issue. And that was the purpose of the film. And we've got the most amazing validation today. So we are feeling blessed and we are feeling honored.
You know, your film is released today, which is why I can understand, Vipul, why your phone is also ringing off the hook. Just stay with me. Sudipto Sen, the director of the film, is also with us on this broadcast. Mr. Sudipto Sen, moments ago, the Prime Minister has made a reference to your film, sir, saying that this is a message, a lesson that must be learned. Watch this film and understand the consequences of what can go wrong. Your first reaction to the fact that the Prime Minister has invoked your film to send out a larger message today?
We are grateful to him, we are thankful to him, and it is a vindication of our hard work of last 7 years. And today, little while back, I saw a group of 33 girls from the survivor of manipulative conversion. They went to watch the film in a cinema hall in Trivandrum. They sent us the photograph. So I don't think anything could be better than this, that the issue which we were trying to bring forth into the main conversation, main dialogue of this country, with the release today and Honorable Prime Minister's acceptance of the importance and significance of this subject, I think now country will discuss the manipulative conversion, the issue of manipulative conversion, and the girls of this country will feel safer.
You know, we've seen so much controversy over your film, the Kerala story, over the numbers, over the title and whatnot. Do you think that with the Prime Minister speaking now, the focus is firmly on the issue that you wanted addressed, that you wanted spoken about?
Absolutely, because we are not important. The issue is, and if the Prime Minister has taken the cognizance of this issue, then our job is done. I think the nation will now take cognizance of this issue, and what we wanted to raise as an issue will become a national issue, and that's what we wanted. We are absolutely inconsequential in the things. We are just filmmakers. We made a film to get a message out, to raise an issue, and that's been raised by none other than the Prime Minister. So nothing more can be expected. Now the nation will see what we were trying to do. Nation will now, join the cause. That's what is most important.
Sudipto Sen, your reaction, do you believe that this will essentially and effectively mean the end of all the controversy that you witnessed, that you've reacted to in the last few days?
Yes, of course. You know what? We never find any reason that why our film will be in the zone of controversy. We did not make any controversial film. The subject of forced conversion has nothing to do with any religion, any state, or any culture, any community of this country. It is an international conspiracy. International conspiracy. That Europe is suffering, America is suffering, Australia is suffering, India was also suffering. But the problem was that here the political fever, political confrontation is so high that the issue of the international terrorism, which was hatching, the hatching and the breeding ground of the terrorists from India, that was not being recognized, or that was coming into the purview of the debate or the controversy. Now, with Honorable Prime Minister's acceptance and the cognizance, I am sure, and also the Kerala High Court's final verdict, I am sure this controversy will be over, and every Indian, 150 crore Indian, will go to the cinema hall to watch the film.
Vipul, you mentioned when we first started this conversation that for two reasons you're happy today. One is what the Prime Minister said, and the second is the Kerala High Court. And inevitably, there is going to be linkages that are drawn to that, because there were questions about, whether this film is targeting the state of Kerala, the image of Kerala. The Kerala High Court today very clearly said that if there's anyone who should be offended about this film, it should only be one group, which is the ISIS terror group. And the Prime Minister essentially has said that. He said that what this film does is that it exposes the design of terrorists. Do you believe thereby it puts to rest all of the controversy, the criticism that this targets a state in particular?
We have been saying it. We've been constantly harping on the fact that we are not against Kerala. We are not against the state of Kerala. We are not against any community or any religion. We are against the terrorists. And that's something that we have been saying. But as you know, that when people are targeting you and there is a big force going after you, your voices tend to get drowned. But now, with the PM and the court both vindicating what we have been saying, after this, I don't see any reason for anybody to question the subject, the intention, or the film itself. The Kerala story is not about, maligning Kerala. It's about bringing something that is actually a national problem. Just that this story is of 3 girls from Kerala, but the problem is national, and that's why I think every Indian must watch it.
Do you believe it was a motivated campaign against your film, Sudipto Sen? The Prime Minister did refer to some political motives. Do you agree with that there were political motives behind targeting your film?
I think yes. Why, that in the country, we all accepted the fact that the terrorism has no religion. But when we started talking about terrorism in Kerala, some political party jumped in to tell us that, see, you are talking about terrorism, so you are attacking this particular religion. So that is very, very, very unnerving, that if in the India, the standard is that the terrorism has no religion. But in Kerala, these people are putting the tag of the terrorism with a particular community, particular religion. Then it's a very, very alarming thing. So I think this issue has been, now it is very, very clear. Now it is completely black and white. We were preferring the grey zone between black and white. We were trying to live in the mode of denial. We were trying to say, no, everything is fine in Kerala, so beautiful, everything is as good as the backwater of Kerala. We tried to say, no, in the northern part of Kerala, something viciously wrong going on. And I think today that debate is being over. Kerala High Court in the first, and Honorable Prime Minister after that. And I think we have done our job. Okay. Now, if watching the film, every Indian has to do this job so that we can ensure the complete safety and security of our daughters.
Okay, so over to the audiences now, considering your film has released and crossed all hurdles, might I add, legally, considering you've had the Supreme Court, Madras High Court, Kerala High Court, all of them giving the go-ahead for the screening. And now the Prime Minister, in his own words, saying that this film talks about a very, very important subject. Vipul Shah as well as Sudipto Sen, thank you very much for taking the time out and joining us here on India Today. Let me just play out for you exactly what the Prime Minister said in Ballari of Karnataka when he referred to the Kerala story.
आतंकी साजिश पर बनी फिल्म केरला स्टोरी, ये केरला स्टोरी की इन दिनों काफी चर्चा है। कहते हैं केरला स्टोरी सिर्फ एक राज्य में हुई आतंकवादियों की छद्म नीतियों की साजिशों पर आधारित है। देश का इतना खूबसूरत राज्य, जहां के लोग इतने परिश्रमी और प्रतिभाशाली होते हैं, उस केरला के में चल रही आतंकी साजिश का खुलासा ये केरला स्टोरी फिल्म में, केरला फाइल्स फिल्म में उसे किया गया है.
And this, no doubt, is going to become a big political talking point. Trust us here on India Today to get your every political reaction on that story. Slipping into a short break, we'll be joining you with the headlines in just a few moments. Bajrang Bommai, an unlikely chief minister from the BJP. For one, he's not a leader cast in the Sangh Parivar mold. An import from the Janata Dal, Bommai, contrary to expectations, has followed the saffron ideology to the T. His term as the chief minister of Karnataka has been marred by charges of corruption and divisive politics. And today, he's fighting the toughest battle of his political career from Shigao, a seat he's won thrice. For Bommai, who has many detractors within the party, just a victory will not be enough. The margin has to be big enough to silence his critics and stamp his claim to the chief minister's post if his party wins power again. Into the last leg of his campaign, Bommai has been camping in his constituency, meeting voters, carrying out roadshows. Bommai on Thursday visited the Pagia Halli Dargah to meet Muslim voters. From campus ban on hijab to politics over Azan, the chief minister has faced much criticism from the community. He blames the Congress for that, claiming his rivals are hand in glove with the PFI.
They entertained PFI. They gave a lot of help also through removing their cases. So PFI and SDPI are two faces of the same coin, and they have grown so much. Now Congress has taken open support of them, and SDPI and PFI are blackmailing them now. They are under the clutches of PFI and SDPI.
The Congress poll promised to ban the VHP's youth wing Bajrang Dal has given Bommai fresh ammo, and he is milking it to consolidate the Hindutva vote.
Bajrang Dal, they are equating with PFI. PFI is a known banned organization, it's an anti-national organization, pro-terrorist organization. How can you compare Bajrang Dal with that? See, all families are the members of Bajrang Dal. How do you know that we are not members?
For Bommai, the fight will not end with winning his seat. The Lingayat leader will have to negotiate many landmines within the party to secure his second term as chief minister. But first, he has to deliver the elections for the BJP. Bureau Report, India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
If it's fashion, you can expect the Kardashian-Jenner sisters dropping some major style bombs on the red carpet. And Met Gala 2023 was all that and more. Kim Kardashian fit rightly into her Schiaparelli all-pearl outfit with a huge cape. When we say pearl, she was dripping in it. Kim Kardashian paired her look with a choker neckpiece, dainty rings, and a matching pair of heels. Now, if you jog your memory, Kim Kardashian's Marilyn Monroe cosplay at Met Gala 2022 was the talk of fashion circles last year. The television personality was trolled for ruining an iconic outfit which the late American sensation had worn for President Kennedy's birthday. Netizens went all berserk and commented how Kim's body type was not fit for that outfit, even though she had lost certain kilos for that 10 minutes walk on the red carpet. However, this time the outfit was meant for her. Prior to her appearance at the fashion's biggest night, Kardashian had even dropped in at Karl Lagerfeld's office to get inspired for her outfit. She even posed along with Karl's cat. And for the unversed, the designer who brought revolution with his vision in the world of fashion, and Met Gala 2023 paid tribute to his legacy.
Watching India Today.
Hi there, very good afternoon. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get started with the headlines in this edition first. Big escalation in Bajrang Dal ban war. Prime Minister Modi hits out at the Congress. Says Congress is objecting to my Bajrang Bali chants.
Bajrang Bali ki. Bajrang Bali ki. Anjaneya Swami ki. Anjaneya Swami ki.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi rakes up the Kerala story in his Karnataka rally. Says movie exposes anti-India plot and terror design.
केरला के में चल रही आतंकी साजिश का खुलासा ये केरला स्टोरी फिल्म में, केरला फाइल्स फिल्म में उसे किया गया है.
Pawar resignation rejected by the NCP committee. The CP leaders requested Pawar to consider his resignation.
ये हम सब लोगों ने जो मीटिंग में पास किया प्रस्ताव, ये आपको हम सादर कर रहे हैं और उन्होंने कहा है कि मुझे थोड़ा वक्त मैं इस पे सोचता हूँ और उसके बाद में मैं आपको बताऊंगा.
Mr. Shankar talks tough on terror at the SCO meet in presence of Bhutto. Says nothing can justify cross-border terror. No handshakes with Pakistan. FM as he arrives for the SCO summit.
The channel of finances for terrorist activities must be seized and blocked without distinction. Members need not be reminded that combating terrorism is one of the original mandates of the SCO.
Manipur governor appeals for peace after issuing shoot-at-sight orders. Communities riot over reservation demands.
5 days to go for polling, 3 days for the campaign. This is literally the death overs when it comes down to the Karnataka elections, and a lot has happened in the last few days. I have with me the Congress president who's been crisscrossing across the state, but over the next 3 days mostly will be spending time in his own territory where he was undefeated till 2019. Thank you for joining us, Kharge sir. Thank you for taking out that 10 minutes of your time for us. But my first question, Kharge ji, you've been you are the party president, but you're also from Karnataka. Till 2019, you were undefeated here. How important is this election for you personally?
No, this election is important not only for me or my state, it is also very important in the interest of the country, because here in Karnataka, very bad government, not well governed government, and the corruption is increased, and corruption is gone to the extent of nearly 40%. And people are fed up, and people themselves want change. And we are also working. Earlier, when we used to tell, people never believe that, okay, these people are in opposition, they simply always do all these things or say something. But now people have realized they are experiencing, they themselves are fed up with this government, so they want to remove as early as possible. So this is the opportunity, first opportunity has come, and there we are removing, and we are also working hard to get rid of this government.
Kharge ji, we've been following on your campaign. You're a mass leader, especially in this area. But what we've seen is a heavy push by the BJP in your region itself. You had the Prime Minister do many roadshows. You had the Home Minister here. The Prime Minister in 2019, when you were undefeated and you lost your Lok Sabha, had said that Mallikarjun Kharge ji ka account band ho gaya hai. Do you see this as your Agni Pariksha of sorts, or you think you're beyond that?
No. It is not Agni Pariksha. Unka account band hona, ek Prime Minister ne कहना, that itself is a challenge to him. It means. So, मेरा account बंद नहीं होगा. I have come in politics to fight and protect certain ideology. And I have not joined just BJP or just Congress or just JDS. It is not like that. I have joined this party after seeing its ideology. Nehru's mainly ideology influenced me, and Indira Gandhi's working also I have seen personally. She visited Gulbarga twice, and even she inaugurated our Dr. Ambedkar statue here in 1977. So all this contributed to my saving my personality or my whatever I believed deeply has gone in my mind. And another thing is Dr. Ambedkar Jayanti we used to do in my childhood days. Here textile mill was there, ACC mills were there. Lot of believer in Ambedkar philosophy, they were there. So this Nehruji's philosophy and Ambedkar's social justice philosophy, it influenced me. So whether I am in politics or not, I have to fight for these things. I am going to fight.
Kharge ji, you're that old school politician who's no holds barred. Matlab, the blowback that you get possibly for other politicians get or are scared of using the Prime Minister's name, you're not. Be it, saying anything, or even the kind of, I was reading somewhere you said that 56 inch ka seena hai to darji ke paas jao. So there's just completely no holds barred. Even, what you said in terms of the snake or the other comments, you're unapologetic about it politically.
See, it is not like that. He says openly in Parliament, in public. Not only that, the Prime Minister is so proud of himself, telling that I am alone facing all of you. The entire opposition is one side. I am alone. I am giving them fight. It means a people who speaks such long ways, then what should I do? I have to reply in the same way. Though it is in a bad taste.
You agree?
No. What he says is also bad taste.
Okay.
What I replied, because it is a counter reply, no.
Right.
Now I have not created Chappan Inchati dialogue. He created So naturally I have to reply in my own way. So people should realize while speaking, in future, one day we have to face this. But they keep on telling, then we can't tolerate beyond certain point. So that's why I said, दर्जी के पास जाओ, इसका मतलब है हम तो रोज छाती आपका मापेंगे नहीं. जब आप जैकेट सिलवाएंगे, शर्ट सिलवाएंगे, तो दर्जी ही माप करेगा ना, मेजरमेंट. हम तो नहीं करेंगे आपका छाती कितना है, क्या है.
But you agree it's bad taste? Both sides is bad taste?
No, in politics nowadays it has come. I have not seen, because my political career is 56 years and as a legislator and parliamentary career is 52 years. I have not seen such prime minister or other leaders attacking each other in a single language, abusing Sonia Gandhi ji, abusing our Rahul ji, Priyanka ji, to me, and so many people.
But Kharge Sahab, you give it back, and so does your son. The Election Commission has now taken action against your son on what he said against the Prime Minister.
Now the gone is gone, they have given notice. We will reply it, face it. When we can't go back, no. We will fight, let us see.
Could it have been avoided?
No, which circumstances he spoke, I don't know, because I was somewhere. Now also I thought that he will come here, but he is not here. But he is capable to reply, and let us see what is going to happen in Election Commission.
But Kharge Sahab, till now, you know, you were running a campaign which was hyper-local, regional. You were at least seemingly setting the narrative. The BJP was catching up. Of late, do you think your campaign has derailed a little the last 2-3 days?
Why?
Bajrang Bali?
No. That is, they created, because they want to create such perceptions. Even now, everybody has got liberty to have a manifesto, election manifesto. Muslim League will have, BJP will have, mostly the RSS philosophy they will introduce. And naturally our manifesto is prepared by our drafting committee, chairman of the election manifesto. Some context they have written. It does not mean that we are against Hindus and they are the only Hindus. Now, though I am a Hindu, but I fully believe Buddha's Tattva, Nehru's philosophy, Ambedkar philosophy. See, these are our personal things. Why you are exploiting for election? Now, for example, my Bajrang, people say that Bajrang Bal only from their mouth, just.
Bajrang Bali, Jai Bajrang Bali, from their mouth.
Here,
yes.
If you go and ask in my constituency, Gurmatkal old constituency MLA, I might have built more than 80 Hanuman temples. 80. The reason is that the villagers, they believe in Hanuman, though Hanuman is, his temple is outside the village, not in the center of the village. And there, people used to come that outside the village temple, all community people. And in the village, their Gram Devate, that Devate, this Devate, they used to. So, I myself, people should come and gather in one place, though whatever my belief, whatever my philosophy, that is different thing. But it is my duty to see that I should not hurt anybody. So, I constructed more than 80, you go and see, when I was endowment minister.
80 Hanuman temples.
Yeah. When I was endowment minister, in my constituency alone I constructed. Wherever people ask, I used to give money from my grants.
But Kharge Sahab, now the narrative has changed. Every time the Prime Minister goes, he opens a rally with Jai Bajrang Bali. you didn't want to make this election communal. You were clear that you wanted to keep it regional, hyper-local. Ab your manifesto has made it communal, at least in people's eyes.
No. He says because any Prime Minister, he uses such quotations used earlier. No. Even their Jansangha leader, founder, he was in Nehru's cabinet. He did not do such things. We also say.
Have your water, sir.
हम तो बोलेंगे जय बजरंग बली तोड़ दे भ्रष्टाचार की नली हम बोलेंगे
The next rally is Jai Bajrang Bali tod de bhrashtachar ki nali. Do you want to, Kharge Sahab, take this opportunity of anyone who might have taken offence, because at least the BJP is equating Bajrang Dal with Lord Hanuman, Bajrang Bali. Do you want to, distinguish,
This is not fair. You should not equate. In one religion, followers of one religion, there will be several leaders in different parties. So like that, why you are equating Bajrang Bali? Have you taken contract? That only the BJP should say. Our people are many people, they believe. And my own friends, my own family members, they go and worship. Monday is Shiva's, Guruvar is that Dattatreya, and Shanivar is Hanuman. People are there, so why should we leave them to follow their own way? You don't hurt others, but you have got every right to whatever you believe, you can practice it.
But Kharge Sahab, the political pundits say this is a move by the Congress to possibly warm up to the Muslims in the old Mysuru region, that they don't fall behind the JDS. To make it clear, because every time...
It is not our intention. We will not do that politics, because since 75 years we have not preached. We believe in Constitution. We believe in secularism. We believe in equality and equal social justice. So we are asking them to give justice. This caste census, you do it. They are not ready to do it. Why?
But Kharge Sahab, even the Congress wasn't ready to do it initially.
No, we surveyed it, we did everything. When the elections came, that was taken little backside. Otherwise, everything we have done, you declare it now.
Kharge Sahab, one question I want to ask you. Your manifesto now in Karnataka, it does equate Bajrang Dal with PFI. Now, I want you to clarify, because many people are saying, how can you equate a Bajrang Dal with a PFI, which is anti-national, has NIA cases against them, terrorism cases against them? Was this unfair? Should it have been avoided?
You see, one thing, whatever written in the manifesto, the rules will be there, the act will be there. At that time, all these questions will come. Question of telling everything now, expelling explanation is...
So there will be different demarcations.
No, that
between the
when time comes, when act becomes, it will be consultation with all. If the assembly agrees, then only it will pass. No. No, therefore, why unnecessarily you are creating hype? Why unnecessarily you are creating problem? Why unnecessarily you are creating division in the society?
Kharge Sahab, because every day in temples, the BJP is chanting Hanuman's Chalisa. They are going all out. Now they are saying that if you want to ban Bajrang Dal, why don't you ban it in Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh? Why not there? Because you are running those states as well.
See, this is... Every state has got its own manifesto.
Right.
In certain... Here, many many states, we have got internal differences, like Maharashtra border issue with Maharashtra, Kaveri water dispute with Tamil Nadu, So while giving manifesto, that will be given on broader way, not just one or two, depends on one or two issues.
Last three questions, Kharge Saab, that I will ask you. If you win the election, the credit goes to who and the blame goes to who, if you lose?
No, I don't think that I am ready to take any blame, but I want somehow, at all cost, that Congress should win. My main aim is to win the election, not for credit or other things. I don't bother.
If there is a hung house, are you open to taking help?
Why you presume that it means
If it is an option.
Still you are doubting our victory. We are going to, we'll have
Is there a
clear
figure?
majority and we'll form a stable government, and I don't think that that situation will not come.
Kharge Saab, do you have a figure that the Congress will reach?
Nobody gives, anybody gives figures. I think that...
BJP is saying 150.
No. They are, earlier they told 130, then 140. Now he is taking 150. Tomorrow they will say all 224. They will win. See, it is not possible, but we have put a higher target this time because any other ruling party should not snatch our MLAs or take. Because this we have experienced, 16 people they took and they formed the government. It is an illegal government and people are with us. But you formed the government and you talk Niti, that, this, everything you talk. But you act, you have taken all illegal method and aniti marg.
Kharge Saab, I will ask you one final question, which is asked of a lot of leaders who are, let's say, over the age of 70. You have been now campaigning without a break since 24th of April, not a day's break. 10 o'clock you leave, you come back at 11 o'clock. Back-to-back rallies, back-to-back meetings. You are 81. I don't want to sound ageist, but, like a lot of other leaders are asked, how do you do it? And it's hot and it's humid.
No, I have to do it because one should have will and commitment. If you have got commitment, come what may, you will fight, you will go, you will see. Now, daily I am doing 4 meetings, 4 talukas. I'm getting down from helicopter, sitting. Sometimes evening meetings, I have traveled 100 kilometers because chopper will not take place. Then people also say that they will also see easy things.
Right.
Evening people will gather more and their expenditure will be less. So therefore, we have to do it when we have determined.
To do it because you have to do it.
We have determined to defeat BJP, so we have to tolerate everything.
What do you eat during your campaign? What is it how do you keep going? Just hydrated water?
In the morning I eat roti, some dal, like that. And noon I take little because of
very hot.
Neend aati hai. That's why I avoid lunch. Then night I take this.
You've been fighting this election on a campaign which is 40% ki sarkar, pay CM. So these are regional issues and they seem to have been stuck?
No, regional means this earlier because I'm involved nearly 40 years in the state. And I was nearly 19-20 years as minister and 10 years as a leader of the opposition. So most of my life, either opposition or ruling.
Right.
And Congress president. I have not seen such a bad government. That too for everything. They demand 10%, 10%, 10%.
Where did you get 40%? Did you pick it up from the people? You made your own campaign?
We are not telling. All the contractors,
right.
We have given in writing to President of India. We have given this petition to Prime Minister, Home Minister, Lokayukta. When they have given in writing, you need some proof. The proof is already there. And he said that na khaunga, na khane dunga. The khane wale to tumhare baaju mein hi baithe hain, and you are helping them and you are speaking high about them. It's a very good government, double engine sarkar ki government. You talk all these things. But one engine is already derailed. If people have given complaint, you are not opening your eye, neither you are hearing, nor you are opening your mouth to deny that. This is, therefore, it is people's demand, and we also see that when we used to say earlier, people used to, BJP used to say, no, they are in opposition, they will talk like that. When Contractor Association, NGO Association, and grant-in-aid schools, colleges, all teachers are telling, without giving money, they can't approve our teacher post. Without money, they can't sanction our leave, these things. So for everything, if they take money, it has become talk of the, not only town, talk of the household everywhere.
Kharge Sahab, in our conclave, you had said that, why should you even think of being chief minister, because you will pick the chief minister. Who will you pick if it comes to it? Will it be Siddaramaiah or DK Shiv Kumar?
Why? There are several
others
people.
Also.
Several people in Congress, I can't say that this man, that man. I have got a party, high command people are with me, everybody. After election, we'll naturally, whomsoever the legislator likes, they will be given the hearing, and after that, the party will decide who should be the chief minister.
Thank you.
You are watching India Today.
Anushka has become the youngest Indian to reach the Mount Everest base camp at a height of 17,500 feet. The 6-year-old from Pune was accompanied by her mother, Dimple Ladha, on the 15-day expedition.
It was really a very happy moment for me. The moment she completed, it was like a dream come true, setting a record, and especially for her, it was a lot difficult. The temperature variation is way too much because it was minus 17 over there. We have never experienced such freezing temperature. The terrain was tough. It was we used to trek about 6 to 8 hours, covering 8-10 kilometers of distance every day.
The mother and daughter braved sub-zero temperatures to achieve the feat. During the trek, the mercury dropped to minus 17 degrees Celsius.
Anushka, how did you enjoy?
Good.
And did you shiver over there?
Yes.
And did you wear woolen clothes?
Yes.
How many layers?
7.
And your mother?
3.
3 layers. And what did you enjoy? What did you eat over there?
Only dal bhat.
And what about chocolates?
Yes.
Chocolate also?
Yes.
Anushka's parents, Kaustubh and Dimple, say they will support her if she wants to scale Mount Everest when she grows up. Bureau Report, India Today.
there are a number of reasons for receiving an IT notice. Now, what should an income taxpayer do to avoid them in the first place as well?
Receiving a tax notice can be a daunting and unpleasant experience, leaving many wondering what to do next. Broadly, there are main 5 reasons why a taxpayer may receive a notice from the Income Tax Department. First is mismatch with Form 26AS or Annual Information Statement. A mismatch between the TDS stated in your ITR and Form 26AS can lead to a notice from the Income Tax Department. To avoid any such discrepancy, it is essential to cross-check it in Form 26AS and Annual Information Statement while filing ITR. Second reason can be a high-value transaction. This is because your high-value transactions are shared by banks or other third-party sources with the Income Tax Department. If these details do not tally with the ITR of the taxpayer, one may receive a notice under Section 142, subsection 1 and Section 143, subsection 2 for additional information. Third common reason is set-off of refund against the old tax demand. The Income Tax Department has the power to set off refunds due against any outstanding demand, and there is no time limit prescribed for issuing this notice. Here, the tax officer issues a notice under Section 245, providing an opportunity for the taxpayer to file objections, if any. Fourth can be non-filing of income tax return. The Income Tax Department conducts an e-campaign to notify taxpayers who still need to file their ITR for a specific assessment year. Fifth and last reason for notice could be defect in the income tax return. This is a system-generated notice under Section 139, subsection 9. You would receive it when the tax department encounters a defect or an error while processing the income tax return.
Hello and welcome. You're watching In the Club. I'm Dipali Patel. It's Friday. The weekend is almost here, but while there are no big releases, we rightly understand why. The makers of superstar Rajinikanth's next film, Jailer, have shared a glimpse of the film in the form of a teaser, and looks like fans are in for a treat. Rajinikanth is the superstar of superstars. He's the Talaivar of Indian cinema. His mere presence is enough to raise the anticipation level among the audience. And when he makes yet another stylish appearance, oozing with swag, fans cannot help but be hyped about it. Rajinikanth is awaiting the release of his next outing, Jailer. The makers have now dropped a video which features all the key characters and also announced the release date of the film. Official handle of production house shared this clip and captioned it as "Jailer is all set to hunt from August 10th." The action comedy is directed by Nelson Dilip Kumar and features Shivaraj Kumar, Jackie Shroff, Mohanlal, but most importantly, Rajinikanth. And when he steps out of the car in his salt and pepper look, that is the highlight of this teaser. Earlier, the makers had also dropped a promo with the caption, "Muthuvel Pandian has arrived." Rajinikanth will essay the role of Muthaval Pandiyan, and the short video shows some stylish silhouette shots of him. And towards the end, he's seen taking a machete out before facing the camera and sporting his trademark smile. Jailer also stars Ramya Krishnan and Tamanna Bhatia in pivotal roles. Every single detail of the film has been piquing fans' interest, be it the behind-the-scenes videos or posters. And when a film stars Rajinikanth, fans flock to the theatres to watch their hero. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. With Jailer, Rajinikanth will be returning to the big screen after a gap of 2 years. While the movie is all set to roll out in cinemas in August, let's rewind the clock and revisit his highest grossing films.
Nana. MGR. I have Chitti. Reloaded. Chitti, there are more.
Rajinikanth films are not just a treat for cine lovers, but are also known to mint fortunes at the ticket counters. The superstar not only creates magic on screen, but the box office collection of his films is magical too. This Tamil language 3D sci-fi action thriller could easily be Rajinikanth's one of the highest grossing films, with it crossing the 700 crore mark at the global box office. Directed by S. Shankar, Rajinikanth returned as Chitti in 2019 and fans love to see him as Robot yet again.
I have Chitti. Reloaded. Version 2.0.
It was made on an estimated budget of rupees 570 crores. 2.0 also featured Akshay Kumar in a prominent role. Ballari. Ballari is the second film on the list. Rolled out in theatres in 2016, this action drama featured the story of a gangster popularly known as Ballari, who after being released from prison for falsely accused, seeks revenge on the ones who had wronged him. Directed by Paranjeet, this film was mounted on a budget of over 100 crore rupees and went on to earn rupees 275 crores globally. Ballari was not well received by critics, but what worked in its favor was the Rajinikanth factor. Enthiran. Enthiran is one of Rajinikanth's all-time blockbuster for all the right reasons. With its VFX, concept and the performances, this sci-fi thriller was way ahead of its time, and Shankar had created magic along with Bilawal in 2010. Aishwarya Rai played the female lead in the film. Made on a budget of over 100 crore rupees, the film grossed approximately 290 crores worldwide. Petta. Rajinikanth's yet another highest grosser is Petta, which hit cinemas in 2019. The film was directed by Karthik Subbaraj and was another action drama in Rajinikanth's kitty. Petta followed the story of a hostel warden named Kali. Made on a budget of 135 crore rupees, it minted over 220 crores at the global box office. Petta also featured Vijay Sethupathi and Nawazuddin Siddiqui in key roles.
உங்களுக்கு கம்ஃபர்ட்டபிளா இல்லனா நீங்க கண்ண மூடிக்கலாம்.
ஐயோ இது நல்லா இருக்கு.
Darbar. Darbar, released in 2020, was an action thriller, and the plot revolved around a police officer who is on a chase to hunt down a dreaded gangster to fulfill his own secret agenda.
We live to protect. We die to serve.
The film went on to earn 230 crore rupees, making it another film of Rajinikanth's, which entered the coveted 200 crore club. However, whenever Rajinikanth is on the screens, you cannot get enough of him. And when we speak of his all-time blockbusters, Shivaji will always be there on the list.
MG Ravichandran.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
It is impossible.
Now adding another feather to her already embellished cap, Anushka Sharma will be seen making her Cannes debut. She will honor women in cinema along with Kate Winslet. Here's the complete story. Cannes is just round the corner, and while the attendees will witness a lineup of world-class cinema, it is also an eye-pleasing event with celebrities stepping out in style. With Aishwarya Rai, Deepika Padukone and Priyanka Chopra Jonas among others walking the Cannes red carpet over the years, it's time for Anushka Sharma to make her Cannes debut. You heard that right. The actress is all set to walk the Cannes 2023 red carpet, and the news was confirmed by the French ambassador to India, Emmanuel Lenin. Sharing this picture, which featured Virat Kohli and Anushka Sharma, the French delegate wrote, and we quote, "A pleasure meeting Virat Kohli and Anushka Sharma. I wish Virat and Team India all the best for the upcoming tournaments," and discussed Anushka's trip to Cannes Film Festival. The 76th edition of the film festival will take place from May 16th to May 27th, and during the same time, Anushka Sharma along with Hollywood star Kate Winslet will reportedly honor women in cinema. This, however, will be another big moment of pride for India after Deepika Padukone represented India as one of the jury members at Cannes 2022. But that's not all. She slayed the red carpet with her fashion statement, one outfit at a time. Deepika Padukone had taken social media by storm with her stunning appearances. From rocking the Louis Vuitton ensemble that featured a turtleneck pullover and checkered shorts on the streets of Cannes, to walking the red carpet in this sequined Sabyasachi sari, she was slaying her looks. And if that wasn't enough, she dropped another look in which she can be seen in the printed white shirt paired with a pink skirt. Earlier, Deepika turned heads in this black dress as well, which she wore with a statement neckpiece and earrings with her hair tied up. In fact, the actress had been giving her fans a glimpse of her time spent in the French Riviera. Moreover, with back-to-back red carpet appearances, events, meetings, and even photo calls, Deepika made sure to make her debut as a Cannes jury member worthwhile. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. We are days away from Cannes Film Festival, and while all eyes are on Anushka Sharma's grand debut, here's a throwback lookbook of the times Cannes veteran Aishwarya Rai flattered her fans with her appearances.
Aishwarya Rai Bachchan over the years has become a Cannes veteran. The actress has donned unique outfits for her appearance on the red carpet of the prestigious film festival. She walked the Cannes 22 red carpet wearing a black gown with a burst of flowers on one side of her sleeve and a side of her gown. Aishwarya's choice for a second red carpet appearance was replete with an array of voguish elements like pleated details, sparkling embellishments and elaborately sculptured shoulders. She ditched her signature middle-parted straight hair and rocked the side-swept soft waves. Going back in time for her debut at the Cannes back in 2002, Aishwarya wore a golden Neeta Lola sari with a heavy matching jewellery. She walked the red carpet alongside Shah Rukh Khan and Sanjay Leela Bhansali, and there has been no looking back for her ever since. In 2003, Aishwarya wore a neon green Neeta Lola sari with her hair all tied up in a neat bun. In 2004, Ash ditched her traditional Indian looks and decided to go contemporary. Spotted in this white sequined gown, again by designer Neeta Lola. She also wore a Giorgio Armani ensemble in 2005. Her next look was a plunging neck black Gucci gown. In 2006, the actress chose to wear a navy blue strapless gown teamed with a snake-shaped neck piece. Come 2007, and Ash is now married. Ash and Abhishek made their debut as a couple in 2007. Ash wore a white strapless gown while husband Abhishek chose to go safe in a black suit. A year later, Aishwarya engaged in different looks. A golden Armani gown and a Cavalli fuchsia gown in 2008 caught her fancy. By 2009 Cannes appearance, Ash was now wearing a floor-sweeping Roberto Cavalli white gown, followed by an Elie Saab one-shoulder gown the following day. By the change of the decade, Aishwarya decided to be a Sabya muse. Her other looks included a beaded strapless Armani gown and a pink pleated Gucci gown with a butterfly neck. Come 2011, Ash donned this Elie Saab ensemble and Armani dress. By 2012, Ash had turned a mother. She returned to the Cannes carpet post-delivery in an Elie Saab embellished midnight blue creation. The same year, she wore a white embroidered Abu Jani Sandeep Khosla sari with a jacket blouse. For 2013, the actor showcasing 4 different looks, including the family favorite Abu Jani Sandeep Khosla's work. In 2014, choosing Cavalli again and a champagne-coloured Armani Coteau gown. 2015 was when fashion police took note of her in a white Ralph & Russo Coteau gown. But in 2016, Aishwarya Rai was heavily trolled on social media for her viral purple lip colour in a floral embroidered Rami Kadi gown. In 2018, walking the aisle in a maximalist ensemble with a long trail courtesy designer Michael Sinko. This was the same year when she made her Instagram debut. Accompanied by daughter Aradhya, this time netizens were going awe. In 2019, Ash chose a Jean-Louis Sabaji Coteau. Here too, she was accompanied by her daughter Aradhya, who wore a lemon yellow outfit complementing her mommy. For her second appearance in the same year, she wore a white gown by Ashi Studio with smoky eyes and nude lips. Well, Cannes is a film festival, but celebrities take their red carpet looks quite seriously. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Earlier, Anurag Kashyap's Kennedy featuring Sunny Leone was also selected as a part of the midnight screening section of the 76th Cannes Film Festival. Interestingly, it's also the only Indian film which has made it to the lineup of 2023 edition. The 76th edition of the Cannes Film Festival will be graced by celebrities who will mark their presence with their collection of New York, changing the face of cinema. Anurag Kashyap directorial Kennedy, featuring Sunny Leone, has been selected as part of the midnight screening section and is the only Indian film which has made it to the festival. For the Anwars, this is not the first time that the filmmaker will be presenting his film at Cannes.
सरदार खान नाम है हमारा, बता दीजिएगा सबको.
Anurag screened his feature film Gangs of Wasseypur at the 2012 festival.
मजा आ रहा है? मजा आ रहा है? सुन के बताओ मंत्री जी नाश्ता में क्या खाए हैं? जोरू का माँ? हाँ?
In 2013, Ugly was screened in the director's fortnight section at the Cannes Film Festival, where it also received a standing ovation.
देख, उसके नए बाप को बोल, वो या तो पैसे देगा, नहीं तो कली को कहीं न कहीं से ढूंढ निकालेगा.
आप बता रहे हैं कि मैंने खुद ही अपनी बेटी को गायब किया.
करेक्ट.
कुछ तो दिमाग वाली बात करें ना सर.
दिमाग नहीं मेरे को.
Even Bombay Talkies, the anthology film in which Anurag Kashyap served as one of the directors, had also premiered under the special screening section at the 2013 Cannes Film Festival. Following that, Raman Raghav 2.0 premiered at the 2016 Cannes Film Festival in the director's fortnight section.
I can see where this story is going.
What's more, Everything Everywhere All at Once star Michelle Yeoh will be celebrated at the Cannes Film Festival this year. The actor will receive the Women in Motion 2023 award at the coveted film festival.
I've seen thousands of Evelyns. You can access all their memories, their emotions, even their skills.
That's not all. Johnny Depp's comeback film, Jenny Duberry, will also be premiered at the festival. This comes after Depp and his ex-wife Amber Heard's infamous defamation trial concluded in 2022.
Ne regardez pas le roi dans les yeux. Ce serait perçu par la cour comme une invitation.
Une invitation à quoi?
À la bagatelle.
Qui se trompe?
Tout sur vous pour que cette misérable femme soit chassée de la cour. Le roi a d'autres maîtresses?
T'es en train de découvrir le côté sombre du roi.
Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny will also make its debut in Cannes, along with a special tribute to Harrison Ford, as will Martin Scorsese's Killers of Flower Moon, his big-budget adaptation of David Grant's non-fiction bestseller.
Dr. Jones, get him.
Stole it.
Then you stole it.
And then I stole it. It's called capitalism.
Been shot 9 times, including once by your father.
Sorry.
But I've been looking for this all my life.
Ken Loach, a Cannes regular, will also return with The Old Oak, while Jonathan Glazer will premiere his first feature since 2013's Under the Skin with his Martin Amis adaptation Zone of Interest. Cannes is coming off as a movie year that has reinforced the French festival's position as arguably the premier international launching pad for a film. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Don't let anything distract you from it.
Well, that's all we could pack in our show today, but keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today to get your daily dose of entertainment. This is me, Dipali Patel, signing off for today. Thanks for watching and goodbye.
what's your longer term strategy on Europe? And is there a trade-off versus focusing more on India and expanding here?
So, Siddharth, the situation in Europe needs to be understood, in a slightly more detailed level, right? You have the Dutch assets, operations in Netherlands, which is 70% of our European footprint, is a pretty strong asset. It has always been cash positive, EBITDA positive, and does not require any support from India. So they can run on their own. Okay, so we are less concerned about that. We've had a couple of bad quarters. We will have one more bad quarter simply because there's a blast furnace relining which is going on there. In Q3, Q4, we were hit by higher energy costs, etc. So, but we are not, worried about the structural, strength of the Dutch operation. It's a sustainable business. It can run on its own. It can transform. The challenge is UK, which is 30% of our footprint there. That's not cash positive. More often than not, it's cash negative. More often than not, it's EBITDA negative. And many of the facilities there, particularly in the upstream, are reaching the end of life. So the clock is ticking on that one. So that's a call we'll have to take during this year or latest by next year. During this year and next year, those assets will come to end of life. And if there is not enough support from the government, we cannot transition to a new process route. The cash flows from the business don't support any more investments than we've made already there. So that's the challenge. To go back to your fundamental question, does this impact our growth in India? The answer is no, because like I said, the growth in India is taken care of by the cash flows in India, which are very strong. And like I said, if the Dutch assets don't need our support, and it's just the UK assets, which is 3 million out of 32 million, it's not as material as it was 10 years back, when it was 10 million out of 25 million.
Recently saw the skills of ChatGPT extend to creative skills as well. They can write movies, they can direct plays. There are in fact books being written out there by ChatGPT. How do you think this skills bridge will Coursera be able to fill?
So we are approaching it in a few different ways, right? We are saying, look, firstly, it's helpful to think about a generative AI platform as a thought partner. As a business leader, I might be thinking about any element of my work, and I can use ChatGPT as a thought partner. Chances are it may not replace what I do as a worker or as a business leader, but it can be a very powerful thought partner to help refine my thoughts. Now, what we are thinking about is that, look, a learner might want to learn about using ChatGPT, so how do we create content related to ChatGPT? That's one part of it. Second would be, how do we integrate ChatGPT into the learning itself so that that learning can be more personalized, it can be interactive, keeping in mind that there are risks associated as well. How do you bring information which is reliable information into the learning? Because the Coursera belief is that while education is extremely important, the content for education should come from experts. And today, the content on our platform comes from, top 200 universities and about 100 companies. And so how do we integrate technologies like ChatGPT, something that we are actively looking at.
watching India Today.
Hello, where you're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get started with the top stories this afternoon first. Big escalation in Bajrang Dal ban war. Prime Minister Modi hits out at the Congress, says Congress is objecting to my Bajrang Bali chants.
Bajrang Bali ki, Bajrang Bali ki, Anjaneya Swami ki, Anjaneya Swami ki.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi rakes up the Kerala story in his Karnataka rally, says movie exposes anti-India plot and terror design.
केरला के में चल रही आतंकी साजिश का खुलासा ये केरला स्टोरी फिल्म में, केरला फाइल्स फिल्म में उसे किया गया है.
Pawar resignation rejected by NCP committee. The leaders there request Pawar to reconsider his resignation.
ये हम सब लोगों ने जो मीटिंग में पास किया प्रस्ताव, ये आपको हम सादर कर रहे हैं और उन्होंने कहा है कि मुझे थोड़ा वक्त मैं इस पे सोचता हूँ और उसके बाद में मैं आपको बताऊंगा.
Jaishankar talks tough on terror at the SCO meet in presence of Bhutto, says nothing can justify cross-border terror. No handshakes with Pakistan FM as he arrives in the SCO.
The channel of finances for terrorist activities must be seized and blocked without distinction. Members need not be reminded that combating terrorism is one of the original mandates of the SCO.
Manipur governor appeals for peace after issuing shoot-at-sight orders. Communities riot over reservation demands there. We have some news just coming in. 3 more army jawans have been martyred in Rajouri encounter. A total of 5 army personnel were martyred. In the ongoing operation in the Rajouri sector, 3 soldiers who were critically injured in the morning have unfortunately succumbed to their injuries. On specific information about presence of terrorists in the Kandi forest in Rajouri sector, a joint operation was launched on the 3rd of May, 2 days ago. At about 7:30 hours, a search team established contact with a group of terrorists well entrenched in a cave. The area is thickly vegetated with rocky and steep cliffs. Terrorists triggered an explosive device in retaliation. The army team has suffered 2 fatal casualties with injuries to 4 more soldiers, is what the previous statement said. 5 jawans have been killed is the very latest, is what we've been given to understand. Ashraf Wani continues, in fact, to be with us. Ashraf, this is rather disturbing. The toll has now gone up to 5. What more details can you tell us about this particular operation?
Sanya, not only the toll has reached to 5, but in fact, in whole this operation, when this terror attack started in the Rajouri, now 10 Indian Army soldiers, including an officer, have sacrificed their lives in that attack. Now, in the first terror attack, when army vehicle was ambushed by a group of terrorists, in that attack 5 soldiers lost their lives. And now today, when that particular group of terrorists who were responsible for the killing of those 5 soldiers was being tracked and was intercepted by the joint team of army and the police, their encounter started, in which the terrorists used the ID and exploded them, which resulted on-spot death of 2 soldiers and injuring 4, including an officer. Now, out of those 4 who got injured yesterday late evening and early in the morning, 3 more have succumbed, and now this toll has reached in today's encounter to 5. A big loss for the Indian Army and a major terror attack. Now, big news for the security agencies and the army is that this group has been traced who were responsible for these terror attacks in the Rajouri, and the more army commandos had been pushed in the area so that they could not be allowed to move away from that thick forest area in the Rajouri. The operation is currently going on, and one soldier is being treated in the hospital in Udhampur, and the more troops had been rushed to the area so that these terrorists who were responsible in the previous attack of the terror in the Rajouri and today's attack may be killed or arrested. This is the massive operation still going on. The internet has been snapped in the Rajouri since morning after this ongoing encounter, and still the massive combing operation by the army, by the special forces of the army is going on, and the every moment is being tracked as well as being monitored in the Northern Command.
I'm going to thank you for the moment for getting us those details. Unfortunate news coming in of 5 Jawans being martyred in that ongoing operation. Ashrafani with those details.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Powered by Jaguar. Discover the magic of smart lights.
Right, we're getting you details of the anti-terror operations in the Rajouri sector that continues, and the very latest information that we have is that 3 more Jawans have been martyred. The total count unfortunately now stands at 5. These are 5 army personnel martyred in the ongoing operation in the Rajouri sector, where 3 soldiers who were critically injured in the morning have unfortunately succumbed to their injuries, is what a statement from the army said. On specific information about presence of terrorists in the Kandi forest in the Rajouri sector, a joint operation was launched on the 3rd of May that continues right now. So for 2 days this operation has been ongoing. A search team established contact with a group of terrorists well entrenched in a cave. The area is thickly vegetated with rocky and steep cliffs. These pictures, in fact, on your screen right now are live pictures coming in, and they're the latest visuals that are coming in from the spot where the operation is still underway in Rajouri sector in Jammu and Kashmir, where the terrorists triggered an explosive device in retaliation, and the army team has suffered more casualties, 5 of them. Injuries, in fact, also to other soldiers, and 5 Army Jawans have lost their lives in this ongoing operation against terrorists who in fact set off a bomb from inside a cave, is what we've been given to understand. A statement that has been released by the army says that security forces has been able to cordon off a group of terrorists in the Kandi area of this particular region. Also that the army has been conducting relentless intelligence-based operations to flush out a group of terrorists. However, Sunil, the fact of the matter is that 5 Jawans unfortunately have lost their lives. Get us up to speed with the operations that are underway right now.
Well, Sneha, tragic news is coming in. 3 more Jawans have succumbed to their injuries, and since morning, 5 army personnel have attained martyrdom in this anti-terror operation that is going on in the Kandi forests of Rajouri district of Jammu and Kashmir. Earlier this morning, there was a specific input which the security forces had, and based on that input, they carried out a massive coordinated search operation in that particular region. And suddenly there was a blast which took place. The terrorists triggered a blast there, and in which many army personnel were injured, and a couple of them attained martyrdom. And now the news that is coming in is that 3 more Jawans have attained martyrdom. So total 5 Jawans have been martyred since morning, while 1 Jawan is battling for his life at the Northern Command Army Hospital in Udhampur. As far as this operation is concerned, reinforcements have been sent to the Kandi belt of Rajouri region. since Sneha, this entire region is surrounded by dense forests and huge mountains, so terrain is a major challenge for the security forces, and that is why it is taking time for this operation. Right since the dastardly terror attack that took place in Poonch district of Jammu and Kashmir last month, a massive search operation is on, and based on specific intelligence inputs, the army is carrying out this operation in coordination with Jammu and Kashmir police as well as the central paramilitary forces. So today morning, the security forces were successful in establishing contact with a group of terrorists who were believed to be responsible for last month's attack on the army vehicle in Poonch. So that entire area was cordoned off. A massive encounter broke out at that particular time, but unfortunately we have lost 5 of our brave hearts in this ongoing encounter in Rajouri district of Jammu and Kashmir. And look at this region, Sneha. This area is surrounded by dense forest, huge mountains, so it's very difficult for security forces to operate in this particular region. But the morale of the security forces is high. Reinforcements have been sent, and the priority for the security forces is to ensure that these terrorists are neutralized as soon as possible. What we have learned from our sources in the army is that these terrorists were hiding in a natural cave. Since this entire belt has natural caves, so they become hideouts for the terrorists. So this group of terrorists was hiding in a natural cave which was turned into a terror hideout by these terrorists, and the security forces had a specific input that terrorists were hiding in this cave. But unfortunately, the terrorists carried out a major blast. What we are learning is that it was an IED blast, and the army personnel suffered casualties in this particular encounter. But the operation is on, and the security forces are trying their level best to ensure that these terrorists are neutralized as soon as possible. Sneha.
Yes, Sunil, you mentioned rightly, and that's what I wanted to talk about in the past as well, because of the fact that this area is just so densely populated. Terrorists have managed to escape in previous encounters, in previous operations as well, isn't it?
Absolutely, Sneha. If we see that in the recent past, the terror attacks that have taken place here in the twin border districts of Rajouri and Poonch, the terrorists have managed to give a slip to the security forces. And last month also, when that dastardly terror attack took place in Poonch district of Jammu and Kashmir, the terrorists managed to flee from that spot. Now, intense search operation is on both in Rajouri as well as Poonch districts. But given the terrain of this area, it has become very difficult for the security forces to operate, and weather is also not good these days. The security forces are braving inclement weather, and facing all odds they are carrying out this operation, but it's not an easy operation, and it's a very difficult operation given the terrain of this area. I have already said that this area is surrounded by dense forests, tall mountains, so it has become difficult for the security forces to operate in this particular area, and there are natural hideouts, Sneha, and terrorists are taking advantage of that. And police has confirmed that some locals provided logistics help to these terrorists. So that is why there was a massive crackdown on the overground workers of terrorists in both Rajouri as well as Poonch district. As many as 100 people were apprehended, they were questioned, and one of the persons who was apprehended by the security forces confirmed that he sheltered those terrorists in his house in Mender area of Poonch district. So clearly the terrorists got some support from few locals, and that is why they have been able to sustain in these forests. Sneha, back to you.
All right, Sunil is getting us all of those details, and we are going to be extremely careful not to give out any information. In fact, keeping in mind that this in fact is an ongoing operation as we speak. But Sunil, if you have any idea about the number of terrorists, any more details that you can share with us at this point in time?
Sneha, as far as the number of terrorists is concerned, there is no official confirmation, but our sources are telling us that 3 to 4 terrorists are hiding in that particular cave, which is located in Kandi forest belt of Rajouri district. So reinforcements have been sent. Operation is on, but it's going to take time for the security forces to neutralize these terrorists, because they don't want any further casualties on their part, and that is why they are treading the way very cautiously now. Sneha.
To be inside the cave? All right, I'll just come back to you, Sunil, in a moment from now. In fact, my colleague Shivarur also is joining us with the very latest on that. Shiv, very disappointing, upsetting that 5 Jawans have been martyred in this particular attack. Shiv, the army has confirmed that 5 Jawans have lost their lives in this horrific attack.
Sneha, this is an extremely troubling incident that has taken place in Rajouri sector. This was in the Kandi forest area. It's the second attack of this kind, in just the last few weeks. This particular attack is especially troubling. I'm sorry to our viewers. I'm still getting instructions from our producers. This particular incident is especially troubling because 5 soldiers that were killed in action in this incident, who were apparently attacked using an improvised explosive device, were actually killed. They were actually soldiers from the special forces. They were part of a para special forces unit that was operating in that area. This was an ambush attack that we're hearing about that took place in that particular area, Sneha. This particular unit, remember, the para special forces are elite commando units. They're not just regular infantry soldiers. These are the creme de la creme, as it were, of the army attack forces. And these are soldiers who are trained in guerrilla warfare. They're trained in asymmetric warfare. To be able to target them in this manner and to extract such a terrible cost of 5 lives from the special forces is a very troubling incident. The last time 5 special forces soldiers were killed in action during a terror encounters was in April 2020 in the Keran sector of Jammu and Kashmir. This was just after the lockdown, the COVID lockdown had initially kicked in, and there was a high altitude fight in which 5 para special forces soldiers were killed in action. This time, two of these soldiers, 2 of the commandos were killed on site. 4 were critically injured, including 1 officer. All of them were evacuated to the command hospital in Udhampur, which is not very far from where this was taking place. And 3 of them have since succumbed to their injuries. The officer, we're told, is very critical and is under treatment in Udhampur. But a very troubling day, because if special forces soldiers can be targeted in this way, the level of intelligence failure is many degrees higher. How was this information not known? It's very difficult to. It's very easy, in fact, Sneha, to make pronouncements about intelligence failure. But the fact is, the Poonch Rajouri area has been actioned up in a very visible way in the last few weeks. We saw what happened in Poonch Rajouri a few days ago, and now you're seeing this particular attack. So obviously Rajouri is emerging as a major area of concern. There is a marked increase in levels of terrorism from across the line of control, which is very close to this place in that area, and they're obviously able to target not just regular infantry soldiers but also the special forces.
Yes.
And that is very bad news.
Yes, you did mention that this area is in fact has a history of terrorist movement. All the more difficult given the vegetation shift. It becomes all the more difficult to carry out an operation the kind that we're seeing is being carried out right now. Steep cliffs, thick vegetation, and all the more easier for the terrorists to escape and have an advantage.
It is very difficult terrain. It's fairly medium to high altitude, thick forests in that area. The weather in for most part is extremely inimical. It's raining, it's cloudy, there's a lot of fog in these areas. All of this of course lends itself to hiding places for terrorists. In fact, Sneha, we're joined now by former Director General of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, SP Vaid. Vaid Saab, thank you for speaking to us. Another very troubling day as far as counter-terror actions in Jammu and Kashmir are concerned. This time, once again, sir, in the Rajouri sector, 5 Special Forces soldiers have lost their lives. Vaid Saab, your reaction?
Very unfortunate. We are taking casualties. This is, I think, 3rd or 4th major incident where we suffered casualty. I think we need to review our strategy, our deployment, our counter-terrorism grid. in Rajouri, in the whole of Jammu region, but particularly in the Rajouri Punch. It is definitely a difficult area, difficult terrain, thick forest, mountain, caves and all. But I think the enemy is taking advantage of certain factors and trying, if you see the events of last 2 years, trying to disturb increasingly Jammu region. It has suffered setback in Kashmir Valley. It tried to change its strategy in Kashmir after suffering casualties in the Operation All Out, then came out with a strategy of the targeted killings, which also has been largely controlled.
Yes.
The upper ground network was also demolished, and a lot of pressure from the NIA and the JNK police and paramilitary on the OGW network. But as far as Jammu region is concerned, we had casualties in October 2021, where we lost 9 of our brave. Then a few days back, same Pata, Dunia, we had suffered another 5. Now today, I think a new strategy needs to be involved to counter this, and we need to ensure that we don't suffer any more casualties. And of course, these people are able to come to this side of the border, and that's why these casualties are being suffered. We need to work out that strategy, how to check this. That is very, very important. And also, the local police needs to, I think, upskill its the network of information system, the ground level policing. The SOGs need to be revived. That is very, very important.
Ved Saab, what is special about the Rajouri sector that it is seeing this sudden spate of attacks? You are very familiar with the terrain and this area, sir, very close to the line of control. Why, in your view, is Rajouri sector being chosen for all these attacks? Do you see a pattern here, sir?
See, the closeness to the LOC is one reason. The difficult terrain is the another reason, where once you cross the LOC, you are in a very difficult terrain, which is some of the area is part of the Peet Panchal range, which separates from Kashmir Valley.
Yeah.
Also, you can hide it. You have caves around there, thick forest, and after doing the operation, you can even sneak back to the because the LOC is very near, not very far off. So these are the advantage areas. That's why enemies are taking advantage. We need to work out our revise our strategy here to counter this.
SP Ved Saab, thank you very much for speaking to India today. So, Sneha, the difficult thing about this operation is that the operation is still very much on. One young officer of the Special Forces is critically injured. He's fighting for his life at the Udhampur Command Hospital, but the operation itself is still underway. Remember, the army in its statement says there is likely to have been casualties inflicted on the terrorist group as well, but that is not confirmed just yet.
Right.
And so as we speak, this entire operation is still live action taking place in Rajouri sector.
All right. Shiv, be with us. I'm just coming back to you in a moment from now. Sunil Ji Bhatt, in fact, is at the very location where this operation is still on. Sunil, give us a sense of the kind of precautions also that have been taken vis-a-vis cordoning of this entire area. Mobile services have been also suspended. What more can you tell us?
Jammu and Kashmir Police Department as well as from the other agencies are on the spot. They are taking stock of the situation. And as I said, the priority for the security forces is to ensure that these terrorists are neutralized. But at the same time, they also want to ensure that there are no further casualties on part of the security.
There are no further casualties on part of the security forces. Already we have lost 5 of our brave hearts in this anti-terror operation. So the different agencies are now working in close coordination, whether it's the Jammu and Kashmir Police, Indian Army or the Central Paramilitary Forces. We are learning that Jammu and Kashmir Director General of Police Dilbagh Singh is also at the site of this encounter. The media is not being allowed to visit the exact spot. Media has been stopped a few kilometers away from that spot, but since the operation is on, given the sensitivity of the situation, so we would like to just add a word of caution that this operation is on, and it's a very critical situation that is on here. Reinforcements are also being sent, whether from the Indian Army or from the Central Paramilitary Forces or the Special Operations Group of Jammu and Kashmir Police. So, Sneha, as I said, that different agencies are working in close coordination, but it's a major challenge for the security forces because, Sneha, in the recent past, in last 2-3 years, there have been many terror attacks that have taken place in the twin border districts of Rajouri and Poonch. And what is worrisome is that the terrorists have managed to give slip to the security forces. They have managed to flee from the terror attack site almost on all occasions, whether it was the terror attack that took place in October 2021, or whether it was the recent attack in Poonch, or the Dhangri terror attack where members of the minority Hindu community were targeted. So it's a matter of huge concern for the security agencies. There was a time when the twin border districts of Rajouri and Poonch were severely affected due to terrorism, but due to the hard efforts of the security forces, both these districts became terror free. Now ugly head of terror is once again raising its head here in the Rajouri and Poonch sectors. So the security has been beefed up across the length and breadth of Jammu and Kashmir, particularly given the fact that later this month an important G20 related event is going to take place in Srinagar in the Kashmir Valley, and that is why terrorists are rattled. They want to register their presence, and today, as we all know, that Foreign Minister of Pakistan Bilawal Bhutto is in Goa to participate in the SCO summit, where our External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar gave out a stern message to Pakistan that terrorism cannot be tolerated, and it's part of SCO's mandate that there should be zero tolerance towards terrorism in this region. So a stern message has been given to Pakistan, but given the fact that these terror attacks are taking place time and again in both these regions, it clearly shows that there is hand of Pakistan's rogue spy agency.
Okay, Sunil Ji Bhatt getting us all the details as far as that ongoing encounter in Rajouri sector is concerned. The very latest is that 5 Jawans have been martyred. Sunil, I'm going to thank you for the moment. We'll of course keep coming back to you for more on that. It's time for a quick commercial break here on the other side. We have an exclusive lined up for you. Bilawal Bhutto has spoken to India today. We're getting you that detailed report and that exclusive story in just a bit.
You are watching India Today.
Automation is leading to a loss of more jobs at this point. A lot of companies who've been crystal ball gazing and said, hey, listen, these are jobs we won't require. It'll shape up differently, hopefully. But how do you see it? Because you understand the ways of the world. How do you see it? Is technology and all this automation and all the new, embracing all the new, something that causes concern for you? Do you look at it with a sense of trepidation, or you're confident that the world will adapt, like you said, acclimatize, and then progress?
Yeah. I think let's take it this way. How many of us would, with a hand on our heart, agree that technology and what's happening in the world has added immense value to our lives? Immense value, right? Personal lives, business, work, everywhere. Immense value to our lives. How many of us would want to see a world where technology progresses further to such an extent that things become extremely easy, smooth, and a cakewalk for our work, business, and personal lives? Brilliant. How many of us would like a world where, with all of this having said and done and achieved, we lose our jobs? Oh, okay, there are a couple of hands up there. So the next person that would be interviewed would possibly be you, because Ayush is ready to interview, to check out how if I lose my job because of a artificial intelligence humanoid that has come up in the market. Definitely a point to be taken. We have noted, sir, your hand was up, and he's definitely going to interview on this. The fact of the matter is this. The reality is technology has added value. The reality is, with the brightest minds and with the brightest opportunities and the brightest avenues that have opened up, technology is escalating to the next level. The reality of the matter is also this, that when technology comes up there, as Ayush rightly said, it kind of becomes a threat to human existence, to human potential, to the development of human potential.
We have some breaking news just coming in. India Today has set the national news agenda. Mega exclusive interview with Pakistan Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto has spoken exclusively to India Today. India Today corners Bilawal on Dawood and terror. Hard talk with Bilawal on Pak terrorism.
Why do groups like the Jaish and Lashkar continue to operate from terror camps within Pakistan? Show the world credible action. I mentioned Dawood Ibrahim, sir, because the fact is he lives in Clifton, which is where you live, and the fact is he's lived there since 1993 when the Mumbai blast took place. Act against him, hand him over to India, and maybe that will be the kind of gesture that breaks this frozen peace.
So, but the frozen peace is a result of the actions of the 5th August 2019, where India unilaterally violated not only international law, not only UN Security Council resolutions, but also bilateral agreements between India and Pakistan. If we are to have any engagement, if we are to have any dialogue, ultimately, presumably, that will lead to some sort of documentation, some sort of written agreement. And what trust can India and Pakistan have on India's commitment to bilateral agreements or even multilateral agreements? We've seen that they've treated, whether it is our bilateral arrangements or United Nations Security Council resolutions, is nothing less than a...
All right, it's day 2 of the SCO meeting that is taking place in Goa. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar welcomed Chinese Foreign Minister, Twin Gang and Russian counterpart, as well also others who have flown down for this crucial meeting. Jaishankar welcomed Pakistan Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari as well, but it was evidently cold with him. While Jaishankar had light moments and chit-chats with other counterparts, he didn't do any handshake with Bilawal Bhutto. They stood together very briefly for a photo opportunity, and then Jaishankar showed him the way. This comes after India made it clear that it is difficult to engage with a neighbor that sponsors cross-border terror. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar also, in his address to the SCO Foreign Ministers meeting, had said that combating terrorism is one of the mandates of the SCO, reiterating that cross-border terror and terror funding must stop.
While the world was engaged in facing COVID and its consequences, the menace of terrorism continues unabated. Taking our eyes off this menace would be detrimental to our security interests. We firmly believe that there can be no justification for terrorism, and it must be stopped in all its forms and manifestations, including cross-border terrorism. The channel of finances for terrorist activities must be seized and blocked without distinction. Members need not be reminded that combating terrorism is one of the original mandates of the SCO.
I think what Dr. Jaishankar said in his speech is exactly what should have been highlighted, because the primary purpose of SCO came into existence after the 9/11 attack. The primary focus was security. And then, of course, SCO has expanded into a whole lot of other fields. But I think what India is trying to do is bring the focus back on the original platform on which SCO was formed, which was to combat terrorism, which was to enhance security in the region. And if Dr. Jaishankar is pointing all these things out, then I think he's sticking to the charter of the SCO, and he is exhorting all the SCO member states to refocus on the primary purpose for of this organization. Everything else will follow, but you cannot dilute the issue of security, of terrorism, and of course the new challenges which are emerging in this particular field.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Powered by Jaguar. Discover the magic of smart lights.
Showdown over the Congress's proposed ban on the Bajrang Dal in Karnataka continues to escalate. A day after Prime Minister Modi chanted hailing Lord Hanuman, Congress has lodged a complaint against the Prime Minister for invoking the name of Lord Hanuman in election rallies in Karnataka. Hitting back the BJP slammed the Congress, calling it anti-Hindu. Meanwhile, in a bid to counter the BJP's anti-Hindu allegations, Congress workers visited Hanuman temples in Bengaluru and sought blessings. This run to temple comes a day after State Congress Chief D.K. Shivkumar also offered prayers at a Hanuman temple and vowed to build more Hanuman temples in the state. BJP workers also held a massive protest against the Congress in Hyderabad. They gathered in large numbers outside the Congress office, chanting Hanuman Chalisa. They were then detained by the police. Bajrang Dal and Lord Hanuman refuses to die down. The Prime Minister accused the Congress of carrying on appeasement politics. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge hit back and said the BJP isn't the sole custodian of Hindu gods and goddesses.
कांग्रेस की हालत इतनी बुरी है, उनके पैर कांप रहे हैं और इसलिए कांग्रेस को मेरे जय बजरंग बली बोलने पर भी आपत्ति होने लगी है। तुष्टीकरण के लिए कांग्रेस किस हद तक जा रही है, ये देश और कर्नाटका के लोग देख रहे हैं।
Any Prime Minister, he uses such quotations used earlier? No. Even their Jansangha leader, founder, he was in Nehru's cabinet. He did not do such things. We also say, Jai Bajrang Bali, Tod de Bhrashtachar ki Nali. Why you are...
Alright, in fact, we're getting in these pictures of the Prime Minister's roadshow right now in Tumkuru. These are pictures, in fact, live on your screen. That is coming in of the Prime Minister's roadshow in the run-up to the elections in the state of Karnataka. The Prime Minister, of course, is in the state and is campaigning. These are visuals of a roadshow in Tumkuru in Karnataka. Of course, the Prime Minister's final pitch just ahead of elections. Remember, Karnataka votes on the 10th of May and the results are on the 13th of May and the campaign continues. The campaign cry has, of course, become Jai Bajrang Bali for the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is in Tumkuru in Karnataka, where he is holding a roadshow as we speak in the run-up to the polls, the voting on the 10th of May. Here are pictures, in fact, on your screen, live coming in from Tumkuru, where the Prime Minister is holding a roadshow in Karnataka. The state, of course, is poll-bound.
नीरज भी हमारे साथ जुड़ गए हैं। जी नीरज, यहाँ पर लोगों का हुजूम उमड़ा है। प्रधानमंत्री की एक झलक।
Nagarjun Dwarkanath is getting us more details. This, in fact, is almost the last leg of the Prime Minister's campaign, of a very, very aggressive campaign in the state of Karnataka. Naga.
At this point of time, he's in Tumkur city, Sneha. He's just landed in Tumkur city. You can see the visuals that he's taking a roadshow from the helipad to the city of Tumkuru. Tumkuru also has a large population of Lingayats. This is the backbone of the BJP party, and hence he's here to consolidate. Remember, Deve Gowda contested the 2019 Lok Sabha polls and he lost to a BJP candidate. So BJP feels the moment it gets a push in Tumkur, it does well, and now they want to consolidate the Lingayat vote bank. You have Mr. B.C. Nagesh, who is the education minister from the same district. The Tumkur city MLA, Mr. Jyoti Ganesh, is also from BJP. So they have some presence, which largely used to be JDS and Congress's belt. But now, since 2019-2018, the BJP also sees some chances in Tumkur city, and the Prime Minister rally would help consolidating the Lingayat vote bank and making it a two-way fight rather than a three-way fight, making it BJP versus the JDS and BJP versus the Congress in few seats. The roadshow that you see, people are welcoming him, and it's big boost for the cadre's morale. We have been talking about how in the last 10 days the Prime Minister has been the biggest trump card for the BJP party here. The moment he comes, large crowd mobilization happens. Usually the MLAs beg, borrow, steal the people, in fact, to mobilize, they arrange the buses. But when it comes to the Prime Minister, the people gather themselves, is what the BJP Karyakartas have been telling us. When we interact with the MLAs, they themselves say that we don't have to force people or even request. They themselves call us and tell us that why don't we come to the roadshow. And tomorrow also is having a roadshow in the city of Bengaluru, 26 kilometers starting from 10 a.m. to 1:30, and Sunday also 10 kilometers roadshow in Bengaluru. A series of roadshows is done in the last 10 days in Gulbarga, in Bangalore, in Mysore, now in Tumkur as well.
Yes, and this is his second visit to Tumkur in this particular year alone, isn't it? He had visited Tumkur earlier in the month of February as well.
Yes, this is the second time that he's also visiting Tumkur district. Earlier he visited for the HL inauguration, and now for the political purposes. And remember, Tumkuru has the Siddhganga Mutt, which is the most significant Lingayat Mutt in the area. The Siddhganga Swamiji, whenever Prime Minister comes, he used to meet him. And when the main Siddhganga Shivakumar Swamiji passed away, the Prime Minister came down, the Home Minister came down, including the opposition party leaders, the High Command of the Congress party also flew down to Bengaluru to take the blessing and to be in the part of the funeral. So that's the reverence of Tumkuru Mutt, Siddhganga Mutt. Most politicians have studied in this Mutt who have gone on to become MLAs as well. But in this itinerary, there's no visit of Prime Minister to the Siddhganga Mutt. But whenever he speaks in Tumkuru area, he always invokes the Siddhganga Mutt and then starts his speech. So likely now also in his public rally, we are expecting that the Prime Minister will speak on the Mutt, the largest Lingayat Mutt, the most influential Lingayat Mutt, if one can say, in this Karnataka region is the Siddhganga Mutt. We have seen all the parties go there because Lingayats are also quite dominant in Tumkuru district, and this Mutt has been there for generations together, serving free food for people, whoever enters, giving free education to people. Around 10,000 students have come from different backgrounds in the Tumkur Mutt and have been studying there. So Prime Minister knows the value of this Mutt, and he always invokes the Mutt before he starts his speech. Like I mentioned, in Tumkur city, there's already a BJP MLA, Jyoti Ganesh, who's the son of a sitting MP as well. In 2019, the big blow given by the BJP to the JDS is the loss for the Deve Gowda family. Mr. Gowda himself lost the Lok Sabha seat to Mr. Basavaraj from the BJP. No one expected in 2019 for Deve Gowda to lose. Earlier it was Mr. Kharge who had lost in Gulbarga, and then Deve Gowda. So two most prominent leaders of Karnataka, the BJP had given blows to them in terms of the electoral battle in Lok Sabha. And Tumkur is also 11 seats, Sneha. Large vote bank for all the three parties. Traditionally, it has always been the bank of both Congress and JDS. But over the years now, in the last decade or so, BJP slowly has started to show up in pockets of Tumkuru, largely because of the Lingayat population.
Talk to us a little more about the challenge here. What about the Congress contender? What about the BJP and of course, the JDS as well?
BJP, the Congress also has a strong hold. Remember, Mr. Parmeshwar, Dr. G. Parmeshwar, the former Deputy Chief Minister for the coalition government, he hails from the same district as well. And this district has given some biggest netas for all the three parties. Mr. Parmeshwar is one such figure that we are talking about. He also lost in 2013 but won again in 2018, went on to be the Deputy Chief Minister and was the party president for the Congress for almost 8 years. And we have JDS many netas here as well, and Congress wanted to put forward a SC face called Rajanna, who's from Madhugiri constituency. So he is one of the SC leaders that they feel they can bank upon in the southern Karnataka belt. But he had lost in 2018, but once again he's got the ticket. So Congress hopes to have some SC leadership through him in Tumkuru district. Tumkuru also is known as Kalpataru Nadu because it has Tiptur in it. Tiptur is the place of Mr. B.C. Nagesh. Kalpataru is what we call for a coconut tree because it's the land of coconuts. They have all the factories that revolve around what can happen, what products can come out of the coconut tree or even the tender coconut plant. So hence Tumkuru is known for tender coconuts, the coconut trees, the agriculture, the paddy as well as the ragi. These are the main things there. But it has always been a two-way fight between the Congress and JDS traditionally. In the last few decades or in the last few years, if I'm corrected, the last few years BJP has got some strong presence in the Tumkur region, largely because of the Lingayat vote bank. Vokaligas are dominant here, the Lingayats are dominant. The moment Vokaligas are dominant, the JDS becomes the number one favorable party for them. The moment Lingayats becomes dominant, it's the BJP which is an advantage. But like I keep mentioning, when it's a three-way fight in old Mysore region, which Tumkur falls under, when it's a three-way fight, its advantage Congress is what we are picking up in this recent trends. Wherever I've traveled, we are picking up that moment it's a three-way trend, advantage Congress for in old Mysore region. So we'll have to wait and watch. And the BJP also has largely chosen the candidates very, very carefully in the old Mysore region. In Tumkur also, many churning happened where people jumped parties. Like the Turvekere candidate of the Congress came from JDS. He was a sitting MLC called Mr. Kantraj. He moved from JDS thinking he might win on a Congress MLA ticket. So it's very unpredictable as well because a lot of churning of candidates has happened in the last 1 month. JDS candidates have moved to Congress, Congress to BJP, BJP to JDS. So it's a triangular churning that has happened, and hence the pathologists find it very difficult in old Mysore region to predict who will win.
All right, I'm going to thank you. In fact, for the moment, Nagarjun Dwarkanath getting us all those details. These are pictures, in fact, of the Prime Minister's campaigning. This is a road show that the Prime Minister is holding in Tumkuru, in pole-bound Karnataka. With that, it's time for a quick commercial break here. Much more news in just a minute.
You are watching India Today.
Issues and factors influencing the Karnataka elections.
Amul versus Nandini controversy. Hijab versus saffron debate. Corruption allegations. And the rebel factor are all crucial issues that could sway the voters. The Lingayat and Vokaliga communities have dominated state politics for decades, and their votes will be crucial. Stay tuned to indiatoday.in/interactive for our daily coverage of the Karnataka elections every Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. only on India Today TV. Don't miss out on the #1 election team. Reporting from Ground Zero. Grounded in journalism.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 23 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 38 and minimum 24 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 23 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 27 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 33 and minimum 24 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today Newsmo. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
It's day 2 of the SCO meeting that is taking place in Goa as Jaishankar welcomed Chinese Foreign Minister and also his Russian counterpart and others who flown down for this crucial meeting. He also welcomed Pakistan Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari. But evidently the body language was cold. The External Affairs Minister in his address said that combating terrorism is one of the mandates of SCO. NCP founder Sharad Pawar's resignation as party chief has been rejected by the party after a crucial panel meeting in Mumbai. The party has decided that there can be multiple working presidents, but there could be only one party president, and that's Sharad Pawar. NCP workers erupted with joy following the decision. They danced and burst crackers. Showdown over the Congress proposed ban on the Bajrang Dal in Karnataka continues to escalate. BJP workers held massive protests in Hyderabad as well. The workers are protesting outside the Congress office, chanting Hanuman Chalisa. They were detained by the police. Congress has lodged a complaint against the Prime Minister for invoking the name of Lord Hanuman in election rallies. Situation continues to be tense in Manipur. Manipur governor has appealed to maintain peace in the state. The army and Assam Rifles continue to stage flag marches in sensitive areas. Internet services remain suspended. The Manipur government has also issued shoot-at-sight orders. Amit Shah, the Home Minister, cancelled all his Karnataka campaign, his visit rather, and is constantly monitoring the situation.
Van Gogh was a post-impressionist painter who is widely regarded as one of the greatest artists of all time. His unique style and use of bold colors have left an indelible mark in the art world. The 360-degree exhibit that made its mark in Mumbai just launched in New Delhi. As immersive art gains ground in India, this 360-degree exhibit is all of that and so much more. The exhibit is an exciting expedition into the world of Van Gogh, presenting the artist with an amalgamation of art x technology x artificial intelligence.
The hypnotic adventure is a clash between art and technology, wherein the ultra-modern projection worked out by the audiovisual designer is an ode to art. It is a mesmerizing artistic affair.
Van Gogh's art was deeply influenced by his own personal experiences, such as his struggles with mental illness and his love of nature. He, in fact, has created over 2,000 artworks, including some of the most recognizable paintings in the world, like the Starry Nights and Sunflowers. The 360-degree panorama on a larger-than-life screen a complementing musical bed, and a mixture of different fields of art is currently on display in the National Capital. Van Gogh's art continues to inspire artists and art lovers alike, even over a century after his death. This exhibition aims to showcase the incredible legacy of a true master using artificial intelligence in a multimedia format. With Riya Modi, Lifestyle Bureau, India Today.
Sharad Bommai, an unlikely chief minister from the BJP. For one, he's not a leader cast in the Sangh Parivar mold. An import from the Janata Dal, Bommai, contrary to expectations, has followed the saffron ideology to the T. His term as the Chief Minister of Karnataka has been marred by charges of corruption and divisive politics. And today, he's fighting the toughest battle of his political career from Shigao, a seat he's won thrice. For Bommai, who has many detractors within the party, just a victory will not be enough. The margin has to be big enough to silence his critics and stamp his claim to the Chief Minister's post if his party wins power again. Into the last leg of his campaign, Bommai has been camping in his constituency, meeting voters, carrying out roadshows. Bommai on Thursday visited the Pagia Halli Dargah to meet Muslim voters. From campus ban on hijab to politics over Azan, the Chief Minister has faced much criticism from the community. He blames the Congress for that, claiming his rivals are hand in glove with the PFI.
They entertained PFI. They gave a lot of help also through removing their cases. So PFI and SDPI are two faces of the same coin, and they have grown so much. Now Congress has taken open support of them, and SDPI and PFI are blackmailing them now. They are under the clutches of PFI and SDPI.
The Congress poll promised to ban the VHP's youth wing Bajrang Dal has given Bommai fresh ammo, and he's milking it to consolidate the Hindutva vote.
Bajrang Dal, they are equating with PFI. PFI is a known banned organization. It's an anti-national organization.
Amidst Karnataka's poisonous snake politics, we set out to find the king. Welcome to Agumbe, the land of the king. In search of India's national reptile, Mission King Cobra in Karnataka's mountains. A heart-stopping encounter with reptile royalty. The return of the king.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ।
बजरंग बली की, बजरंग बली की।
Bajrang Dal showdown escalates. BJP up in arms against Congress. Congress in damage control mode. Will Congress temple run contain fury? Bajrang Bali Bharose elections, top focus on 5 Live.
And I'll be taking you to Karnataka in just a few minutes from now, but my lead story today on 5 Live is one of the most troubling stories we've ever had to report. 5 Indian Army Special Forces men have been killed in action in a terror encounter in the Poonch Rajouri area of Jammu and Kashmir. I'm going to take you straight there first to get you everything that we know. First, the headlines. That story that India Today brought to you first. We're reporting from the ground on the 5 commandos killed in action when they faced off with terrorists from across the LOC. Massive search operation launched to hunt down the terrorists responsible. The Bajrang Dal ban showdown gets bigger. Prime Minister accuses the Congress of objecting to his Jai Bajrang Bali chant. Mallikarjun Kharge gives the war cry a corruption twist.
हम तो बोलेंगे जय बजरंग बली तोड़ दे भ्रष्टाचार की नली हम बोलेंगे
The next rally is Jai Bajrang Bali tod de bhrashtachaar ki nali.
Prime Minister Modi rakes up Kerala story in his Karnataka rally, says movie exposes anti-India plot and terror design.
केरला के में चल रही आतंकी साजिश का खुलासा ये केरला स्टोरी फिल्म में, केरला फाइल्स फिल्म में उसे किया गया है.
All eyes on Sharad Pawar's next political move. NCP panel rejects his resignation. Will Sharad Pawar reconsider his decision? Jai Shankar talks tough on terror at the SCO meet in the presence of his Pakistani counterpart Bilawal Bhutto. Says nothing can justify cross-border terror. No handshakes with the Pakistan foreign minister in public. We've got a big interview where we've put the tough questions to Bilawal. That full story and interview at 6 p.m.
The channel of finances for terrorist activities must be seized and blocked without distinction. Members need not be reminded that combating terrorism is one of the original mandates of the SCO.
But our big story that we're leading with on 5 Live is a most distressing development from the Rajouri sector of Jammu and Kashmir. An anti-terror operation in the area has resulted in the death of 5 Indian Army Para Special Forces commandos, with 1 person still critically injured and fighting for his life in hospital. This took place early this morning in Rajouri's Kandi area. Special Forces Jawans were conducting an anti-terror operation after information of the presence of terrorists in the forested terrain there. A search operation established contact with a group of terrorists who were hiding inside a cave feature. Well, during this anti-terror operation, the group of terrorists managed to trigger an explosive device in retaliation to firing by our Special Forces commandos. 5 commandos tragically were killed in action, while 4 more soldiers have sustained injuries and have been airlifted to the nearest hospital for treatment. There's 1 officer among the injured.
Very unfortunate. We are taking casualties. This is, I think, 3rd or 4th major incident casualty. I think we need to review our strategy, our deployment, our counter-terrorist grid in Rajouri, in the whole of Jammu region, but particularly in the Rajouri Poonch. It is definitely a difficult area, difficult terrain, thick forest, mountain, caves and all. But I think the enemy is taking advantage of certain factors and trying, if you see the events of last 2 years, trying to disturb increasingly Jammu region. It has suffered setback in Kashmir Valley. It tried to change its strategy in Kashmir after suffering casualties in the Operation All Out. Then came out with a strategy of the targeted killings, which also has been largely controlled.
मैं ये समझता हूँ ये बौखलाहट है पाकिस्तान की और जिस तरीके से G20 की मीटिंग इस बार पहली बार 20 कंट्री का बड़े-बड़े मुल्क ब्रिटेन हो, यूके हो, जापान हो, जर्मनी हो, उनके कंट्री जब यहाँ आते हैं, सऊदी अरबिया हो, ये मुझे लगता है उनको रास नहीं आता है। उनको लगता है कि हम लोग कैसे खून खराबा यहाँ कश्मीर को खून खराबा देखना चाहते हैं, लेकिन कश्मीर का अवाम यहाँ पे अमन चाहता है, पीस चाहता है और इसीलिए मेरी मोहब्बाना गुजारिश है सबसे कि यहाँ हमें अमन से जीने दीजिए।
I want to go across to India today. Sunil Ji Bhatt, who's live with me from the Rajouri sector near Jammu. He's been reporting on this very troubling story. Sunil, 5 special forces commandos, being killed in action is an unthinkable loss for the Indian Army. What more are you hearing? There are several others who are injured and have been taken away to the hospital, but the operation is still currently on, Sunil.
Absolutely, Shiv. It's a tragic news and huge loss for the nation. And Shiv, right since that dastardly terror attack took place in Poonch last month, when an army vehicle was targeted by the terrorists, a massive coordinated search operation was on in the twin border districts of Rajouri and Poonch. And this morning, this news came in that the security forces have been able to establish contact with a group of terrorists who are hiding inside a cave in Kandi forest belt of Rajouri district. But later on, there was a tragic news that came in that 2 army personnel attained martyrdom in that encounter that took place, and 4 others sustained injuries, and they were airlifted and taken to Northern Command Hospital in Udhampur. Now, army has issued a statement and said that 3 more army personnel have succumbed to their injuries. So total 5 army personnel have attained martyrdom. And Shiv, if we see the pattern in the last 2-3 years, there have been many terror attacks in the twin border districts of Rajouri and Poonch, and in most of the cases the terrorists have managed to give a slip to the security forces. They have managed to flee from the spot, whether it was in October 21 or recently in Dhangri in Rajouri, or in the Poonch terror attack that took place last month. So the security forces are working in close coordination, whether it's the Indian Army, Jammu and Kashmir Police or the CRPF. A massive search operation is on, and we are learning from our sources that reinforcements are being sent to the Kandi belt of Rajouri district. But Shiv, this is not an easy area to operate in. You have been to this particular region and you know how difficult the terrain is. This entire region is surrounded by dense forests. There are huge mountains. So it's a very challenging task for the security forces to neutralize the terrorists in this particular area. And what is compounding problems for the security forces is the inclement weather. In the last 2-3 days, it has been raining here in Jammu and Kashmir, so it is making matters difficult for the security forces. And recently, Shiv, more than 100 people were apprehended by the police here in both Rajouri as well as Poonch districts. They were questioned by the cops, and one of them admitted that he had provided shelter to those terrorists. He had provided logistics support. So clearly there are a few local overground workers of terrorists who are familiar with the terrain. They are providing support to these terrorists, and that is why they are managing to hide themselves in the forest belt. So it's a mammoth task for the security forces as far as this entire anti-terror operation is concerned.
Sunil, thanks very much for joining us with that ground report. Just to tell our viewers that this is difficult terrain. They are forested mountains. The weather is not always good. It's extremely close to the line of control, which is why it continues to be vulnerable. The Poonch-Rajouri axis just north of Jammu is practically on the line of control, and that's the reason why terrorists are able to infiltrate across the line of control, with not a great degree of difficulty, and able to launch attacks immediately there, because that's also an area where a lot of Indian Army patrolling takes place. So this is a place where infiltrations have taken place many times in the past, but the Rajouri sector has seen a handful of attacks in the last few weeks, suggesting that there is a pattern, or there is a larger effort to escalate tensions and violence in that area. 5 soldiers, were killed in their truck a couple of weeks ago in the Poonch area, also near Rajouri. And now 5 special forces soldiers, not regular infantry, but special forces soldiers have been killed in action in an encounter in the Kandi forest area of Rajouri sector. The reason why I am continuously stressing on special forces is because special forces operate differently. Their tactics are different. They operate with a greater degree of stealth. That they are called in means that it is a kind of last-ditch effort to flush out the terrorists, because all other forces have possibly decided that only the special forces can effect a successful execution of the operation. And therefore, for 5 special forces men to be cut down during their operation, during their during this action in Rajouri sector, is a very, very troubling development. The last time the Indian Army Special Forces suffered such grievous losses was in April 2020. That was in an operation in the Keran sector of North Kashmir, in which 5 Indian Army Para-Special Forces commandos were similarly killed in action while chasing terrorists. This time as well, five commandos from a single Para-Special Forces unit have lost their lives in an operation. We understand that at least 2 more persons, including 1 officer, are currently fighting for their lives at the command hospital in Udhampur, which is the headquarters of the Indian Army's Northern Army Command. Ravant is going to be with us in just a moment to get us a bigger perspective on what the implications of this operation are, the terrible losses that have been inflicted, and how the Indian Army might actually respond. For any of our viewers who might be concerned about the visuals that we're showing, we assure you these are visuals from earlier. These are deferred. None of these images are live. We will not be revealing any sensitive information, including locations or manpower deployed in the area, or any of the other such pieces of information that might be taken advantage of. India Today happens to be the only responsible channel that does not report any information or facts during a live operation, and that is what is taking place at this point of time. We're still waiting for Gaurav Sawant, who's going to be joining us in just a moment, because we need that perspective from him on how the Indian Army might actually respond. There have been 4 attacks in the Rajouri sector already this year, including one in which an IED was used to ambush an army truck in the Poonch-Rajouri axis, in which 5 soldiers were killed. But today's becomes inestimably bigger, because 5 special forces soldiers have lost their lives and have been killed in action in this encounter.
आया फिर हाँ हेलीकॉप्टर
As and when I apologize for that delay in getting our reporter. We're going to move on now.
Helicopter.
We're going to move on now. We'll come back to this story.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Powered by Jaguar. Discover the magic of smart lights.
Only 3 days left for campaigning in Karnataka, but the election now seems to be Bajrang Bali bharose. From Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's currently in Tumkur near Bengaluru, to Chief Minister Bommai, the BJP has equated the Hindu outfit with Lord Hanuman. The Congress, which promised a Bajrang Dal ban in its manifesto should it come to power, seems to have backtracked after falling into a communal trap. It is now assuring its electoral base, imagine this, that it will continue to construct Hanuman temples. Who will this Bajrang Bali fight help or hurt? Remember, 3 days to go for campaigning.
Bajrang Bali ki, Bajrang Bali ki.
From the Bajrang Dal
Anjaneya Swami ki
to Bajrang Bali.
Anjaneya Swami ki.
The Congress manifesto called for a ban on the Bajrang Dal.
कांग्रेस पार्टी ने अपने मैनिफेस्टो में बजरंग बली को थाने में बंद करने का निर्णय किया है।
The ruling BJP seized on the call and extrapolated it to Lord Hanuman.
PFI is a known banned organization, it's an anti-national organization, pro-terrorist organization. How can you compare Bajrang Dal with that? See, all families are the members of Bajrang Dal. How do you know that we are not members? Are they ready to enroll themselves in SDPI?
The BJP escalated its core Hindutva rhetoric. Congress climbed down and invoked Lord Hanuman, promising new Bajrang Bali temples if voted to power in Karnataka.
ರಾಮನ ಬಂಟ ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಇದೆ. ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ದಳದ ಭಕ್ತರು ನಾವು ನಾವು ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಈ ನಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ.
The opposition party at the same time coined a new slogan around Bajrang Bali, spinning the traditional cry around its corruption attacks on the state's BJP government.
Any prime minister, he uses such quotations used earlier? No. Even their Jansangha leader, founder, he was in Nehru's cabinet. He did not do such things. हम तो बोलेंगे जय बजरंग बली तोड़ दे भ्रष्टाचार की नली, हम बोलेंगे.
Not just Bajrang Bali, other epic heroes like Arjun from Mahabharata too have been used in election speeches metaphorically.
तो मेरी बहनों और मेरे भाइयों, कर्नाटका के अर्जुन बन जाओ, अपना ध्यान अपने भविष्य पे रखो, इधर उधर ना भटके. बड़े से बड़ा नेता आ जाए आपके सामने, आपकी बात नहीं की तो उसकी बातें को परे कर दो.
The Congress trying to disassociate the Bajrang Dal from Lord Hanuman. The BJP trying to make most of the opposition parties' call to ban the Bajrang Dal, from which it backtracked later. The campaign gets shriller before May 10th vote. Bureau Report, India Today.
आज स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं के लिए गांव-गांव हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस सेंटर खोले जा रहे हैं. प्रधानमंत्री ग्रामीण सड़क योजना के जरिए गांव-गांव सड़क पहुंच रही है. यहां तुमकुरू में फूड पार्क बनने से किसानों को भी लाभ हुआ है और यहां के युवाओं को रोजगार भी मिला है. स्नेहितरे, इस क्षेत्र की पहचान तो कल्पतरु नाडु के रूप में है. बीजेपी की डबल इंजन सरकार कोपरा किसानों के हित में निरंतर फैसले लेती रही है और मुझे बढ़िया कोपरा का माला भी पहनाई अभी. इस सीजन के लिए हमने कोपरा के एमएसपी में फिर से वृद्धि की है. ये लागत के 1.5 गुना के बराबर है, जिसे कांग्रेस सरकार कभी भी लागू नहीं कर पाई थी. किसान मांग करते थे, कांग्रेस सुनती नहीं थी. कांग्रेस जेडीएस सरकार ने पीने के पानी और सिंचाई दोनों के लिए भी तुमकुरू को बहुत परेशान किया है. ये 3 आहोले प्रोजेक्ट को बीजेपी सरकार ने स्वीकृत किया था, लेकिन जैसे ही कांग्रेस की सरकार आई, ये प्रोजेक्ट लटक गया। जब फिर डबल इंजन सरकार बनी तब इस पर काम शुरू हुआ। अब ये पूरा होने वाला है। अपर भद्रा प्रोजेक्ट को लेकर भी कांग्रेस जेडीएस सरकारों ने कभी भी गंभीरता नहीं दिखाई। आपकी इस बरसों पुरानी मांग को भी बीजेपी ही पूरा कर रही है। इस वर्ष केंद्रीय बजट में अपर भद्रा प्रोजेक्ट के लिए 5,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का प्रावधान किया गया है। 5,000 करोड़। हर घर, हर खेत, वहां तक पानी पहुंचे, ये डबल इंजन सरकार की प्रतिबद्धता है। सहोदर सहोदरियों रे, बीजेपी सरकार के इन प्रयासों के बीच कांग्रेस गांवों के बच्चों की दुश्मन बन गई है। आपको लगेगा मोदी जी क्या कह रहे हैं, मैं सबूत के साथ बताना चाहता हूं। आज कांग्रेस पार्टी की सोच देखिए, वो गांव के बच्चों के दुश्मन बनकर के आज खड़ी हो गई है। आपको पता है, केंद्र की बीजेपी सरकार ने 21वीं सदी की जरूरतों को पूरा करने वाली
Well, the Congress's poll promise to ban the right-wing Bajrang Dal is the newest and most sustained flashpoint in battlefield Karnataka now. Take a look at the big political tukkers that have been taking place in poll-bound Karnataka on the issue of Bajrang Dal. Take a look.
कांग्रेस की हालत इतनी बुरी है, उनके पैर कांप रहे हैं। और इसलिए कांग्रेस को मेरे जय बजरंग बली बोलने पर भी आपत्ति होने लगी है। तुष्टीकरण के लिए कांग्रेस किस हद तक जा रही है, ये देश और कर्नाटका के लोग देख रहे हैं।
Any prime minister, he uses such quotations used earlier? No. Even their Jansangha leader, founder, he was in Nehru's cabinet. He did not do such things. We also say, Jai Bajrang Bali, tod de bhrashtachar ki nali. Why you are equating Bajrang Bali? Have you taken contract? That only the BJP should say. Why you are exploiting for election? Now, if you go and ask in my constituency, Gurmatkal old constituency MLA, I might have built more than 80 Hanuman temples.
आपको याद है महाभारत में जब अर्जुन को तीर मारनी थी तो वो सिर्फ मछली की आंख देखता था, उसको और कुछ नहीं दिखता था। सीधे निशाना मारता था, सीधे ऊपर देखते थे और उस निशाने से उनका ध्यान बिल्कुल नहीं हटता था। तो मेरी बहनों और मेरे भाइयों, कर्नाटका के अर्जुन बन जाओ, अपना ध्यान अपने भविष्य पे रखो, इधर उधर ना भटके। बड़े से बड़ा नेता आ जाए आपके सामने, आपकी बात नहीं की तो उसकी बातें को परे कर दो। अपना ध्यान अपनी समस्याओं पर, अपने विकास पर, अपने बच्चों के भविष्य पर, अपने पेट भरने पर, अपनी ईमानदारी पर आप अपना ध्यान एकदम सटीक रखो, उसको हिलने मत दो।
सत्ता में तो आने वाले नहीं हैं, लेकिन पहले उन्हें ये शब्द कहने से पहले श्रीमती वाड्रा से पहले परमिशन लेनी चाहिए, क्योंकि गांधी खानदान और विशेष श्रीमती वाड्रा अमेठी लोकसभा चुनाव में जब पधारे थे तब उन्होंने सड़क पर नमाज अता की थी। अब हम सब जानते हैं कि जो इस्लाम धर्म में मानते हैं वो मूर्ति पूजक नहीं हो सकते, मंदिरों का निर्माण नहीं करा सकते। तो पहले वो वाड्रा खानदान से, गांधी खानदान से अनुमति ले दें, फिर इस प्रकार की कोई ना कोई घोषणा करें, ये मेरा उनसे आग्रह है।
Amidst Karnataka's poisonous snake politics, we set out to find the king. Welcome to Agumbe, the land of the king. In search of India's national reptile, Mission King Cobra in Karnataka's mountains. A heart-stopping encounter with reptile royalty. The return of the king.
So now we'll play Never Have I Ever.
Okay.
Never have I ever Googled myself.
Of course I have.
Never have I ever sent a flirty text to a wrong person.
Never.
Never have I ever got my head shaved.
I did for Dangal.
Never have I ever been scolded by my director.
Of course I have been scolded by my director, and in a funny way. This was, and it's Vishalji. It's in a funny way, like not like
Yeah,
seriously. Vishalji once did that
Okay.
as a joke.
Never have I ever snooped through my significant other's phone without them knowing.
Never.
Never have I ever used a public transport to reach work.
All the time. Listen, Mumbai and its traffic, it's crazy these days.
Yeah.
Metro.
Never have I ever stalked my contemporaries on social media.
Of course I have.
Never have I ever been fooled or pranked by a co-star on the sets.
Yes. A lot of times.
Never have I ever skipped a workout session.
Skipped whenever I'm feeling tired. Yeah, but otherwise I like to work out.
Never have I ever slept while watching a film.
A lot of times.
Really?
As I
love
said,
sleeping.
I love sleeping and I sleep quite early, so.
Never have I ever regretted doing a film.
Never.
Never have I ever taken advantage of my celebrity status.
Never.
Never have I ever envied an actor bagging a film.
Never ever.
Never ever have I ever given someone my fake phone number.
I have.
Of course. Never have I ever drunk dialed an ex.
No, never.
Never? Okay. Never have I ever had a crush on a co-star.
Never. Not yet.
Not yet. All right, that's a wrap on our Never Have I Ever. Last word to your fans for Kathal.
Kathal is a dramedy. As I said, it's a film that you can sit and watch with your family. And it's a unique story. It's not just comedy, there's romance, there's mystery of these two stolen Kathals, and there is a very nice social message to it too, which I would not like to reveal it right now. I would like you guys to see it from 19th May onwards on Netflix, and I'm sure you guys would love it.
All right, that was Sanya Malhotra. Thank you so much for joining us and all the best.
Thank you.
There seems to be no stopping for Priyanka Chopra Jonas. The actress has been busy making headlines across the globe for weeks for her satirical choices and upcoming projects. And now, PC along with husband Nick Jonas and Sam Heughan attended the New York premiere of their upcoming film Love Again. Priyanka chose a pastel blue off-shoulder Nina Ricci Fall 2023 gown. Sam, on the other hand, looked dapper in a black tuxedo, while Nick wore a printed black pantsuit set.
Do I know you?
I'm not sure.
Do you have someone in your life right now?
The more I get to know her, the better I like her. But she's stuck on her former boyfriend.
It's been 2 years. There is nothing wrong with putting yourself back out there.
I like you.
I like you too.
When you touch me like this.
The film Love Again tells the story of a grieving woman named Meera, played by Priyanka Chopra Jonas, who is struggling to live her life after the sudden death of her boyfriend. She keeps on texting him on his old number, which is now being used by another man named Rob Burns, played by Heughan.
Do I know you?
I'm not sure.
Do you have someone in your life right now?
The more I get to know her, the better I like her. But she's stuck on her former boyfriend.
It's been 2 years. There is nothing wrong with putting yourself back out there.
I like you.
I like you too.
When you touch me like this, and I hold you like that.
Open yourself to the universe.
Directed by James C. Strauss, the film will also feature Celine Dion and is scheduled to release in theatres on May 12th.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Powered by Jaguar, discover the magic of smart lights. Co-powered by Tech Pro by Blackberries. Show the way.
ಮೋದಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ವಿಷದ ಹಾವಿದ್ದಂಗೆ. ನೀವಂದ್ರೆ ಇದು ವಿಷಯ ಅದ ಇಲ್ಲ ನೋಡೋಣ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನೆಕ್ ನೋಡೋಣ ನೆಕ್ಕಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿರಿ.
मेरी तुलना ये लोग सांप से कर रहे हैं और जनता से वोट मांग रहे हैं, लेकिन भाइयों बहनों, सांप तो भगवान शंकर के गले की शोभा है।
कर्नाटक की सरकार देश में सबसे भ्रष्ट सरकार है।
मोदी जी का जादू हर जगह सर चढ़कर बोलता है।
In one of the most ill-tempered election campaigns in recent memory, there's been no shortage of political venom.
कर्नाटक की सरकार 40% की सरकार है।
कर्नाटका के लोगों ने संकल्प ले लिया है, मोदी तेरा कमल
But as the forked tongues of our netas light up the airwaves, the actual creatures who've been invoked for these political strikes are nestled quietly out of sight, where they like it best. One in particular, true royalty when it comes to poisonous, or more accurately venomous snakes, is a prized resident of Karnataka's Western Ghats. A beast that has captured the imagination of this land for over a century. The one and only King Cobra. So as the political venom flowed, we decided to take a trip into the mountains of Karnataka's Malnad region in search of the king of venomous snakes. Our destination, the Agumbe Rainforest Research Station, a 10-acre facility run by a tiny band of India's most committed snake lovers. Chief among them, this man. Handpicked by India's original snake man, Rom Whittaker. He has spent the last 15 years converting a childhood love of reptiles into a full-time job committed to protecting the king. Poisonous snakes may have infiltrated Karnataka politics, but as this state heads into another election with no shortage of political poison, I'm here in a place where poisonous, or rather venomous snakes, the dangerous kind, are taken very, very seriously. Welcome to Agumbe, the land of the king. Our mission here in Agumbe is simple. We want to see the king, and the only way to do that is to join Ajay and his crew on a rescue call anywhere in a radius of 50 kilometers. Because in this part of Karnataka, he's the man you dial if you happen to cross paths with a king cobra.
Avoid human presence. If there is a spectacle cobra or rat snake and king cobra chasing that, because obviously they feed on spectacle cobra and rat snake, but if the snake enter to a cow shed or somebody's house, so the king will chase, but as soon as he see a small dog or a puppy or chicken or some people are walking around, he'll take the U-turn and go back. He will avoid human, that matter.
We get our bearings first by joining Ajay on a walk deep into the woods that surround his station. Spotting the king on such a walk would be a miracle. But despite these rainforests being infested with several species of pit vipers and more, we spot nothing at all. When Mallikarjun Kharge labelled Prime Minister Modi a poisonous snake, it wasn't actually the first time that snakes and Karnataka politics have collided. In fact, back in 1978, Indira Gandhi, fighting a by-election in nearby Chikmagalur just after the emergency, there was a big fierce campaign against her by one of the men she had jailed during the emergency, George Fernandez. He'd put up posters saying Indira Gandhi is a cobra who will bite people who support her. Well, it was a very, very monumental mistake by George Fernandez, because he didn't know at the time that the king cobra is worshipped in this part of Karnataka. Ajay's time at the camp is mostly spent waiting for a tiny BSNL phone to ring. A day before we had arrived, he was on this grueling 4-hour rescue mission involving a 12-foot king that crawled into a haystack in the attic of a cowshed. Ajay shows us these images. Only adding to our sense of yearning to be able to see this for ourselves.
When 2-3 king cobras come together, mainly male king cobras, they do combat. Loser, like the snake which lose the match will have to go back to his own area, and the winner will get the female. Female king cobra, she lay eggs in the nest.
Yeah.
The nest she prepare with the help of dry leaf litter. Limbless
leaf litter like
yes,
this.
leaf litter like this. Imagine a limbless animal like collecting a leaf litter for almost 3 feet height, 3.5 feet height.
So it's like a mountain of leaves.
Yeah, it's look like a pyramid, a mountain of leaf, piles of leaf, where she'll have a small chamber inside where she'll lay eggs and she'll leave the place.
They say nothing is more awake at night than a rainforest. So off we go for an experience that is at once both exhilarating and terrifying. We're on a night walk through the Agumbe rainforest near the research station here. Now the thing is, at night it's almost impossible to spot king cobras. The kings don't come out at night. They're well hidden at this point of time, so there's no hope of actually spotting a king cobra on this night walk through the rainforest. But there are many other reptiles, pit vipers, cat snakes, other things that are actually part of the diet of the king cobra, and we're hoping that tonight as we get through this rainforest, we will be able to spot some of those things. There you go.
Yeah, this is second largest butterfly.
Through the night, we pray that Ajay may get a call. In my mind, I'm fully prepared to drive through the night to be able to witness a rescue. But then the king stays well hidden in the darkness, and humans of the land are all asleep. The only beast that deigns to show itself is this large scorpion waiting neatly on our walking track. The morning dawns with a tinge of disappointment. Our visit to the camp has been a true eye-opener, but the king has chosen to remain off Ajay's radar this weekend.
So we did a radio telemetry on king cobra where we tagged few individual king cobras in different localities, and we tracked them. We followed them for a long-term basis, like let's say 4-5 years. We used to follow the snake to see what they feed on, what kind of habitat they prefer, and what is their breeding biology.
Yeah.
So early stage we didn't know anything, but slowly we realized that they have their home range, and they feed on some specific snake species like rat snake, pit viper, and cobra. Occasionally they feed on python and also monitor lizard. So right now we are tagging every individual rescued snake. So it's like you are giving an individual ID. How we get Aadhaar card, this is King Cobra Aadhaar card. Like you are giving an individual ID, and you know that particular area there is one specific individual. So that will give you a detail of how many King Cobras are in that particular region. Also, it will help you to get to know when during the breeding season, like how many male King Cobras are coming from which direction, from which village, how far they are traveling for mating purpose. And are they going back after that? So these are all information. It's very helpful for research perspective. At the same time, to conserve the king cobras.
But then Suddenly, just as we're packed to leave and about to say our goodbyes, a call comes through. It doesn't take us a moment to change plans. We zoom off with Ajay, fingers crossed. Our destination, a farm 30 kilometers away. We drive with bated breath. And then we arrive to this.
Finally here at this village in Tirthanhalli in Karnataka, where a rescue call has come for a king cobra. You can see it right there on our cameras. Spotted. We've waited over 24 hours for this moment. And there's the beautiful king right now in his domain. It's very close to this small village. There are people, there are families, there are children here. But they've had the sense, they've had the knowledge and the education to actually make a call to Ajay Giri and his team. And that's why we've joined them and we've come here. This male king cobra, pretty long one, is in the leaf litter right now. The team is going to be monitoring it. They're just going to try and make sure that, it's safe. Now, their protocol is to not disturb the snake at all. If it's in its own habitat, it only is handled manually in case it poses a threat to anyone, or if it's in some kind of man-made structure like a cowshed. But as you can see here, the snake itself is in its own habitat and moving on its own, not threatening anyone as such. But Ajay and his team, as you can see, are monitoring the snakes. I'm standing about 15 feet away from it. It's moving pretty fast through the scrub. Ajay on the other side is monitoring it as well. Come, we can get a little closer. You can get a view of it here. There you go. Yeah, so like I said, the snake itself is in its own kingdom, so there's no question of disturbing it unless it poses a threat to either other people or itself. It's important. Remember, it's a vulnerable species, so it's protected. And Ajay and his team will make sure that the snake and the people around are safe. Also, it's an opportunity to check if this is one of the animals that has already been tagged by Ajay and his team in an extensive exercise to assess the population and upkeep of these beautiful, beautiful reptiles. Has harmed it. Usually the instinct is to either run away or to hurt the animal or kill the animal. But the king cobra is a very, very special animal in this part of Karnataka. And that's the reason why everyone has Ajay's number. They've called him. We've been lucky to be with Ajay to get a call. And here we are getting literally the darshan of the king.
ಆದರೆ ಅದು ಈ ಕಡೆನೇ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಅವಾಗ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಭಯ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಇದು ಇಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಹತ್ರ ನಾಯಿ ಮರಿ ಕೋಳಿ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಈ ಕಡೆನೇ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೇನೋ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ.
ಹೊಡಿಯಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಭಯ ಐತಿ. ಯಾಕೆ ಬಂತು, ಯಾವ ತೊಂದರೆಯಿಂದ ಬಂತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಹಂಗಾಗಿ
ಇಲ್ಲೇನು ಗೊತ್ತಾ,
It's families like this that really pay respect to the king cobra. This is the king's kingdom. These are the humans who live here, but they've basically proved and demonstrated that fear does not have to be the first impulse. They've admitted that they are scared when they see the snake, but they've still done the right thing. And the right thing has been to call in the experts, the people who really know how to treat and handle these snakes. There's a snake calmly sitting, in the bag after Ajay and his team have, put it in there. It will be released very, very shortly, not very far from here, in its own habitat, remember. But it's families like these, people like these, who maintain the tradition of the king. They know the value of these snakes. They know very much that they live in the king's domain, and therefore they must respect the king. And that's precisely what these people have done today. The king, an adult male, safely bagged up. We say our goodbyes and depart the village. And just over a kilometer away, Ajay releases him. King may be India's national reptile, but we still don't know just how many there are. Come September, Ajay will begin his most ambitious mission yet, to surgically radio tag as many king cobras as possible in order to create a dashboard of sorts with all manner of numerical and other data on the kings here in Karnataka. As Ajay Giri logs another safe rescue in the increasing intersection of human and animal habitat, he knows that the king's land is shrinking. The widening of roads, deforestation and urban development all eat into the proverbial kingdom of this magnificent beast, now designated vulnerable as a species. But Ajay must continue to live and work as he has for years and pray for the return of the king.
Means people are my companions, and this is the real secret of my long and satisfying public life. I cannot disrespect their feelings. I am overwhelmed with the love, trust, and faith showered on me. Considering the appeals made by all of you and honoring the decision of the committee constituted by the party, I am withdrawing my decision to retire, even though I am continuing in the post of President. I am of the clear opinion that there has to be a succession plan for any post or responsibility in the organization. In future, I will focus on making organizational changes in the party, assigning new responsibilities, creating new leadership. I will also work vigorously for the growth of the organization and take our ideology and goals of the party to the people. Your continuous support has been a real inspiration for me. I will be forever grateful to you who have stood by me during successes and all the challenges of my life. I reiterate that I accept to continue the responsibility as the party president. Thank you.
चोवीसची निवडणूक याबाबत सगळ्यांनी आपल्याला विनंती केली होती की लोकसभा विधानसभा निवडणूक महत्त्वाची आहे, विशेषतः विरोधकांना एकत्र आणण्यासाठी आपल्या नेतृत्वाची गरज आहे.
साधारणतः 3 मुद्दे होते. एक तर एकत्र देशाचं सिद्ध आहे, त्या पार्श्वभूमीवर सर्व विषयांनी लोकांना एकत्रित करण्याची प्रक्रिया हे अत्यंत महत्त्वाचे आहे. त्याच्यामध्ये व्यक्तिशांमध्ये अनेक राजकीय नेत्यांची सलग असे संबंध असल्यामुळं या कामात लक्ष देण्यासाठी तुमची आवश्यकता आहे असं अनेक सरकारांनी, विशेषतः अन्य राजकीय पक्षाच्या सरकारांनी मत व्यक्त केली. त्याच्यामध्ये काँग्रेसचे राहुल गांधी असतील, त्याच्यामध्ये काँग्रेस पार्टीचे सीताराम येचुरी असतील, अशी अनेक नावं सांगता येतील की या सगळ्यांची या अँगलने लक्ष देण्यासाठी तुमची आवश्यकता आहे असं मला प्रत्येक केल्याने बघता येईल.
अजितदादा ज्यावेळेस होते पूर्ण राष्ट्रवादीचे नेते म्हणत होते की तुम्ही राजीनामा मागे घ्यावा. अजित पवार यांचं म्हणणं होतं की तुम्ही राजीनामा पुढचा उत्तराधिकारी ठरवा. आज ते या पत्रकार परिषदेमध्ये दिसत नाही, त्याला
पत्रकार परिषदेत सगळे असतात तरी जे आमचे बाकीचे सहकारी आहेत त्याचाही मला आश्चर्य होतं, कारण सहसा पत्रकार परिषदेमध्ये पक्षाचं सगळं नेतृत्वाची पलीकडली बसत नाही. आणि आज या सगळ्या सहकार्यांनी मला एक त्यांनी बैठक घेतली आधी असं सांगितलं, त्यांनी ठराव केला म्हणून सांगितलं. त्या ठरावामध्ये मी माझा निर्णय बदलावा अशा प्रकारचा आग्रह सूचित केला आणि तो माझ्याकडे पोचवण्याचं काम जसं पक्षाचे अध्यक्ष, जसे विरोधी पक्षनेते, आमच्या संघटनेचे ज्येष्ठ नेते प्रफुल्ल पटेल किंवा अन्य राज्यातले सहकारी या सगळ्यांनी
Blue Star Fast Cooling AC.
Hello and welcome to this India Today special where we are joined by a very special guest. Joining me is the Pakistani Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari, who is here in Goa for the 2-day Shanghai Cooperation Organization meeting that has just concluded. Appreciate your joining us here, Mr. Bhutto Zardari. Welcome to Goa, welcome to India. You're the first foreign minister from Pakistan to be in India in 12 years. But it appears that your visit has not been able to break the ice between India and Pakistan. From what we gather, no conversation with our minister, Dr. Jaishankar, unconfirmed reports of a handshake, and little progress made in breaking the ice. Am I right to say nothing has really been achieved by you being in India?
First of all, thank you so much for having me, obviously here in Goa, but particularly on your show, India Today. I like the opportunity to speak through you to the Indian people. As far as the success of my visit, well, the aim of my visit was to attend the SCO, of which Pakistan is a member. And to that end, my visit has been successful. As far as Pakistan's position on bilateral relations with India or any meaningful engagement or dialogue with our Indian counterparts, our position remains unchanged. And that is that until India reviews the actions it took on August 5th, 2019, Pakistan is not in a position to engage bilaterally with India.
No, that's your unchanged position. Our position is equally firm. Terror and talks don't go together. And until Pakistan is seen to actively do enough to stop cross-border terrorism, to sponsor terror outfits like the Jaish and Lashkar, we can't talk with Pakistan. So it seems, therefore, that the two countries are in, as I said, a deep freeze. How do you respond to India's position? You cannot have terror and talks coexist.
So as far as India's position is concerned, terrorism isn't anything new. It's an old challenge, and despite having to face this challenge, we have had on and off talks. So as far as being a consistent position, I don't quite know how consistent it is. As far as the issue of terrorism, Pakistan wants to deal with terrorism not because India says so or the Indian government said so, but because we want to end this menace. It has caused the largest number of casualties amongst any of the SCO nations present here today. Pakistan has suffered the most casualties. I myself stand here before you today, a victim of terrorism. So Pakistan and myself are wholly committed to combating this menace. As far as accusations are concerned, we are ready and willing to engage and address any concerns that India might have, but India would also have to address our concerns. India would have to explain what Kulbhushan Yadav, not a non-state actor, a state actor, a Navy commander, was doing in Pakistan, carrying out terrorist attacks on Pakistan soil. Does that not come under cross-border terrorism?
Can I just stop you, Mr. Foreign Minister?
If you allow me to complete, and then of course that's one such complaint. Then of course we all know the incident of Samjhota Express, where we are yet to see justice. The Lahore incident, terror attack that I presented the dossier before the United Nations. All those questions need to be answered.
You know, I can go on and give you a long list of Pakistani involvement in terror attacks that dates back to the Mumbai blasts of 1993, through what happened in our parliament, through Pathankot, through Pulwama, through Uri, even to Poonch 3 weeks ago. The fact is, the evidence that Pakistan provides, whether it's about a Kulbhushan Yadav, whether it's about Lahore the terror attack, has not been backed by international agencies. In the case of Pakistan, we've seen, Mr. Bhutto Zardari, the fact is that this, no, let's be very clear, that this is backed by credible evidence.
I see. Would you allow me to respond, or would you continue?
No, you know, these are credible evidence. I was in Clifton, where you live, and Dawood Ibrahim, responsible for the attacks of 93, still continues to live there. Hafiz Saeed, no action, credible action taken for 2611, Masood Azhar for Parliament, for Pulwama. So, you know, we can give you a long list of evidence.
The point is, while you claim to have a long list, you refuse to accept that Pakistan has any legitimate concerns. For example, you were saying that the fact that we've caught Kulbhushan Yadav, we can show him to you, the fact that he was a Navy commander in the Indian Army is not a legitimate accusation, then who is India to defend in Pakistani courts? Who is this man, Kulbhushan Yadav?
Who is Ajmal Kasam?
No, but see, I'm not denying there's a Mumbai trial ongoing within Pakistan. The reason that trial has not progressed is because India is refusing to produce the witnesses necessary for us to take that case forward. If you compare that with the Samjhota Express attack, over there everyone was acquitted.
We've sent you voluminous evidence of 2611, Mr. Foreign Minister.
I'm not doubting that you've sent. I'm not doubting that you've sent evidence.
You want to live in denial. This is the problem.
This is not denial. This is the problem. The problem is I'm being very clear with you. I'm speaking with facts and I'm speaking rationally and unemotionally. But you are getting quite hyper. And I would like to suggest that if
I
we
lost friends, sir, in 2611. With due regards, perhaps, just as you said today, in fact, in your speech, that your mother died in an assassination by a terrorist.
Surely, if you lost friends at the Mumbai attack, you too would like to see the conclusion of the Mumbai trial.
Yes.
So perhaps you will take it up with the government in India that in order to conclude the Mumbai trial, India should consider sending the witnesses necessary in a court of law. We have a very similar legal system in India and Pakistan.
We provided you voluminous evidence,
Sir,
Mr.
you can provide as many pieces of paper as you will like, but as your legal system works, so does mine. And in your legal system, along with those pieces of paper, you have to provide witnesses in order for a case to go forward. So until we have that sort of cooperation from the Indian side, this case cannot conclude. Now that I have shared with you my position on the Mumbai case that is sub judice and ongoing, could you perhaps enlighten me that on the Samjhota attack that took place in 2007, where Pakistanis lost their lives, why it is that India has been unable to hold anybody accountable for that terrorist incident on Indian soil that resulted in Pakistani lives lost?
Sir, the fact is, India has prosecuted all its terror cases under the rule of law. We even gave Ajmal Kasam, who was caught in a terror attack, the due process of law. But let me come to your response. Today, at the SCO, you said, let's collectively eradicate the menace of terrorism. Let's not get caught up in weaponizing terrorism for diplomatic point scoring. With due regard, sir, when you say that, isn't it the responsibility of Pakistan, which globally has found itself in the corner for having sponsored terror, to first stop allowing its soil to be used for terror activities against India? Somewhere you've got to start. Otherwise, your words will sound hollow, with all due regard, Mr. Minister.
But sir, our words or our track record speaks for itself. We are the only country on the planet that has not completed one, but two financial action task force objectives, one on counter terror financing and one on money laundering. As far as the issue of terrorism is concerned, the numbers speak for themselves. You can take out the data between sort of 2006 up until 2014, Pakistan was in a very difficult situation vis-a-vis the activities of terrorists. We were facing terrorist attacks almost every other week, but precisely because the whole of the Pakistani state, across the political spectrum, sat together, came up with the necessary consensus that resulted in operations in South Waziristan, then in North Waziristan, and a national action plan, we managed to break the back of these terrorists. And unfortunately, you're caught in an old, stale perception about where Pakistan is on this issue. And I believe it would be more constructive if we engage on these topics, because I am saying this is a genuine issue for me. I understand that it is a genuine issue for India. I'm not denying the legitimacy of this concern. I'm just suggesting the way that you're engaging in trying to resolve this concern is not necessarily the most productive.
You're saying have an open dialogue. you will express your concerns, we will express your concerns, because today you argued that you, in your speech, that you felt the pain of terror because you lost your mother to an assassination by a terrorist. You then went on to say we must stop conflating non-state actors with state actors. But for that, sir, the state must act, Mr. Bhutto Zardari, in a non-partisan fashion against all terror. Absolutely. You can't sponsor terror directed against India and then fight terror within Pakistan or across the Durand with Afghanistan. Do you agree that, one man's terrorist cannot be another man's freedom fighter?
And that's our position. That's what I want you to do. I want you to break this fiction that has been fed to you, that we have a different perspective on this issue. I believe that this line of argument, this wolf whistling around the world terrorism, which is ultimately an Islamophobic wolf whistle, not only to whip up Hindu sentiment at home here in India, but also to browbeat Pakistan. That might be a good electioneering strategy for some, but it's certainly not an effective counter-terrorism strategy. What I'm trying to explain to you, that with better coordination, and I absolutely agree that not only us, but the international community needs to coordinate better vis-a-vis this topic, we can achieve far more than we have today. Pakistan has achieved in our fight against terrorism across the board. This doesn't serve our purpose, neither does it serve your purpose.
Why do groups like the Jaish and Lashkar continue to operate from terror camps within Pakistan? Show the world credible action. I mentioned Dawood Ibrahim, sir, because the fact is he lives in Clifton, which is where you live, and the fact is he's lived there since 1993 when the Mumbai blast took place. Act against him, hand him over to India, and maybe that will be the kind of gesture that breaks this frozen peace.
So, but the frozen peace is a result of the actions of the 5th August 2019, where India unilaterally violated not only international law, not only UN Security Council resolutions, but also bilateral agreements between India and Pakistan. If we are to have any engagement, if we are to have any dialogue, ultimately, presumably, that will lead to some sort of documentation, some sort of written agreement. And what trust can India and Pakistan have on India's commitment to bilateral agreements or even multilateral agreements? We've seen that they've treated, whether it is our bilateral arrangements or United Nations Security Council resolutions, is nothing less than a piece of paper.
The fact is, what happened in August 2019 is an Indian internal issue. Jammu and Kashmir is an integral part of this country.
You're an Oxford-educated individual.
Let's be very clear.
You know the position of international law.
You know
United Nations Security Council resolutions.
That's the third time you mentioned UN Security Council resolution. Those resolutions also call for Pakistani army to withdraw from POK, from Gilgit-Baltistan. Are you willing to do that?
I obviously, when I say abide by the UN Security Council resolutions, that means I too am ready to abide by the Security Council resolutions.
What we call Pakistan-occupied Kashmir?
I too would be willing to abide by the United Nations Security Council resolutions. What I wonder is, what confuses me, is why the largest democracy in the world, a country where if the government, I'm not sure about the government, but the people value being a democracy. Why? Why on earth would they be scared of a plebiscite or a referendum or the people of Kashmir deciding their own fate?
Are you willing to, therefore, based on what you've just said, withdraw Pakistani army from POK, Gilgit-Baltistan, as per the UN resolution? Because that is also part of the UN resolutions, right at the very top.
I'm not denying, I'm unlike you. I'm not choosing to read only one line of the United Nations Security Council resolution, but see it in its entirety. I'm not suggesting unilateral action by Pakistan. Unilateral action is what you did on August 5th, 2019 in Kashmir. Unilateral action, violation of our bilateral agreements and international agreements.
Mr. Bhutto, the fact is, in this brief conversation already so far has revealed the huge trust deficit that exists.
No, there's a fact deficit.
Just a minute, sir. Prime Minister
Modi...
There's a fact deficit. Prime Minister
Information deficit.
Right. Prime Minister Modi came to power in 2014. The first act was...
Came to where?
Came to power in India in 2014, the Prime Minister invited Nawaz Sharif to his swearing in. Mr. Sharif came. He was then in Pakistan, came impromptu, met Mr. Sharif in December 2015. What happens a few weeks later? Pathankot, a terror attack. How do you build trust when we've seen it happen with the Lahore bus yatra, was followed by Kargil? There is no trust because Pakistan has not done enough to ensure trust. ताली दो हाथ से बजती है.
Sir, ताली exactly दो हाथ से बजती है. तो अगर आप कह रहे हो हुकूमत भारत का हुकूमत शर्म शेख में मानता है कि हम भारत बलोचिस्तान में इन्वॉल्व हैं, पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ के फोर्सेस को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं बलोचिस्तान में, फिर उसके बाद
India didn't admit that at Sharm el-Sheikh.
Again another history lesson, that's a separate topic. And then उसके बाद उसके सपूत के तौर पे हम एक कुलभूषण यादव, एक इंडियन सिटीजन जो इंडिया का नेवी कमांडर है, वो पाकिस्तान में पकड़ा जाता है, तो क्या this is a state actor? Do you not see a difference between a state actor and a non-state actor?
No, I don't see the difference when the non-state actors are actively sponsored by the state actors.
Why would state actors sponsor non-state actors to cause the largest number of casualties in our own country?
Because they do it when it is directed against India. You act against terror when it involves your own citizens, but not when it involves Indians.
I think that is true for you, which is not true for us.
You know, your own belligerent comments in a way at times on Prime Minister Modi, Mr. Foreign Minister, have also not helped. It seems that when it comes to Mr. Modi specifically and India in general, Pakistan leaders want to cater to your own domestic gallery. You've made the kind of comments that make it almost difficult, if not impossible, to see how this trust deficit is bridged.
So first of all, I think if you assess the domestic politics of both countries, it is in India where Pakistan plays a larger role in your elections, whereas India does not actually feature in our elections. As far as politicking is concerned, we see it from the Pakistani perspective that every time there is an election in India, be it regional elections or national elections, there is a so-called terrorist attack that is exploited for electoral gains. We have no problem with any individual, and our words never intended to cause any effect. Those words were not my words.
They were your words?
No,
you
sir,
spoke them?
Yes, but who was I quoting? I was quoting the Indian citizens. Anyway, I don't want to rehash a conversation that has already happened or quote a BBC documentary. We can have issue with the choice of words that anybody uses, but everybody knows that neither politics is personal nor diplomacy is personal. The question before the people of India or the government of India is, do you want to create an environment that is conducive to talks? Do you want to implement your own stated foreign policy agenda, which is neighbors first? And if India's foreign policy's motto is neighbors first, then they have to do some sort of engagement with one of their neighbors.
India's foreign policy wants our neighbors to be good neighbors. They want our neighbors to be neighbors who will not promote violence, who will not target Indian citizens. That's all that they want. We want Pakistan to show and prove with credible evidence that they have stopped sponsoring terror activities, and we can then have a normal relationship, which we all want. At the moment, there's no trade, there's no, there are no transport links, visas are difficult to get. We want to have a better relationship, but you've got to make that effort. You've got to do more.
So
the world wants you to do more.
We're working for ourselves, not for you, to deal with this issue. And it is an issue of serious concern. If we're going to turn terrorism into a political point, whether it is for domestic politics or geopolitics, then we will not be able to resolve this issue. And frankly, at the moment, this issue has become far more complicated since the fall of Kabul. The manner in which various terrorist organizations that are a threat to me, that are a threat to you, that are a threat to many other countries, are able to coordinate and conduct themselves today was not the case a year ago. At the moment, the fallout of that is being borne by Afghanistan and Pakistan. As I said in my speech today, we may be the first to be affected, but we will most certainly won't be the last. And despite everybody's emotions, despite what may have happened in the past, what I'm suggesting is we must work together, Foreign Minister.
We'll see that in the general election, Mr. Foreign Minister, but I must ask you in conclusion, did you have a handshake with Dr. Jaishankar or not?
In all our unofficial engagements, we always shake hands when we meet.
So you shook hands?
Of course. And we had a dinner conversation amongst a whole host of other foreign ministers, as one does at these sorts of events. We didn't hold a bilateral engagement.
We'll wait and see where, therefore, that handshake goes in the future.
Issues and factors influencing the Karnataka elections. Amul versus Nandini controversy. Hijab versus saffron debate. Corruption allegations. And the rebel factor are all crucial issues that could sway the voters. The Lingayat and Vokaliga communities have dominated state politics for decades, and their votes will be crucial. Stay tuned to indiatoday.in/interactive for our daily coverage of the Karnataka elections every Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. only on India Today TV. Don't miss out on the #1 election team. Reporting from Ground Zero. Grounded in journalism.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the more than 20 crore employees, government or otherwise, covered under the Employee Provident Fund scheme. An opportunity to significantly increase the pension you get after retirement. Higher the salary, higher the pension. Very unlike the current payout by the EPFO, which is too negligible to be taken seriously. And you have time until 26th of June to do so. Currently, employees pay 12% of their basic salary as contribution towards the Employee Provident Fund. Employers pay an equal amount, but a part of this, 8.33% of the salary, goes to a separate account called the Employee Pension Scheme account. This amount, however, never exceeds 1,250 rupees because the maximum salary for contribution to the pension fund is capped at 15,000 rupees. A new rule now allows employees an exemption from the salary cap, allowing the pension to be fixed more practically based on the last salary drawn. Importantly, the higher outgo will not impact your take-home amount as the full pension contribution will be deducted from the employer portion. A rough calculation shows the huge benefits employees can get. For our calculation, we assume the employee's age to be 57 years, just a year away from retirement. The employee has a pensionable service of 30 years, with a 60-month average salary of 2,10,000 rupees. According to the formula, which multiplies the average salary for last 60 months with the pensionable service and divides the product by 70, the pension under the current system is just 6,857 rupees. Under the new system, it skyrockets to 90,000 rupees, an increase of 83,143 rupees. The option of higher pension can be chosen by contacting the HR department of your company or applying for the same at the EPFO website. For those still employed, the option to choose is a second one. The user then fills in personal details like UAN and Aadhaar. After submitting the form, the employer will receive confirmation of the employee's current employment status. Once the employer grants permission, the application is cleared the EPFO field office before contributions towards higher pension begin. Problems arise when the site seeks information of older employment and joint declarations with your previous employers.
on screen, but I would want to take you off screen and want to know your journey from before Dangal and your entry in the showbiz, before you entered the showbiz.
Yeah.
How was it? Take me through that.
You know my before Dangal journey as
Yes.
well. We both are from Delhi University and neighboring colleges.
Yeah.
I think I always had this dream of becoming an actor, but you know, as you grow up and life happens, you lose that confidence in yourself. And living in Delhi, I felt this dream of becoming an actor and moving to Bombay was a very far-fetched dream. And when I was in college, so this I thought that, okay, I can become a dancer and then maybe later on in life I'll get recognized somewhere and I can get into acting as well. So dancing and being a dancer and a choreographer became plan A for me, and acting kind of took a back seat. But I had come to Bombay for a dance reality show which didn't work out, and I decided to stay back. And that's when I was like, okay, I'm here for like 10 days. I just want to get the feel of the city and see if I really want to move here and pursue this dream of becoming an actor. I fell in love with Mumbai in those 10 days, and I went back to Delhi and told my father that actually my plan B was always a plan A since I was a kid, and I was quite reticent and shy growing up. So I never told this to anyone, thinking that they might judge me or people might not take this dream seriously. And I think I never took it seriously as well, because like honestly, I'm living my dream life right now. So my father was like, please go ahead, I think you should definitely do this. So I moved to Bombay and I stayed there for 1 year. I was still trying to figure out where to go and audition. So I did a couple of ads, and I was very picky and choosy. I was like, no. I had a lot of confidence for an outsider and for someone new in the industry. I had a lot of confidence. Now that I think of in hindsight, I was like, oh my God, I could have gone to many auditions, but no, I chose not to, thinking, no, I will do the biggest film in Bollywood. I'll have the wonderful character that I'll get to play. I had all of this in my mind, playing at all times. And Dangal luckily was my first audition for a film.
Wow.
And when I got to know that it's a film with Amir Khan, it's about 2 wrestlers, it's based on a true story, it's a biopic. On day 1 of audition, I remember I was so positive. I was like, I'm in it. I have cracked it, I'm in this film. And for months I didn't get a call back from them, but I was still very positive. And I used to read articles about, oh, now this actress is doing Geeta's character, now this actress is doing Babita's character. But still in my mind, I don't know why I had such a strong intuition that I have made this, like this is going to be my first film.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Powered by Jaguar, discover the magic of smart lights. Co-powered by Tech Pro by Blackberries. Show the way. Prime Minister Modi roars in Karnataka. Karnataka High Court refuses stay on Prime Minister's roadshow. Bajrang Dal showdown escalates. Smriti's query to Congress. Are Hindus terrorists?
कांग्रेस हिंदू विरोधी है। राम भक्तों के खिलाफ इलेक्शन कमीशन में कांग्रेस पार्टी ही जा सकती है।
Bajrang Dal ban turns big poll agenda. Top focus at 6:30 p.m. with Nabila Jamal.
A very good evening. You're watching India Today with me, Nabila Jamal. State of War, Karnataka. I'm bringing you all the latest from different corners of Karnataka as the political stage here heating up. Let me cut across to our big breaking news. But before that, a quick look at the very stunning Hanuman temple. The Bhagwan Hanuman Mandir in Mangalore's Kudroli area. This is where I'm at, and this is a stunning view of this temple here as Lord Hanuman, or the Bajrang Bali as we call him, has become the latest political flashpoint. And right here in Mangalore, we see huge devotion for Lord Hanuman. And just as that's become the new flashpoint, we see that campaigners, including Prime Minister Modi, who is a star campaigner for the BJP, all set to arrive into Bengaluru, in the capital city of Karnataka. And here's the big news, as there were a lot of objections to Prime Minister Modi's rally in the center of Bengaluru city. Here's a big update coming in from the Karnataka High Court. We see that the Karnataka High Court on Friday, that's today, has dismissed a petition that asked for the cancellation of Prime Minister Modi's rally in Bengaluru. In fact, the High Court has listened to the police commissioner, the council and the petitioners as well alike, as the police commissioner has assured and asserted that there will not be any traffic disruptions or inconvenience. In fact, the police commissioner, as we hear, has very clearly told the court that they have enough security and police personnel in place to take care of all the security arrangements. There shouldn't be any fear of any untoward incidents. This is the Karnataka High Court, after listening to the police commissioner and few other stakeholders here, have now dismissed the petition asking for a ban on Modi's rally in Bengaluru, citing traffic snarls, citing inconvenience, law and order situation, and also casting aspersions on the NEET students who are going to be giving their examinations a day later, be inconvenienced because of Prime Minister Modi's rally in Bengaluru. So now the latest is that the Karnataka High Court has dismissed that petition, so it's all clear, a full green signal to Prime Minister Modi's rally that will span across 2 days, both the weekend days, the Saturday and the Sunday that the rally will be carried out, will be split into two halves. I'm going to quickly, before that, give you, before I explain to you the route map of Prime Minister Modi's rally, which is about 36 kilometers on the 6th and 7th of May. I'm cutting across to Sagai Raj for a little more on that. Sagai, a quick word, as we see here that the Prime Minister Modi's rally in Bengaluru has now got a green signal, as the High Court, Karnataka High Court, now has quashed the petition, the PIL, that was filed by an advocate, a practicing advocate, casting aspersions on law and order situations that may arise, and also traffic snarls, also claiming that NEET students who are going to be giving their examinations will be highly inconvenienced. What did the court observe?
Absolutely. One of the PIL which has been filed by the lawyers have raised the issue of traffic now, as you rightly mentioned out, and they have also said that it will cause major problem for the people in the city of Bengaluru. And if you notice that this particular roadshow will go through Bangalore South, Bomnali, Jainagar, Basvanagudi, Chamrajpet, Govindrajnagar, Rajajnagar and Malleshwaram. And these are the constituencies names which I have mentioned. Apart from these, they will be also visiting the other specific places in these areas like Jainagar East and other places where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be taking the roadshow. And in the argument which held in Karnataka High Court, they had discussed about the pros and consequences, where the petitioner has raised the issue of student attending NEET exams, and that's when the government public prosecutor has explained that everything has been taken care. The district education officer has also said that the NEET examination is happening on Sunday, and that on the roadshow on that particular day ends before that, and the exam starts post 1:30 p.m. in the afternoon. So even the police commissioner of Bengaluru has assured the Karnataka High Court that all safety precautionary measures have been taken, and even court has said that if at all if there is any kind of law and order failure or any kind of problem in the roadshow, the organizers, that is the BJP party, will take the onus of it.
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to our... Sagai, do stay with us. Please do stay with us, because there was a lot of confusion on the route map of Prime Minister Modi. Where is the rally going to be traversing through different parts of Bengaluru? Bengaluru, I know, is famous for traffic snarls, and the traffic itself has branded Bangalore in a very negative way, and we are trying to really shrug off that tag of being the worst city for traffic in the world, maybe. Forget about India alone. Now, taking our viewers through a little glimpse into the route map. Here's a quick understanding on the route that Prime Minister will be taking on the first day. A quick look shows that Prime Minister's rally on the 6th of May, which will be about 26 kilometers. He split the rally into 2 days. 6th of May, 26 kilometers that the rally will go on. 10 a.m. all the way to 1:30 p.m. It will be starting from the RBI layout, Bangalore South, Bommanahalli, then Jayanagar, then Baswangudi, then Chamrajpet, Govindraj Nagar, Rajaji Nagar, Kado Maleshwara, in fact Maleshwaram area, and then will be Kado Maleshwara, and then finally will be ending in Maleshwaram. This is the first day of the rally that will be carried out. Now I'm going to quickly cut across to the second day of the rally, where it will be beginning again at around 10 a.m. and will finish at around 11:30, where it will be starting from Old Airport Road, Suranjan Das Road Junction, the War Memorial, as well as the Brigade Road along the Richmond Town Shantinagar area. That will be happening on the second day, which is the Sunday, which will be a 10-kilometer stretch. And the reason to why this has been shortened from a one-day affair to now split into 2 days and shortened from 9 to 10 hours to now split into 2 hours to 1.5 hours is because NEET students will be, according to Prime Minister Modi, he does not want to inconvenience NEET students who will be giving their exams the following day on a Monday. So not to disturb their movement and of course create extra traffic in the already clouded and cluttered Bengaluru city, it appears that this has been decided to split into 2. Now, all right, thank you, Sagai, for joining us on that. If we've understood the route map, I'm going to cut across to a lot more coming in terms of heated political debate here in Karnataka. As we know that the Bajrang Dal has now become the latest flashpoint for people here, for political parties here. In Karnataka, and I'm right now, in fact, very significant here is my location. I'm right in front of the revered Bhagwan Hanuman Mandir, a stunning temple here in Mangaluru Kudroli area, and I will say it and stress on this every time that the people here of Karnataka show great devotion and worship to their gods, and not people here do not take insult to their god very lightly, and which is why I have managed to take one good look at this temple to see the kind of people who are showing such great affection and devotion to Lord Hanuman, to Lord Anjaneya as we call him here. So the Prime Minister now evoking Lord Hanuman on his campaign trail again as part of his rallies has accused the Congress of insulting Bajrang Bali. In fact, says the fact that the Congress even hinted at banning the Bajrang Dal as an outfit is basically an all-out insult to the Lord Hanuman. Says that the Congress now seems, and on the other hand, it appears that as much as the BJP is hitting back, the right-wing Hindu groups are really pushing back and giving enough and more grief to the Congress, it appears now is trying to soften their stance. In an exclusive conversation to India Today, Mallikarjun Kharge has given a corruption twist to this whole narrative here to Prime Minister Modi's Bajrang Bali war cry, declaring that Bajrang Bali will break the in fact, Lord Bajrang Dal, as much as BJP says that Congress has insulted Bajrang Bali, Congress says it is the same Hanuman, Lord Bajrang Bali, that will actually break the back of the BJP and will end corruption. Let's take a listen at all the reactions that we got right from the start of the day.
कांग्रेस की हालत इतनी बुरी है, उनके पैर कांप रहे हैं।
और इसलिए कांग्रेस को मेरे जय बजरंग बली बोलने पर भी आपत्ति होने लगी है। तुष्टीकरण के लिए कांग्रेस किस हद तक जा रही है, ये देश और कर्नाटका के लोग देख रहे हैं।
Any prime minister, he uses such quotations used earlier? No. Even their Jansangha leader, founder, he was in Nehru's cabinet. He did not do such things. We also say, Jai Bajrang Bali, tod de bhrashtachar ki nali. Why you are equating Bajrang Bali? Have you taken contract? That only the BJP should say. Why you are exploiting for election? Now, if you go and ask in my constituency, Gurmatkal old constituency MLA, I might have built more than 80 Hanuman temples.
Right, now I'm going to cut across to Smriti Irani. As the Union Minister Smriti Irani speaks about the devotion that Hindus have towards Bajrang Dal, also hits out at the Congress. While speaking exclusively to India Today, slams the Congress for saying that this is a deliberate targeting of Hindus by claiming that Bajrang Dal is similar to that of the PFI. This is the Congress calling Hindus terrorists. These are strong words used by Smriti Irani as she spoke in an exclusive conversation to India Today. Let's have a look.
कांग्रेस पार्टी के पास जब सत्ता थी, तब कांग्रेस पार्टी ने प्रभु राम के नाम को भी और अस्तित्व को भी नकार दिया, विशेष कोर्ट में एफिडेविट दर्ज करवा के। आज जिन लोगों ने राम के नाम को और उनके अस्तित्व को चुनौती दी, वो बजरंग बली जी को भी चुनौती दे रहे हैं। और जो बजरंग बली के भक्त हैं वो जानते हैं कि रावण की लंका में जब बजरंग बली ने पैर रखा था, उनकी पूंछ में आग लगाई थी रावण ने, तो पूरी लंका उनकी ढा दी थी। ये कांग्रेस वाले अगर भूल गए हैं तो याद कर लें।
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to, where we see barely less than a week left for Karnataka assembly elections to take place. Now we're seeing that the BJP has said very clearly that they're going to all out protect people of the Bajrang Dal. The BJP has fully likened the Bajrang Dal to Lord Hanuman, saying there is no difference between Lord Hanuman and the Bajrang Dal outfit, because based on the principles and the teachings of based on Lord Hanuman is the Bajrang Dal outfit that functions on the very similar ethical principles. So now we see the Congress, on the other hand, trying to do some damage control. I also spoke to some of the locals here in Karnataka to really see if evoking the Lord's name will actually lure them to come out and vote for a certain party. Let's have a listen. Now the Congress has gone all out to assure the people of Karnataka that they are building several temples. If they come to power, they will be building many Anjaneya temples of such kind. That one that I see here in Mysuru, a stunning Lord Anjaneya standing right on top of that temple here. It is and has huge gathering devotees wanting to pay their respects here. Such kind of temples will be built across the state of Karnataka, is what the Congress assures, and also will be forming a committee to monitor the functioning and happenings of the Anjaneya temple, since Karnataka is the birthplace of Hanuman, of Anjaneya. Politicians referring to God, saying you are insulting God, you're always trying to poke at people's emotions.
Don't compare about the gods. What's your power? You show it in a positive way. I just feel that politicians are kind of trying to attack people's sentiment by bringing religion and manipulating and dividing people with different religion. And I feel many people are reacting to it in a very bad way, and I guess it should stop.
Nobody has that authority of, choosing one god over the other, right? And demeaning one god over the other. I think it speaks a lot about the politician who's actually looking down on other god or other religion.
Now we have just a few days to go for Karnataka elections and all the top netas are seen busy rushing to all the famous temples in Karnataka and seeking blessings. Of course, they want to be viewed as religious netas who are rooted and respect the culture of the state. We saw many netas seeking their blessings. Now, how will this really turn into favor for them? This Karnataka's elections will be telling. Seeing Chief Minister Bajrang Bommai is now hitting out at Siddaramaiah and mocking him for using stars to campaign for him in Varuna, claiming that Siddaramaiah will lose Varuna, which is why he needs star support. And on the contrary, you have the Congress now hitting back at the BJP with enough and more creatives that we are seeing of Starbucks showing Bajrang Bommai as a corrupt CM, of using Zomato logos to say that there is no delivery done, and all kinds of creative ads that the Congress is now using to hit out at the BJP. It appears that the two parties now locked in war a few days ahead of elections in Karnataka. It's very interesting to see their battle here panning out, and very interesting to also see the kind of creative attempts to hit out at one another. All the big top guns, including Prime Minister Modi, Sonia Gandhi, who will be in Karnataka in just a day to come, holding massive roadshows and rallies to try and galvanize as much support as they can before 24 hours or 48 hours before elections. That's when the campaigning date ends, and we're going to bring you everything and every angle right from the ground. State of War Karnataka. Thank you very much for watching.
Bajrang Bommai, an unlikely chief minister from the BJP. For one, he's not a leader cast in the Sangh Parivar mold. An import from the Janata Dal, Bommai, contrary to expectations, has followed the saffron ideology to the T. His term as the chief minister of Karnataka has been marred by charges of corruption and divisive politics. And today, he's fighting the toughest battle of his political career from Shigao, a seat he's won thrice. For Bommai, who has many detractors within the party, just a victory will not be enough. The margin has to be big enough to silence his critics and stamp his claim to the chief minister's post if his party wins power again. Into the last leg of his campaign, Bommai has been camping in his constituency, meeting voters, carrying out roadshows. Bommai on Thursday visited the Pagia Halli Dargah to meet Muslim voters. From campus ban on hijab to politics over Azan, the chief minister has faced much criticism from the community. He blames the Congress for that, claiming his rivals are hand in glove with the PFI.
They entertained PFI. They gave a lot of help also through removing their cases. So PFI and SDPI are two faces of the same coin, and they have grown so much. Now Congress has taken open support of them, and SDPI and PFI are blackmailing them now. They are under the clutches of PFI SDPI.
The Congress poll promised to ban the VHP's youth wing Bajrang Dal has given Bommai fresh ammo, and he's milking it to consolidate the Hindutva vote.
Bajrang Dal, they are equating with PFI. PFI is a known banned organization, it's an anti-national organization, pro-terrorist organization. How can you compare Bajrang Dal with that? See, all families are the members of Bajrang Dal. How do you know that we are not members?
For Bommai, the fight will not end with winning his seat. The Lingayat leader will have to negotiate many landmines within the party to secure his second term as chief minister. But first, he has to deliver the elections for the BJP. Bureau Report, India Today.
Co-powered by Max Life Insurance. You are the difference.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's play.
We're extremely privileged to have him here in person with us to give us a sense of the developments and the discussions that have taken place over the last 1.5 days. Also joining us on the dais, Shri Vinay Quatra, Foreign Secretary, sir. Shri Dammu Ravi, Secretary Economic Relations in the Ministry of External Affairs, as well as Srimati Yojana Patel, Joint Secretary, SCO Division, as well as the National Coordinator for SCO from India. With that, sir, I would request you, sir, to perhaps say a few opening remarks, and then we can take a few questions.
Friends from the media, we have just concluded the SCO Council of Foreign Ministers meeting today here in Goa. This was chaired by India for the first time. Foreign ministers of SCO member states, the Secretary General of the SCO and Director of SCO RATS took part in the meeting. During the meeting, the SCO foreign ministers assessed the status of decisions that will be approved at the upcoming SCO summit in July. The meeting also gave an opportunity to dwell on the state of multilateral cooperation in SCO, to address regional and global issues of interest, talk about the reform and modernization of the organization, and assess the progress of admitting Iran and Belarus to SCO as new member states. As you are all aware, Prime Minister Modi had articulated India's priorities for the SCO chair with the theme of towards a secure SCO. The acronym SECURE was given by Prime Minister because it lays out the main focus under our ongoing chairship, and SECURE stands for security, economic development, connectivity, unity, respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, and environmental protection. I would also like to inform you that under our ongoing presidency, we have successfully hosted more than 100 meetings and events so far, including 15 ministerial levels or head of agency meetings. Many of the socio-cultural events hosted by India were the first of its kind in the framework of the SCO. The designation of Varanasi, Kashi, as the first ever SCO cultural and tourist capital for 2022-23, I think deserves special mention. It was our endeavor to create new verticals of cooperation in SCO, and as an example, I can cite the field of startups and innovation, traditional medicine, science and technology, empowering youth, and reviving the Buddhist heritage amongst the SCO member states. The work to implement these verticals is already underway, and it is being spearheaded by India. We are also committed to strengthening and further deepening the cooperation within the framework of SCO, and many of our initiatives and steps were in that direction. We have opened up new areas of cooperation and intensified engagement among member states. We hope to continue the momentum of our interaction, and we are obviously looking forward to the summit in July. In the course of these 2 days, I also held fruitful bilateral interactions with my counterparts from Russia, China, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, and Kyrgyzstan. All ministers reaffirmed their support to India as the chair of SCO and expressed their appreciation for the contribution of India to that organization. I also met the Secretary General of the SCO and discussed the diversification and the deepening of SCO agenda. As regards the bilateral relationships, let me start with Russia. FM Lavrov and I noted the progress that has been made in our economic cooperation. We exchanged views on a number of regional and global developments. Since the G20 meetings are ongoing, and there's a BRICS foreign ministers meeting which is coming up soon, these two were also the subject of our discussion. Where FM Qingang of China is concerned, much of our attention, I think predictably, went to the disengagement issue in the Western sector. Yeah, but here again, the G20 and BRICS featured in the talks because China is a member of both groupings. With Minister Saidov of Uzbekistan, it was a warm first meeting. We took stock of our bilateral ties and agreed to have another conversation soon. This was also the case with Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Nutliev of Kazakhstan. With my Tajik and Kyrgyz counterparts, Foreign Minister Sirajuddin and Kulubayev, now they are long-standing friends with whom we have a rolling, ongoing conversation. And some of the subjects which came up in the meeting with them were overlapping with those of the others in Central Asia. They included connectivity, counter-terrorism, health, trade and energy. With all the Central Asian ministers, we agreed that the India-Central Asia format meetings in different domains should take place at an early date. So the overall sense that I would like to share with you is that of a productive SCO Council of Foreign Ministers meeting. I think it was useful in preparing the ground for the summit. So those are some opening thoughts and I would be delighted to take questions.
Thank you, sir. Before I take the questions, ground rules, please. Please introduce yourself and the organization that you represent. We'll also not be able to accommodate more than one question, even that may be difficult. Let me start. Pranay, can I start with you?
सर प्रणय उपाध्याय एबीपी न्यूज से सर सामने प्रणय उपाध्याय एबीपी न्यूज से सर मेरा सवाल इस चीज को लेकर है कि एससीओ की विदेश मंत्रियों की बैठक के लिए पाकिस्तान के विदेश मंत्री बिलावल भुट्टो आए थे। भारत में बहुत लंबे समय बाद किसी पाकिस्तानी विदेश मंत्री की ये यात्रा हुई थी, लेकिन अपने भाषण में उन्होंने सीपैक का जिक्र किया। आज उन्होंने कहा जम्मू कश्मीर को लेकर कि भारत G20 में अड़ियल रवैया दिखा रहा है वहां पर आयोजन को करके यहाँ की सॉइल पे। तो आपने इस यात्रा को कैसे लिया और क्या आपको लगता है कि इस यात्रा से जिस तरह से उन्होंने कमिटमेंट दिखाया एससीओ को लेकर, बायलैटरल टॉक्स को लेकर भी कोई संभावना बन सकती है? क्योंकि ये बातें ऐसे समय में हो रही है जब भारत में आज टेरर अटैक भी हुआ है।
We'll take a few questions together. Yeah.
Sir, hi. This is Shivangi Thakur from Z News. आज हमने देखा किस तरह से एससीओ समिट हुआ, लेकिन इसके बाद सर जो पाकिस्तान के विदेश मंत्री हैं उनका एक बयान सामने आया है और उन्होंने कहा है कि आतंकवाद पर भारत और पाकिस्तान को साथ मिलकर बैठकर बातचीत करना चाहिए क्योंकि हम भी इससे पीड़ित हैं। ऐसे में जब वो यहाँ पर आए हैं, द्विपक्षीय वार्ता नहीं हुई है, राजौरी में आज भी हमारे जवान शहीद हुए हैं, तो कैसे देखते हैं? क्योंकि वो कह रहे हैं कि सिंपल सी चीज है, वो कह रहे हैं आतंकवाद पे हम दोनों को मिलकर काम करना चाहिए, लेकिन कैसे करेंगे जब आप समिट में आकर बातचीत नहीं करते?
सिद्धांत।
Hi sir, Siddhant from WION. When it comes to bilateral with the Chinese foreign minister, the Chinese readout says that situation at the border is stable. How do you see this divergence in the position?
Between
the Chinese side claiming that everything is normal at the border, everything is stable at the border.
Yeah, ma'am there. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Munize Jahangir. I'm from Pakistan, from Aaj TV, and my question to you over here is that the Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari made a bold move by coming here, and it is being seen as a breakthrough. He is also being criticized, but how do you, India, see it? Do you see it as a breakthrough, and what will be your roadmap in the future to resumption of at least diplomatic ties with Pakistan?
Sir, perhaps 4 questions I'll hand over to you, sir.
देखिए, 3 सवाल जो हैं वो पाकिस्तान पर थे, एक सवाल जो है वो चाइना पर था। तो ये 3 सवाल जो पाकिस्तान वाले सवाल जो हैं मैं एक साथ लेना चाहूँगा ताकि बिकॉज दे आर ओवरलैपिंग क्वेश्चंस। First of all, let me say this. As a foreign minister of an SCO member state, Mr. Bhutto Zardari was treated accordingly. As a promoter, justifier, and I'm sorry to say spokesperson of a terrorism industry, which is the mainstay of Pakistan, his positions were called out and they were countered, including at the SCO meeting itself. So let me come to the specifics. On the China-Pakistan economic corridor, this so-called corridor, I think it was made very clear, not once but twice in the SCO meeting, that connectivity is good for progress, but connectivity cannot violate the territorial integrity and sovereignty of states. So this has been our long-standing position. Nobody should have any doubt about it. And I assure you, those who are in the room today had no doubt about it. I made sure of that. Regarding आपका दूसरा जो था वो G20 के बारे में था. Now, you know, I don't think there is a G20 issue to debate with anybody. Certainly not with a country which is nothing to do with the G20. I mean, Jammu and Kashmir was, is, will always be a part of India. And the G20 meetings are held in all the Indian states and union territories, so it is completely natural that it is held there. जो आपका जो दूसरा सवाल जो था कि from what I understood that India and Pakistan should sit together. You know, victims of terrorism do not sit together with perpetrators of terrorism to discuss terrorism. Victims of terrorism defend themselves, counter acts of terrorism, they call it out, they delegitimize it, and that is exactly what is happening. So to come here and preach these hypocritical words as though we are on the same boat, I mean, they are committing acts of terrorism. And, you know, I don't want to jump the gun on what happened today, but I think we're all feeling equally outraged. So, I think, I mean, let's be very, very clear on this. You know, on this matter, the terrorism matter, I mean, I would say Pakistan's credibility is depleting even faster than its forex reserves. So you know, let's be clear what this is about. On your question, you know, is this a breakthrough? Look, he came here as a member, a foreign minister of an SCO member state. That is part of multilateral diplomacy. Please do not see it as anything more than that. It was not meant as anything more than that. It was not treated as anything more than that. And I think nothing that from what he said or what I heard he said deserves for this to be treated more than that. The China question. Look, my understanding of what the Chinese said, I think they used the word stable, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think that's the issue. I think the issue is that there is an abnormal position in the boundary areas, border areas, along the boundary. And we had a very frank discussion about it. It's not the first discussion. I had spoken to Foreign Minister Chingang on the sidelines of the G20 as well. We have to take the disengagement process forward. And I have made it very clear, frankly, publicly as well, and you know, what I say within the room is not different from what I say outside, which is that India-China relations are not normal. and cannot be normal if the peace and tranquility in the border areas is disturbed. I've been very, very clear about it. I've been very consistent about it. And I have not changed my position at this meeting either.
Thank you, sir. Listen, in the interest of efficiency, please do not repeat similar questions or try to come back to it. I think.
You are watching India Today.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Powered by Jaguar, discover the magic of smart lights. Co-powered by Tech Pro by Blackberries. Show the way.
Caste mobilization. Legacy politics.
धोनी का फैन है।
धोनी का फैन है। पॉलिटिक्स में किसका फैन है?
पॉलिटिक्स में हम लोग येडियुरप्पा जी का फैन है। येडियुरप्पा को छोड़ के बीजेपी कुछ नहीं कर सकता साउथ इंडिया में।
Loyalties.
ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಅಭ್ಯರ್ಥಿನೂ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಏನು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಮೋದಿ ನೋಡೋಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
Allegiances. तो बीजेपी पसंद है?
बीजेपी पसंद है और बीजेपी का ऊपर है मोदी। सब लोग मोदी जी का फैन है।
Karnataka, the land of paradoxes, bursting with regional pride, yet pride that lives in its deeply etched caste and religious fault lines. As we continue to climb up to northern Karnataka, the Hyderabad-Karnataka region, we stop in stunning Hampi. Not just for its jaw-dropping beauty, but also it's literally the birthplace of Lord Hanuman, Bajrang Bali, who unknowingly, unfortunately, has become the centerpiece of a fierce political face-off in the state.
त्रेता युग का समय पे ये पूरा एरिया क्या देख रहे हैं, सराउंडिंग एरिया को हम लोग कहता था किष्किंधा साम्राज्य। किष्किंधा साम्राज्य वाली सुग्रीव का साम्राज्य था। उसमें ये हनुमान का जन्म स्थान मानता है। इधर नदी देख रहा है ना हम लोग ने, तुंगभद्रा नदी है। तुंगभद्रा नदी का उस तरफ अंजनाद्री पर्वत है। अंजना देवी माँ है हनुमान का। 7000 साल तपस करने का जगह है वो इधर अंजनाद्री पर्वत। ये बाद में वो तपस का वजह से शिव जी का वर से, वायुदेव का वर से हनुमान जन्म लेता है। इसलिए ऐसा मानता है कि हनुमान का जन्म स्थान
जो ये हनुमान बर्थ प्लेस बहुत लोग मानते हैं इसको। बहुत लोग आते हैं, बहुत इंडिया से बहुत लोग आते हैं, गुजरात से, उत्तर प्रदेश से, नॉर्थ इंडिया से, साउथ इंडिया से बहुत लोग आते हैं।
It's an early, hopefully a good morning in Hampi. Hampi is a land soaked in history. History that glorifies it and history that haunts it as well. Till very recent past, Hampi used to be in the black book of avid travelers. But the year 2019 changed it all, when New York Times put Hampi as the second most destination in the world that you need to travel to. And since then, it's right at the top of most tourists' list. This popular town in Vijayanagara district, Karnataka, is home to the group of monuments at Hampi, a UNESCO World Heritage Site. An open-air museum dotted with ruins thousands of years old, with the world's oldest temples. The historic antiquity of the region can be traced back to the Mauryan period. Hampi also famous for being the capital of the erstwhile Vijayanagara Empire. A kingdom that was synonymous to wealth and prosperity.
ये हम्पी जो है रामायण में किष्किंधा नगरी बोलते हैं। भगवान हनुमान जी का जन्मस्थल है। शबरी का गुफा है इधर और बाली किला है। सुग्रीव का ये जगह है। सो भगवान श्री राम जी आके इधर बाली का वध करके सुग्रीव जी को पट्टाभिषेक करके इधर ही से हनुमान जी को भेजते हैं माता सीता को ढूंढने के लिए।
Is the Karnataka government giving you what you need as a guide?
मैडम 25 साल से मैं आपको बोला था गाइड का काम करता हूँ। कोई सरकार हमको सुविधा करने के लिए आए नहीं, लेकिन बीजेपी जो सरकार जो आया है, जो प्रवासोद्यम सचिव श्री आनंद सिंह सर जी ने हमको 5,000 सैलरी किए।
Nearly every household in Hampi is dependent on tourism.
तो 50 रुपीस नोट में जो हम्पी का स्टोन चैरेट लगा है सर, है ना, ये स्टोन चैरेट है। देखो हम्पी का फेमस है। इसको देख के भी हम्पी को बहुत टूरिस्ट आ रहे हैं। 70 to 80% है ना हम्पी का जो लोग है ना टूरिज्म के ऊपर है, और 20 to 30% है ना फार्मर्स है। 10% लोग जॉब को जाते हैं।
Vijendra was once the most sought after guide in Hampi. Today he's a government employee.
मुझे एक्चुअली कंफर्टली 5 लैंग्वेज आता है, कन्नड़ा, इंग्लिश, हिंदी, तेलुगु, मराठी। हम पुराण से हिस्टोरिकल तक लेने से इसका सराउंड ऑलमोस्ट 65 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर्स बन जाता है, और हिस्टोरिकल से हम लेने से 26 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर में द ग्रेट सिटी का रूइंस है। ऐसा दोनों भावना भी इधर मिल जाता है, हिस्टोरिकल और रिलीजियस। ऐसा साइट है। उसके लिए भारत सरकार ने इसको द लार्जेस्ट द ओपन एयर लाइव म्यूजियम ऑफ द वर्ल्ड बोलकर अनाउंस किया। COVID-19 changed my job. So 3 years long time there was no job here because entire tourism was completely shut down, and even people not allowed to come out of the home. Studied hard and well in Hampi area only. So by the grace of God, finally I got job. India should be a Vishwaguru in all matters, in education, in prosperity, in poverty, clearing the poverty and giving the infrastructure and taking nation lift by lift and year by year towards the high.
The small tourist town of Hampi seems to be leaning towards who it voted the last time round. The BJP. आपको मोदी क्यों पसंद है?
आप ही मोदी पसंद है मैडम। उसको पूरा वो पसंद है। फुल बीजेपी है। फुल बीजेपी है। इधर कार्यकर्ता लोग है ना बीजेपी है, और इधर लोकल एमएलए ना आनंद सिंह है, वो 4 बार विन हो चुका है ऑलरेडी। ये बार भी उनका ही चल रहा है।
नहीं, उसका बेटा। आज तो उसका बेटा है।
वही सिद्धार्थ सिंह है ना, उनका ही चल रहा है।
No matter the hours that you put in, which are grueling, the privileges of being on the election trail are incomparable. It takes you to places that have been on your bucket list forever. Hampi, for me, was one. For political reasons, yes, that we are here, but more so on the current political contest, the raging controversy over Lord Hanuman, Bajrang Bali. Why are we in Hampi because of it? Find out. Lord Hanuman, Bajrang Bali. In the final leg of this election has come to be a calling card. all started with the Congress party releasing its manifesto, which said if the party comes to power, it will ban both the Bajrang Dal and the PFI, raising with it a political storm. The Congress, given an edge over BJP in most pre-poll surveys by pollsters, seemed to have handed the BJP a perfect opportunity, and the party jumped at it. It wasn't about Bajrang Dal, a fringe right-wing outfit anymore. For the BJP, it was an insult to Bajrang Bali himself. The campaign changed overnight. Social media display pictures of BJP leaders turned to say, I am Bajrang Dal, ban me. The Prime Minister opened rallies with the chant,
जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर जय कपीस त्रिहु लोक उजागर.
Hanuman Chalisa was recited at temples. The Congress that seemed to have set the narrative till now seemed to now be catching up. In central Karnataka, the BJP, traditionally strong, is milking the controversy.
केसरी नंदन तेज प्रताप महाजगवंदन अस कहि श्रीपति कंठ लगावे सनकादिक ब्रह्मादि मुनीसा नारद सारद सहस सीसा. जय बजरंग बली, जय बजरंग बली.
पूरा प्रोटेस्ट बीजेपी कर रही है ऑन द कांग्रेस मैनिफेस्टो इन कर्नाटका. आप उसको लेके आए हैं?
हाँ, निश्चित रूप से हम यहाँ चुनाव में ही हैं और कांग्रेस ने जो आज 2 दिन पहले घोषणा पत्र जारी किया है उसमें बजरंग दल की तुलना पीएफआई से की है, जो मुझे लगता है पाप का काम है. कांग्रेस का चरित्र ही ऐसा रहा है. मुस्लिम तुष्टीकरण के लिए वो हिंदुओं को अपमानित करती रही है और सदैव रास्ता ढूंढती है हिंदुओं को अपमानित करने का. हिंदू इस बात को बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगा. भारतीय जनता पार्टी इसको बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगी और निश्चित रूप से कांग्रेस को वोट की चोट भी करेगी.
नहीं, वो डीके शिव कुमार बोल के कांग्रेस का स्टेट प्रेसिडेंट है ना, उसको डर लग गया कि किसके बोले तो वो मुसलमान लोग के तुष्टीकरण करता उन्हें, इसलिए बजरंग दल बैन करता बोलता. उसको ताकत रहे तो बैन कर, सब लोग हम हिंदू लोग सब उसको देखता था, इसलिए वो सिर्फ इलेक्शन दृष्टि में करता है.
आप लोग प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं कि जो कांग्रेस का मैनिफेस्टो आया है?
सर बिल्कुल प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे, क्योंकि लिए हमें हिंदू धर्म मानते हैं. हिंदू भगवान के लिए वो कभी भी वो हिंदू धर्म के लिए कुछ ना कुछ एक इफेक्टिव रीजंस देते हैं, कुछ ना कुछ एक गलत ढूंढते रहते हैं. फिर भी हमें हिंदू धर्म के लिए स्वाभिमान है. हिंदू संस्कार, हिंदू पद्धति रिवाज के लिए हमें भाजपा से, बजरंग दल से, आरएसएस सभी लोगों को उसकी तरफ उसकी निशाने में है. कुछ भी बोल दे, वो डीके शिव कुमार उनका मैनिफेस्टो में कुछ गलत किए हैं, उसके साथ हमें कुछ भी नहीं ठहरते हैं. उसके खिलाफ है, हमें अपोज करते हैं, बिल्कुल से अपोज करते हैं.
पर बजरंग दल के खिलाफ तो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का कम से कम कर्नाटका में ही देख लीजिए ऊपर से 500 कंप्लेंट है.
नहीं, कंप्लेंट तो ये कंप्लेंट बहुत है.
लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का
नहीं, इधर सुनो, कंप्लेंट है फिर भी वो साबित नहीं हुआ है. कंप्लेंट करने का बहुत सभी लोगों को हक है.
कांग्रेस कह रहा है कि देखिए बजरंग दल में तो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर प्रॉब्लम है, बजरंग बली और बजरंग दल बहुत अलग चीज है.
मैं बोलता हूँ बजरंग बल भी एक ही है, बजरंग दल भी एक ही है. वो बोलते हैं, क्या बोलते हैं, अभी कांग्रेस वाले उसको अलग करने चाहते हैं. और सभी हिंदू लोग अभी हम लोग माला डालते हैं, बजरंग नाम से माला डालते हैं, दूसरे से रिश्ते हम माला नहीं डालते हैं. इसके लिए दो भी एक ही है बोलता हूँ.
In Hampi, the birthplace of Lord Hanuman, the mood is with the BJP. हनुमान पे विश्वास करता है.
हनुमान पे विश्वास करता है. बजरंग दल बैन करने वाला स्टेटमेंट जो कांग्रेस ने दिया है वो थोड़ा गलत लगता है.
आपको
गलत लगता है. ये नहीं देना था, बिकॉज हम इंडिया में बहुत लोग हनुमान जी को पूजा करते, नमस्कार करते, सब लोग मानते उसको. तो वो स्टेटमेंट नहीं देना था. वो बजरंग दल को हम फॉलो करते,
आप फॉलो करते हैं?
फॉलो करते हैं हमने, वो स्टेटमेंट नहीं देना था वो।
गलत किया या सही किया?
गलत किया है। बजरंग दल से देश को कुछ विरोधी काम तो नहीं हुआ है अभी तक। वो तो पूरा देशभक्त है बजरंग दल का।
कांग्रेस को इम्पैक्ट होगा इसका?
हो सकता है, हो सकता है।
विकृत मनस, वेरी वेरी बैड। वो PFI वो हिंदू संगठन का जोड़न करता ना, वेरी वर्स्ट मेंटालिटी दैट इज वन।
Anjanadri Hill. As per folklore, Lord Hanuman was born here. Hampi is also believed to be the monkey kingdom. Kiskinda, where Lord Ram met his loyal follower Hanuman. This is the Anjanadri Hill, the birthplace of Lord Hanuman. What you see right there is the base of this hill, the feet of Lord Hanuman right there, and the head is right on top. It's about 600 stairs walk, or about 700 steps is what we are getting to understand. We're going to do it. It's a hot afternoon, over 40 degrees Celsius, but in the name of Lord Hanuman, Jai Bajrang Bali for our team. We're going to make our way there, and let's go. Steps, halfway mark. 350 more to go. That is where we have to go, and that is where we came from. It says 575, there is nowhere near 575. I don't believe it. They also told me they added 200 steps. You're looking very pretty, ma'am. Very beautiful. Come on, let's go. Away from the high decibel politics that's playing out in his name, Hanumanji, in the state of Karnataka on a national scale, the true abode of Bajrang Bali, the sense of peace and calm is astounding. Bajrang Bali, the son of Anjani and Kesari, the loyal companion to Rama, the one with limitless power yet merciful. One of the central characters of the epic Ramayana. And now, Karnataka elections 2023. Who would have known? Come May 13th, the question, who will get Bajrang Bali's blessings?
So now we'll play Never Have I Ever.
Okay.
Never have I ever Googled myself.
Of course I have.
Never have I ever sent a flirty text to a wrong person.
Never.
Never have I ever got my head shaved.
I did for Dangal.
Never have I ever been scolded by my director.
Of course I have been scolded by my director, and in a funny way. This was, and it's Vishalji. It's in a funny way, like not like seriously. Vishalji once did that as a joke.
Never have I ever snooped through my significant other's phone without them knowing.
Never.
Never have I ever used a public transport to reach work.
all the time. Listen, Mumbai, and it's traffic, it's crazy these days.
Yeah.
Metro.
Never have I ever stalked my contemporaries on social media.
Of course I have.
Never have I ever been fooled or pranked by a co-star on the sets.
Yes, a lot of times.
Never have I ever skipped a workout session.
Skipped whenever I'm feeling tired. Yeah, but otherwise I like to work out.
Never have I ever slept while watching a film.
A lot of times.
Really?
As I
love
said,
sleeping.
I love sleeping and I sleep quite early, so.
Never have I ever regretted doing a film.
Never.
Never have I ever taken advantage of my celebrity status.
Never.
Never have I ever envied an actor bagging a film.
Never ever.
Never ever have I ever given someone my fake phone number.
I have.
Never have I ever drunk dialed an ex.
No, never.
Never? Okay. Never have I ever had a crush on a co-star.
Never. Not yet.
Not yet. All right, that's a wrap on our Never Have I Ever. Last word to your fans for Kathal.
Kathal is a dramedy. As I said, it's a film that you can sit and watch with your family. And it's a unique story. It's not just comedy, there's romance, there's mystery of these two stolen Kathals, and there is a very nice social message to it too, which I would not like to reveal it right now. I would like you guys to see it from 19th May onwards on Netflix, and I'm sure you guys would love it.
All right, that was Sanya Malhotra. Thank you so much for joining us and all the best.
Thank you.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
There seems to be no stopping for Priyanka Chopra Jonas. The actress has been busy making headlines across the globe for weeks for her satirical choices and upcoming projects. And now, PC along with husband Nick Jonas and Sam Heughan attended the New York premiere of their upcoming film, Love Again. Priyanka chose a pastel blue off-shoulder Nina Ricci Fall 2023 gown. Sam, on the other hand, looked dapper in a black tuxedo, while Nick wore a printed black pantsuit set.
Do I know you?
I'm not sure.
Do you have someone in your life right now?
The more I get to know her, the better I like her. But she's stuck on her former boyfriend.
It's been 2 years. There is nothing wrong with putting yourself back out there.
I like you.
I like you too.
When you touch me like this.
The film Love Again tells the story of a grieving woman named Meera, played by Priyanka Chopra Jonas, who is struggling to live her life after the sudden death of her boyfriend. She keeps on texting him on his old number which is now being used by another man named Rob Burns, played by Hugan.
Do I know you?
I'm not sure.
Do you have someone in your life right now?
The more I get to know her, the better I like her. But she's stuck on her former boyfriend.
It's been 2 years. There is nothing wrong with putting yourself back out there.
I like you.
I like you too.
When you touch me like this, and I hold you like that.
Open yourself to the universe.
Directed by James C. Strauss, the film will also feature Celine Dion and is scheduled to release in theatres on May 12th.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Co-powered by American Tourister, born to cross boundaries. IDFC First Bank, always you first. Blue Star Fast Cooling AC.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening, you're watching India First. I'm Gaurav Sawant. Our top focus story on the broadcast is Dr. S. Jaishankar, India's External Affairs Minister, launching a diplomatic surgical strike on Pakistan's Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari, calling him a promoter, justifier and spokesperson of Pakistan's terror industry. Dr. S. Jaishankar was speaking to journalists after the Shanghai Cooperation Organization foreign ministers meet at Goa. He said Pakistan's credibility is depleting faster than Pakistan's foreign exchange reserves. This stinging attack on Pakistan, state-sponsored radical Islamist terror, came amidst reports of 5 brave soldiers of the Indian Army making the supreme sacrifice of their lives in an anti-terrorist operation in the Rajouri area, the forests of Rajouri in Jammu and Kashmir early this morning. That anti-terror operation is still underway. Dr. S. Jaishankar said a victim of terror and the perpetrators of terror do not sit together, in response to a question on resumption of dialogue with Pakistan. He actually hit out at Pakistan's hypocrisy and doublespeak on terror. The External Affairs Minister also hit out at the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, saying connectivity is good, but connectivity cannot be an excuse to violate the territorial integrity of a country. And this is where China-Pakistan Economic Corridor passes through Gilgit-Baltistan, Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, that is originally and actually an integral part of India. But before I get you much more on this big diplomatic surgical strike, let's first listen in to Dr. S. Jaishankar, India's External Affairs Minister.
As a foreign minister of an SCO member state, Mr. Bhutto Zardari was treated accordingly. As a promoter, justifier, and I'm sorry to say spokesperson of a terrorism industry, which is the mainstay of Pakistan. His positions were called out and they were countered, including at the SCO meeting itself. So let me come to the specifics. On the China-Pakistan economic corridor, this so-called corridor, I think it was made very clear, not once but twice in the SCO meeting, that connectivity is good for progress, but connectivity cannot violate the territorial integrity and sovereignty of states. So this has been our long-standing position. Nobody should have any doubt about it. And I assure you, those who are in the room today had no doubt about it. I made sure of that. Regarding आपका दूसरा जो था वो G20 के बारे में था. Now, you know, I don't think there is a G20 issue to debate with anybody. Certainly not with a country which is nothing to do with the G20. I mean, Jammu and Kashmir was, is, will always be a part of India. And the G20 meetings are held in all the Indian states and union territories, so it is completely natural that it is held there. जो आपका जो दूसरा सवाल जो था कि from what I understood that India and Pakistan should sit together. You know, victims of terrorism do not sit together with perpetrators of terrorism to discuss terrorism. Victims of terrorism defend themselves, counter acts of terrorism, they call it out, they delegitimize it, and that is exactly what is happening. So to come here and preach these hypocritical words as though we are on the same boat, I mean, they are committing acts of terrorism. And, you know, I don't want to jump the gun on what happened today, but I think we're all feeling equally outraged. So, I think, I mean, let's be very, very clear on this. You know, on this matter, the terrorism matter, I mean, I would say Pakistan's credibility is depleting even faster than its forex reserves. So you know, let's be clear what this is about. On your question, you know, is this a breakthrough? Look, he came here as a member, a foreign minister of an SCO member state. That is part of multilateral diplomacy. Please do not see it as anything more than that. It was not meant as anything more than that. It was not treated as anything more than that. And I think nothing that from what he said or what I heard he said deserves for this to be treated more than that. China-Pakistan economic corridor, this so-called corridor, I think it was made very clear, not once but twice in the SCO meeting, that connectivity is good for progress, but connectivity cannot violate the territorial integrity and sovereignty of states. So this has been our long-standing position. Nobody should have any doubt about it. And I assure you, those who are in the room today had no doubt about it. I made sure of that. देखिए, I said, उनका कोई G20 से लेना देना नहीं है. I will also say, उनका कोई श्रीनगर से भी लेना देना नहीं है. There is only one issue to discuss on Kashmir, which is when does Pakistan vacate its illegal occupation of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. That is the only issue up for discussion.
Facts stated by Dr. S. Jaishankar the way they are meant to be stated. Pakistan has nothing to do with Jammu and Kashmir except vacate Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Incidentally, that includes Gilgit and Baltistan. Something that should have been said every day from 15th of August 1947 is actually being said in 2023 in as many words. I want to bring in India Today's Foreign Affairs editor Geeta Mohan for more on this. I also have Lieutenant General Sanjay Meston joining us on the broadcast. He's been a former defense attaché in Afghanistan. General Meston is also someone who keeps a hawk eye on developments in Jammu and Kashmir. There's been a terror attack in Rajouri. We'll talk to him about that. But Geeta, coming to you first, this is virtually a diplomatic surgical strike that has been launched on Bilawal Bhutto Zardari and the country he represents.
Well, absolutely. We've not heard Dr. Jaishankar speak on Pakistan, specifically on the foreign minister, the manner in which he's spoken now. Again, Gaurav, it comes just after the statements that he made with regards to Prime Minister of India in New York. So while there was a lot of conversation about can there be forward movement, is there going to be a handshake, there was an off-camera handshake, not on camera, body language spoke for itself. But what Dr. Jaishankar did this evening, right now, clearly set the tone and tenor and where India stands, India's position on Pakistan. That talks and terror cannot go together is a thing of the past now. It's gone beyond that. India is not going to engage a country that has a foreign minister for spokesperson of terror factories and terror organizations is something that now Pakistan will have to look at and maybe introspect, but certainly very, very strong, harsh and extreme in terms of how India is viewing Pakistan, but in terms of how India looks at what is happening with Pakistan and from Pakistan is absolutely clear over here, Gaurav.
You know, so all that talk about the handshake and the body language and whether there is an icebreaker or a thaw, it's very clear. How can there be a thaw when Pakistan General Meston has taken absolutely no action against Hafiz Muhammad Saeed for 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, that Maulana of terror Masood Azhar for the parliament attack, for Pulwama, for Pathankot, and Dawood Ibrahim Kaskar, who's living in Clifton, Karachi, barely a stone throw from Bilawal Bhutto Zardari's house in Karachi. Dawood Ibrahim Kaskar, and Pakistan takes no action. But General, my bigger question to you is, a terror strike where we've lost 5 braves, including some from our special forces in Rajouri, is the timing very curious? Recently Pakistan Army Chief visited the LC. There's a div commander who's a radical Islamist who's come on the other side, and the terror strike, General.
Gaurav, good evening. Obviously, the linkage is there. There is no doubt, even before the SCO. And also, we are now going to host the G20. Before that, there was a Rajouri strike. And today, again, they have done another strike. So there is a total linkage. And this has happened when their foreign minister is on our soil. So therefore, the Pakistan, their foreign policy is absolutely state-sponsored terrorism. There is just no doubt on that. And they're doing it largely with 2 countries. One is, of course, with Afghanistan. There they have been totally successful. They have been able to place their proxies, the Taliban there earlier also, and now again they have got them back. And they have tried to destabilize India by bringing in the Kashmir issue, doing cross-border terrorism, and also now in Punjab, drugs and everything. So their agenda is very, very clear. Destabilize the western borders of India. They have already destabilized Pakistan, so that the main issue, which I just highlighted other day also, the Durand line, is just, forgotten. That's gone in cold storage. And I'm very glad. Yesterday only I mentioned in your channel very, very aptly, and I think same thing, the foreign minister has reiterated today that Pakistan needs to vacate the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and Gilgit-Baltistan. That should be a priority 1. There is no denying of the fact.
General, stay with me. I want to bring in my colleague Shiv Arur for more on this. Shiv, this is absolute plain speak. This actually is one rocket after the other. It's almost like a multi-barrel rocket launcher hitting the target, and each rocket hits Pakistan bang on and exposes the terror state and its foreign minister.
And it doesn't just, hit Pakistan. It's also
100% the unadulterated truth about Pakistan. Bilawal Bhutto might have a swagger. He's got this big smile on his face all the time, which kind of betrays his lack of experience in being a foreign minister. But, to be called a promoter of terror, a sponsor of terror, someone who keeps playing victim, someone who needs to wake up to the reality of the abrogation of Article 370, goes beyond the realms of the usual Jaishankar style plain speak, that we've been used to for the last couple of years, Gaurav. Because I think as far as the SCO is concerned, Pakistan tried to, through Bilawal Bhutto, tried to make it seem like, oh, we're only here because it's the SCO. This has nothing to do with India. All of the people in the SCO are our friends. We're here for all the multilateral glory that Pakistan will get. Not for a moment acknowledging, that Pakistan is the world's biggest sponsor of terror. Even in his interview to us, he tried to prevaricate. He sipped water 10 times. He refused to acknowledge Pakistan's role and the world's perception of Pakistan as a global sponsor of terror. He tried to sidestep and escape, when we questioned him about Dawood Ibrahim. He had zero to say, just the usual, Oxford-style fulminations about, things like, witnesses required as far as 2611 is concerned. So for someone as inexperienced as Bilawal Bhutto to imagine that he could have had some kind of an effect on India, I think has been put very ably to rest by Dr. Jaishankar, who has obviously minced no words in calling him a promoter and a sponsor of terror. And for someone who's an intern, someone who has a reputation of being an intern in his own ministry, I think this day is not going to be one of his favorites going forward.
Clearly. And Geeta, on that issue of G20, Dr. Jaishankar made it very clear. Jammu and Kashmir was, is and will remain an integral part of India, and G20 sessions will happen in every part of India. Only issue to discuss with Pakistan is vacation of POJK, including Gilgit and Baltistan. Again, Pakistan and China called out on CPEC, Geeta.
Well, absolutely, Gaurav. He not only very clearly and firmly has informed in many words than one Pakistan that G20 meetings are going to be held in Srinagar, and not just Srinagar or Kashmir, that there needs to be a realization within Pakistan on when will they answer as to when are they going to vacate the occupied territories. Now that again is significant, like Shiv was just saying. It was an extensive interview to India Today where Bilawal Bhutto Zardari did mention this, and to a question on whether if he keeps harping on the United Nations Security Council resolution, will Pakistan withdraw troops from Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir, he did say that, well, they are going to adhere to all of the clauses of the resolution, which means he himself will have a lot of answering to do back home. I do not know whether he had the clearances from the establishment to actually make that commitment. Having said that, the Indian side has made it very clear to Pakistan that there is a reason why the G20 presidency and the way India is projecting all its states is important, and Jammu and Kashmir being an integral part of India cannot be missed when it comes to planning and preparing for the G20 and the meetings being held across the length and breadth of the country, including Jammu and Kashmir.
What's extremely interesting also, and a word of caution here, Geeta and Shiv, stay with me, General Meston. We've already had a number of terror strikes, but all south of Pir Panjal, which would indicate that Pakistan is also carefully calibrating what India is doing in Jammu and Kashmir. But the fact that a G20 meet will happen in Jammu and Kashmir and in Kashmir, could Pakistan escalate? And is there a real threat? Because we are the presidents, India has the presidency of G20 this year, India has the presidency of SCO this year, and Pakistan would want Kashmir to remain in global headlines, General.
No doubts, Gaurav. I had already mentioned sometimes back that the terrorism activities by Pakistan will substantially increase in J&K, and of course, very rightfully, it is south of Pir Panjal. Not only that, even China is now going to be having more of so-called, border incursions. We have had a few examples, so I visualize even that way. coming on to one point, if I can highlight, coming on to SCO, I must highlight that as a colonel, I was the first Indian officer as a military leader, as a delegation leader, to go to China to attend the first peacekeeping exercise in 2005. And if you see the goals and charters of the SCO, the first 3 paragraphs by and large talk about the security concerns to the SCO member states.
Yes.
And in that, it talks about few very important aspects. One is, terrorism, separatism and extremism needs to be addressed on top priority, and multilateralism to maintain security, peace and stability in the SAARC countries. Now, why I'm talking about this very important aspect?
Yes.
When this exercise was done, the entire setting of the exercise, the troops were only from Russia and China, was exactly on this, that a military intervention was done in a state. This exercise was done in Shandong Peninsula of China, and the narrative was, the important aspect is, the narrative was that military intervention in a state which has been besieged by terrorists.
Okay.
What I'm trying to link up is, you look at Afghanistan.
No, you're absolutely right. And Afghanistan is one issue we will talk about. But Shiv, last 30 seconds that I have on this part of the show, very, very critical for India to ensure supremacy at the LAC. And General, if I may, we need to ensure supremacy at the LOC, at the LAC and in the hinterland, given July is the SCO summit and September is the G20 summit. General
you're asking me?
Yes, last 30 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely, very right. And therefore, I can now just finish that previous point. Today, terrorism or the Taliban is sitting in Afghanistan. Why the SCO member states are not, especially China and Russia and Pakistan? Why is the Chinese foreign minister today going to, he'll be going now to Islamabad and having a trilateral with Pakistan and Afghanistan?
Yes.
On one, they are recognizing that means the terrorism. And on one hand, the
and this is why External Affairs Minister was very right in calling out, exposing Pakistan as a state sponsor of terror. I've run out of time on this part of the show, but this is a story we'll be tracking very, very closely. Geeta Mohan, General Meston and Shiv Arur for joining me here on this India First special. Many thanks. A quick break. News and updates continue on India Today as we continue to expose Pakistan as a state sponsor of terror, a promoter, justifier and spokesperson of the terror industry whose credibility is depleting faster than its foreign exchange reserves. News and updates continue on India Today. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
What's your longer term strategy on Europe, and is there a trade-off versus focusing more on India and expanding here?
So, Siddharth, the situation in Europe needs to be understood, in a slightly more detailed level, right? You have the Dutch assets, operations in Netherlands, which is 70% of our European footprint, is a pretty strong asset. It has always been cash positive, EBITDA positive, and does not require any support from India. So they can run on their own. Okay, so we are less concerned about that. We've had a couple of bad quarters. We will have one more bad quarter simply because there's a blast furnace relining which is going on there. In Q3, Q4, we were hit by higher energy costs, etc. So, but we are not, worried about the structural, strength of the Dutch operation. It's a sustainable business. It can run on its own. It can transform. The challenge is UK, which is 30% of our footprint there. That's not cash positive. More often than not, it's cash negative. More often than not, it's EBITDA negative. And many of the facilities there, particularly in the upstream, are reaching the end of life. So the clock is ticking on that one. So that's a call we'll have to take during this year or latest by next year. During this year and next year, those assets will come to end of life. And if there is not enough support from the government, we cannot transition to a new process route. The cash flows from the business don't support any more investments than we've made already there. So that's the challenge. To go back to your fundamental question, does this impact our growth in India? The answer is no, because like I said, the growth in India is taken care of by the cash flows in India, which are very strong. And like I said, the Dutch assets don't need our support, and it's just the UK assets, which is 3 million out of 32 million. It's not as material as it was 10 years back, when it was 10 million out of 25 million.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 23 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 38 and minimum 24 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 23 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 27 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 33 and minimum 24 degrees.
Sanya Malhotra, an outsider whose love for dancing is known to all. Someone who dreamt of becoming an actor and has achieved it.
कट जब से ये खबर मिली है ससुरी जबान ही लड़खड़ा रही है।
वारदात कहाँ हुई है सर?
2 चमचमाते शानदार कटहल चोरी है गए।
सर ऐसे तो मुश्किल हो जाएगी, कल को लोग कुमड़ा लौकी तुरई की रिपोर्ट लिखवाने आ जाएंगे।
She carved a niche for herself even though she's only a few films old. The actress is gearing up for her upcoming Netflix comedy drama Kathal. Backed by Guneet Monga, the film is based on true-ish events, how a politician loses jackfruit and the police force is assigned to find the missing vegetable. Sanya plays the cop for the very first time in this Yashovardhan Mishra directorial. The Delhi University girl, however, entered the world of showbiz with a blockbuster hit alongside Aamir Khan in Dangal.
क्यों मारा? मैंने ना मारा था।
जितना बबीता ने मारा है।
She made a mark for herself. Sanya underwent a physical transformation and extensive training to ace the role of a wrestler. Post Dangal, she starred in Pataka alongside Radhika Madan. The two actresses essayed the role of sisters who cannot stand each other but are a total mess when separated. Pataka also starred Sunil Grover.
मम्मी प्रेग्नेंट है मेरी।
मम्मी मतलब तेरी मम्मी?
नहीं तो क्या तेरी मम्मी?
She's what?
She then went on to be a part of one of the most progressive movies of this generation, Badhai Ho, alongside Ayushmann Khurrana.
मम्मी प्रेग्नेंट होती ना, फिर देखता मैं।
मेरी मम्मी प्रेग्नेंट होती तो और भी बड़ी प्रॉब्लम होती यार।
देखा?
पापा नहीं है ना मेरे।
आज का दिन फोटो में।
Sanya then featured in Photograph, a romantic drama that followed the story of Rafi, a photographer, essayed by Nawazuddin Siddiqui and Miloni.
तुमने मुझे ये फोटो क्यों दी?
बस एक बार अगर आप मिल लेती तो
Co-presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Macho Hint, Bade Aaram Se. Co-powered by Timex, Choice of the Titans. XP100, India's first 100-octane premium petrol.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. On the show tonight, can the Bajrang Dal, Bajrang Bali issue be the game changer the BJP has been waiting for? Can it turn the course of the Karnataka elections, or has this opportunity come too late in the campaign for it to make a big difference to the end outcome? That's what we're looking at with data, with analysis on the news track tonight.
Bajrang Bali ki Bajrang Bali ki
Karnataka polls Bajrang Bali bharose. PM hails Lord Hanuman.
उनके पैर कांप रहे हैं और इसलिए कांग्रेस को मेरे जय बजरंग बली बोलने पर भी आपत्ति होने लगी है।
Congress tries to reclaim Bajrangi.
हम तो बोलेंगे जय बजरंग बली तोड़ दे भ्रष्टाचार की नली, हम बोलेंगे।
Bajrang Dal ban battle escalates. Will ban promise hurt Congress? Does Bajrangi fight mean advantage BJP? Big focus on News Track.
The Karnataka election seems to be Bajrang Bali bharose. From Prime Minister Modi to Chief Minister Bommai, the BJP has equated the Hindu outfit with Lord Hanuman. The Congress, which promised the Bajrang Dal ban in its manifesto, is now backtracking. It's assuring of the construction of multiple Hanuman temples across the state. Will this Bajrang Bali, Bajrang Dal fight help or hurt? And who? Take a look.
Bajrang Bali ki Bajrang Bali ki.
From the Bajrang Dal
Anjaneya Swami ki
to Bajrang Bali.
Anjaneya Swami ki.
The Congress manifesto called for a ban on the Bajrang Dal.
कांग्रेस पार्टी ने अपने मैनिफेस्टो में बजरंग बली को थाने में बंद करने का निर्णय किया है।
The ruling BJP seized on the call and extrapolated it to Lord Hanuman.
PFI is a known banned organization, it's an anti-national organization, pro-terrorist organization. How can you compare Bajrang Dal with that? See, all families are the members of Bajrang Dal. How do you know that we are not members? Are they ready to enroll themselves in SDPI?
The BJP escalated its core Hindutva rhetoric. Congress climbed down and invoked Lord Hanuman, promising new Bajrang Bali temples if voted to power in Karnataka.
ರಾಮನ ಬಂಟ ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಇದೆ. ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ದಳದ ಭಕ್ತರು ನಾವು ನಾವು ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಈ ನಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ.
The opposition party at the same time coined a new slogan around Bajrang Bali, spinning the traditional cry around its corruption attacks on the state's BJP government.
Any prime minister, he uses such quotations used earlier. No, even their Jansangha leader, founder, he was in Nehru's cabinet. He did not do such things. हम तो बोलेंगे जय बजरंग बली तोड़ दे भ्रष्टाचार की नली, हम बोलेंगे।
Not just Bajrang Bali, other epic heroes like Arjun from Mahabharata too have been used in election speeches metaphorically.
तो मेरी बहनों और मेरे भाइयों, कर्नाटका के अर्जुन बन जाओ, अपना ध्यान अपने भविष्य पे रखो, इधर उधर ना भटके। बड़े से बड़ा नेता आ जाए आपके सामने, आपकी बात नहीं की तो उसकी बातें को परे कर दो।
The Congress trying to disassociate the Bajrang Dal from Lord Hanuman. The BJP trying to make most of the opposition parties' call to ban the Bajrang Dal, from which it backtracked later. The campaign gets shriller before May 10th vote. Bureau Report, India Today.
You know, the one question that's being asked in the last week of campaigning in Karnataka is, will the Bajrang Dal issue be a game changer? And so far there's been a lot of talk, there's been a lot of fire and counter fire. There's been no data which gives you a sense of what voters in Karnataka think of the Bajrang Dal, Bajrang Bali issue. I want to put out a response from C-Voter in its tracker for Karnataka, which asks some question about the Bajrang Dal issue. Question number 1. Will the Bajrang Dal ban promise hurt or help the Congress? 44% of the respondents in this tracker for C-Voter said this issue would hurt the Congress. 37% felt it would benefit the Congress, but that's about half the respondents saying they thought this would hurt the Congress's prospects. The second question in this tracker was, can the Bajrang Dal be compared to the Popular Front of India? Here, the opinion seems divided, 38% saying no, 35% saying yes, but the larger percentage of people saying that no, they don't think the Bajrang Dal can be compared to the PFI. And lastly, has the BJP gained by linking the Bajrang Dal issue to Bajrang Bali? 43% of the respondents say yes, 34% say no. And remember, these questions are significant because in most of the polling that's been done in Karnataka, the Congress has come out on top and the BJP behind. This is the first set of questions where people are responding to the BJP's narrative more favorably than they are to what the Congress is saying. So for once in this Karnataka campaign, it's the BJP that's on the offensive and it's the Congress that's on the defensive. And the question is, will this make a difference to the end outcome on the 10th of May? To talk about this, I'm joined on this broadcast by Dr. Sandeep Shastri, leading political scientist, national coordinator at Lokniti Network. R.K. Upadhyay is one of the foremost political analysts out of Karnataka. We've got with us for political perspective Captain Ganesh Karnik, chief spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party, squaring off against him Lavanya Balal, spokesperson of the Congress, and M. Aravagalam, who's the state spokesperson of the Janata Dal Secular. I want to go across to Sandeep Shastri first. In the way that we're seeing the Prime Minister, the BJP President, the Home Minister, and everyone in the saffron fold pick up this issue, use it as a missile against the Congress. They are trying to mobilize the base, get the party worker excited, the one who's not been very enthusiastic about the performance of the Karnataka government, and they think that this late opportunity gives the BJP a chance to change the course of the Karnataka elections. Do you think that this Bajrang Bali chant, the Hanuman Chalisas can potentially polarize voters in Karnataka along religious lines and upturn what conventional political wisdom in the state is telling us at this moment?
Rahul, we have been speaking of this for the last month. The focus of the campaign was very clearly on Karnataka. And we had also said last 4-5 days it could well change if some new issue comes up. And that new issue did come up, and I think the way the proposed ban on the Bajrang Dal, which the Congress put in its manifesto, has now occupied center stage in the whole campaign. Is it likely to change the mood in the state or change voting preferences in the state? 2 points. One, I think those who would have voted for the BJP for this factor, who are opposed to any ban on the Bajrang Dal, are already with the BJP. So I don't know if there is scope for greater mobilization on this factor. We have argued earlier also that 2008 was a saturation point for Hindutva mobilization. And is this factor enough to really take attention away from the strong level of unhappiness that was there with the state government? While it has put the state government and local issues on the back burner, will it really take away attention from that issue? It's very difficult to say at this stage, but undoubtedly the contours of the debate has changed.
The contours of the debate, which so far were focused on things like pay CM, 40% commission, etc., etc., in the last week are changing towards Bajrang Bali, Bajrang Dal, Hindutva issues, which is really the BJP's turf. And in some ways, Lavanya Balal, this is a self-goal. Now we are seeing Congress leaders quickly turn around and say, we will get Hanuman temples built. We will also read the Hanuman Chalisa. It seems in the last few days of campaigning, the Congress is feeling the heat, and this is entirely a mess of your own making. You could have just left that issue out, and you wouldn't have given the BJP the opportunity to pick up this gun and fire it at you.
Yes, Rahul, I'm just coming back from a campaign. I was on campaign from early morning, and what I see on ground, yes, people are not very happy about talking about this, but the focus of an average voter has not moved away from price rise and, the increase in fuel prices and the gas prices and daily essential commodity price increase. It has not gone away from that or from the jobs. And I would just like to reiterate what KC Venugopal, our organization secretary in charge, told us today, is that, this ban, the proposed ban is on an organization, and it is not on any community or any religion. And we reiterate from the Congress that we will not allow any communal forces to breach the peace of this country in any part of the nation.
But here's what's happened. You're now trying to defend, justify, counter. Essentially, you're now batting on the BJP's pitch. This is where they wanted to bring you. Throughout the campaign, you kept them on issues of incumbency, on issues of corruption, on issues of what development had happened or not happened in Karnataka. Just in the last week, you've gone and bowled them a full toss, and they're now hitting you out of the park. Now, whether it goes across the boundary, we don't know. But the fact is, your juicy full toss has been hit out of the park.
Yeah, it looks like that, but this is not going to affect our chances in the elections, Rahul. Our vote base, or our voters and Karnataka voters, are very clear about the issues that they have to be keeping in mind while going for elections.
Let me put that question to Ganesh Karnik. That yes, this ball is definitely being hit out of the park, and the BJP seized the opportunity, but the momentum was so far in Congress's favor. The CSTS poll predicts a 6 to 8% gap in vote share between the BJP and the Congress. Even if you were to use this opportunity to pull some part of that gap back, the gap is still too much for just one issue and one sixer to be able to change the outcome of the match.
Rahul, thank you very much for calling me on this panel, and my greetings to all the co-panelists. Actually, 2-3 incidents have taken place, and one of them is the proposal to ban Bajrang Dal. And by doing this in their manifesto, Congress has come out with its true colors. Their hatred toward the larger Hindu community, their hatred about our faith and practices, and the way their former chief minister, who said all Lingayat chief ministers are all corrupt, and then the national president of Congress, he comes and tells or calls names to our honorable prime minister, calling him a venomous snake. That speaks of how desperate the Congress has been.
Okay, so I want to go across to the election intelligence dashboard and try and put this debate in context. Now, there are two parts of what's at play. One, make no mistake, the Bajrangi issue rallies the BJP's base. Their base has been a bit thanda in this election because they haven't found anything to really get them going. The government's performance so far has been it's not been fantastic. Now, whether you're very disappointed or you think it's average, that's a different matter. But most polls show the people in Karnataka, including BJP supporters, haven't been terribly enthused with the BJP government's performance. And therefore, you've now got an issue to say this is majority versus minority. They come in, they're anti-Hindu, they'll ban the Bajrang Dal. This is about protecting Hindu and Hindutva, and that becomes a rallying cry. The counter to that, and which is what some Congress strategists are talking about, is that this could potentially do for the Congress in Karnataka what happened to the minority vote in West Bengal for the Trinamool. Remember, before this, some part of the minority vote in West Bengal used to go to the Congress, some part to the CPIM, especially in areas like Murshidabad. But in the last assembly election, the Trinamool was able to pull all the minority vote away. Now, I have over here on the screen for context data from the post-poll study done by CSDS from 2018. If you look at the Muslim voting behavior, about 67%, that's about 7 in 10 voters belonging to the minority community voted for the Congress in the last election. 17% said they voted BJP, 12% for the JDS. What the Congress is hoping is that in different regions of Karnataka, and I'll show you the Muslim percentage as a part of the population in different parts of the state, they're hoping to consolidate this in their favor. Now remember, Muslims as a part of the total population of Karnataka stand at about 13%. In a place like Bengaluru, it's about 12.9. Central Karnataka, it's about 12.4. Old Mysuru, 8.9. 16.7 in coastal Karnataka, 15.7 in Hyderabad, Karnataka, and 14.6 in Mumbai, Karnataka. So about 13% as an aggregate. At this moment, in past elections, the Congress has got, and I have data from 2013 as well, the Congress has got about 7 out of 10 of these votes. Now they're hoping, can we pull as many as possible? In 2013, about 50% of the Muslims in Karnataka said they voted for the Congress, 20% voted for the Janata Dal Secular, 13% for the BJP. So the Congress is hoping that they can get as many of those 13% aggregate Muslim voters as possible. Sandeep Shastri, how does this play out from a psychological perspective? 7 out of 10 voters voting for the Congress is already a very high level of polarization. There are 3 extra votes, but you know, could this go up? The fact that you've taken this position that we will ban the Bajrang Dal, organizations like the Bajrang Dal, and therefore the Congress achieves as close to total polarization and starts the election with a base of about 12-13% already in the bag. Is that what they're trying to do?
Rahul, as you saw in the 2018 elections, around 2/3 of the Muslim vote went to the BJP, went to the Congress, and around 17% to the BJP and 12% to the JDS. The CSDS Lokniti poll shows that around 59% of the Muslim vote this time seems to be with the Congress, which is around 7 to 8% less than what they got in 2018. The BJP vote share among the Muslims is more or less the same, whereas in the Janata Dal it has increased. So possibly this also was a strategy to try and rally the Muslim vote more significantly in their favor and raise it from the 59% which the study says it was at. Let's also remember that a few days ago the SDPI issued a statement where they said that the vote should be for those who can defeat the BJP. So I think all these factors would point at the chance of a minority consolidation being attempted. Yes, very much that is something that...
R.K. Upadhyay, do you buy this theory that multiple Congress strategists are putting out, saying that, you know, this isn't a slip of the tongue, this is something that they claim they've thought through. They believe that this will help them polarize the Muslim vote. 13% is a big number, and if you start on across the state with about 13% in the bag, it makes your task of getting across the finishing line in a 3-corner election easier. And therefore the Congress says what we're trying to do is pull away the Muslim voters who may have been tempted to vote for the Janata Dal Secular and get them to vote for us instead.
Absolutely, Rahul. I think it's a calculated risk they're taking. I'm sure there's a lot of debate which has gone on before the decision was taken. Of course, the outcome has not been probably what they expected. See, they won about 80 seats with 38% of votes. So to get to the majority, that 113, they need about 4 to 5% more than what they got last time. So from 38, they have to increase it to 43 to be able to get a majority on their own. So that is where probably they're looking at the Muslim votes as a big chunk which can come to Congress. See, what is happening now is that JDS has been taking quite a big chunk of the Muslim votes. As we have seen from the chart, they got 12% of the Muslim votes last time, down from 20% in 2014. So if they can get half of that, that will serve their purpose. And also,
but the fear in this strategy, the fear in attempting to be too clever by half, is that you could potentially polarize the majority. The majority so far, Lavanya Balal, wasn't particularly enthused. In the CSTS poll, 31% of the respondents said they wanted to vote for the BJP, which is less than the number of people who had voted for the BJP last time. Only 31% wanted the government to be re-elected. So if only 31% are wanting the government to be re-elected, what you could have potentially done, while you may be able to consolidate a part of the Muslim vote, what you may have been able to do is get the BJP voter really charged up, and that could be to your great disadvantage on the 10th of May.
Well, Rahul, in spite of this big issue that we're talking about, the Bajrang Dal, banning of the Bajrang Dal, let me make it very clear. The voters, when we are talking about voters, Bajrang Dal is not an entire Hindu population. Bajrang Dal does not mean Hindus. There is a huge chunk of Hindus who are upset with the administration of the BJP government in Karnataka, and this particular thing that we are talking about is also appealing to a huge chunk of Hindus who do not like their peace to be disrupted on a daily basis by any kind of organizations like this. So we are not worried about a backlash because of the small. There might be a small backlash.
Do you concede this point that Sandeep Shastri just made, that the voter who's out in the street, the one who's chanting the Hanuman Chalisa, is already a BJP voter, that this doesn't materially change the end result on the 10th, because these are BJP voters who are irritated, and there are enough non-Hindu, non-Hindutva voters who are backing a party like the Congress because they don't like how the BJP government in Karnataka has done? Or do you think that this singular issue could potentially be a game changer? Sriraj Naik.
Absolutely. No, absolutely not. I agree with Mr. Sandeep Shastri.
Sriraj Naik.
Well, Rahul, the questions to me, let me answer.
Yes, sir.
Let me answer. Well, Rahul, in Hindi there is a saying, in Hindi there is a saying, Khisyani Billi Khamba Noche. Now, Congress very well knew that they are not going to win the elections. So, this is a last attempt to rake up Bajrang Dal. And there was no need to drag Bajrang Dal in the politics of Karnataka. They saw the Muslim votes drifting towards JDS and some going to Aam Aadmi Party and MIM. This was the last resort they attempted. But this is not going to work. Definitely Hindu votes are going. It is not only the BJP cadres or the Bajrang Dal cadres or the VHP cadres. It is the Hindus in totality who are very upset about this decision to ban Bajrang Dal. Now, and they compared, and the other thing which hurt the Hindus in totality is the comparison between PFI, which is already banned. So Bajrang Dal is not a banned organization; it's a pan-India organization. Now, they should have, if they had the guts, they should have banned Bajrang Dal in Karnataka, Chhattisgarh, where they have their government, or Himachal Pradesh. So this is a pure drama. They dragged the Bajrang Dal in the drama, in the political drama unnecessarily, and believe me, Rahul, on 13th, Congress is going to be routed. They are going to pay a huge price for this blunder they have made. In Hindi, again, there is in Sanskrit, there is a saying, Yatha Raja Tatha Praja. A leader like Rahul Gandhi, who has been repeatedly making mistakes after mistake, losing states after states, again making a similar mistake of again portraying anti-Hindu. This is going to be a big blunder for Congress, and they are going to be routed in the Karnataka election. They coined the term of saffron terror. They paid a price. They went against Ram Mandir. They paid a price. During Indraji they shot. They shot against the sadhus. They paid a price. So
okay.
They are not
Mr. M. Arvagalam,
this is a big blunder.
From the perspective of the Janata Dal secular, Do you think that this could potentially chip away at some of the Muslim voters who would have backed the JDS otherwise and consolidate the Muslim voters in favor of the Congress?
No, actually, this is not the question of need of the hour. This is why, because you will be knowing that BJP have nothing have done for Karnataka, same as Congress also. So Congress, as I said, to get the potential of a vote, especially Muslim community vote, they could have done this one. But thing is very clear, both the national parties are not working to the benefit of the people of Karnataka. Why? Because these BJP leaders as well as Congress leaders never went to door to meet almost all the poor downtrodden of the earth, especially in Karnataka. Now, if that is the case, here whatever the game planned by Congress or game planned by BJP, whatever they are doing to a fast 2 days, it's definitely it is not going to affect any vote bank for JDS. But one thing is, as our CM candidate Kumarana has been to the Pancharatra Yatra past 5 months, he is into the village. We don't want to comment about this all. Why? Because we are towards the people, we are towards the farmer, we are towards the poor, we are towards the downtrodden people, we are doing it. And moreover, now this is not the need of the hour. Why? Because BJP doesn't have anything to tell to the people of Karnataka. Congress doesn't have anything to tell to the people of Karnataka. Now the BJP has grown very strong in South India. It is because due to failure of Congress. Congress has failed almost all in every part of entire India. That is one which made rise of BJP. Now BJP is playing both. Why? Because very simple. Both BJP and Congress are communal parties. They are never secular party. One stand on one community, other stand on other community. But being a secular party, especially state party, we are doing our duty.
Okay.
Even today it is also very clear.
You know, now it's very clear that the BJP on the issue of Bajrang Dal has been able to enthuse its own cadre and its own base. You know, that you can't contest. Even from this show, Lavanya having to explain, accept that this is being discussed as a matter. The new polls coming out of Karnataka suggest that there has been in some districts a certain change. Now, whether that change is big enough, that may or may not be correct, but there is a change which is visible. The other thing that the BJP would bank on, and that's really the final blow that they have, is the Prime Minister's performance on Saturday and Sunday in those rallies. Now remember, he'll be doing road shows in Bengaluru. I just want to put out the data on our screen. Bengaluru has 28 seats, and if you compare in the last two elections, there was a pretty even split. Now, if you look at, say, Delhi, or if you look at even Mumbai or the other major urban pockets of the country, in recent elections post-2014, these big urban pockets had tended to vote for the BJP. Bengaluru is one of the exceptions, where in 2018, the Congress had actually won 15 seats, the BJP only 11. So the Congress actually won more in Bengaluru despite being in government than the BJP. And in 2013, the Congress had won 13 and 12. So it's pretty split down the middle. Now what the Prime Minister, and remember, he's doing like 5-hour, 6-hour road shows. What he's doing is he's putting his own credibility on the line, doing what he did in Gujarat and trying to turn the election by saying, I am with you, Bengaluru, I am with you, Karnataka. Given that in past elections, Bengaluru has tended to be split down the middle, R.K. Upadhyay, do you think the Prime Minister can take this 15-11 tally in favor of the Congress and turn it around and skew this in favor of the BJP? Could he make that difference this weekend?
I think that's what he's trying to do. You know, in the last two times when the BJP got more than 100 seats, they were not able to attain majority. He's trying his best this time to see that the BJP is able to cross that mark. And especially Bangalore City matters a lot, because Bangalore City has a high percentage of BJP supporters. The only problem has been the percentage of voting. So this time they're trying to increase the percentage of voting from 50 to 53 to about 60 or 65. And that could make a big difference. You know, this road shows that the Prime Minister has planned. I mean, he's going to be around for 2 days. It is split into a Saturday and Sunday because, it's going to affect the traffic. So he is covering about 18 constituencies in Bangalore City. And this is going to make a very big difference because, he's after all a tall leader and, he's revered in Karnataka. So in the parliamentary elections, we have seen that how, the kind of support that he gets. Now he wants to transfer that to the assembly elections as well. So that is what he's trying his best. And this time, if he succeeds, I know this will be some record because Karnataka has never seen the same government.
You know, in an election where every seat matters, Sandeep Shastri, the 28 seats of Bengaluru, 32 if you include the rural areas of Greater Bengaluru become crucial. They've tended to be split down the middle. Can the Prime Minister skew this urban pocket like he's been able to in cities like Delhi, Mumbai and elsewhere? Just make it all BJP Wadi?
Rahul, I would agree with what Ramakrishna said. One point, critical will be the voter turnout in Bangalore city, because Bangalore city district has been the district in Karnataka since 1983 which has had the lowest voter turnout every election. So if the voter turnout in Bangalore city is to increase, that will be good news for the BJP, and if they are able to achieve that, that will be an achievement. Point number two, Rahul, even as the term of the assembly got over, that 15-11 skew what was there in favor of the Congress had already changed, because a lot of the Bangalore MLAs of the Congress and JDS had actually moved over to the BJP and were ministers in this government. All of them have been given the ticket again to contest, and the belief is that the individuals are doing well. So I think that's yet another factor we have to budget into what could happen in Bangalore city. And as you said, third and last, let's also remember that Bangalore city has a significant non-Karnataka population from other states, population from states where the BJP is very popular and has been doing well. Now, can that impact the voters of those states living in Bangalore? I think all these are
Lavanya Balal, so while Bajrang Dal may have been just one nail, this could be the second. Because the Prime Minister is spending virtually the whole weekend on the roads of Bengaluru. He is far and away the most popular politician in the country, and his presence could electrify not just the BJP supporters, but even those who aren't ordinarily enthused to vote, and they may feel that let's go out and do and vote on the 10th. And remember, the 10th is in the middle of the week. Usually, voting happens on Friday or over the weekend, and a lot of Bengaloreans just take off towards Coorg and wherever else they may go because it's a good long weekend. This time it's in the middle of the week, and therefore, again, this could be the second advantage to the BJP.
Rahul, the news is coming in right now that maybe one of the road shows will be tomorrow and the other road show will be as scheduled on the 8th. So whichever the days the road show happens in Bangalore, this is going to boomerang for the BJP, because an average Bangalorean hates the commuting time in Bangalore.
It's a Sunday. Half of it is on a Sunday, rest on a Saturday, madam. They've already thought that through.
Let me please complete. If the road show, one of the road shows is going to be for tomorrow and the other one for 8th, or even if the road show is on the 8th, there are a lot of restrictions, Rahul. When you look at the road show, you're not allowed to come to your balcony, you're not allowed to come out of the gate. There are 10 set of rules that the police has sent to every road that the Prime Minister is traveling in his road show. When a road show happens the entire day, the traffic